different sorts of conflicts and stuff like that. So I think it can be quite difficult. From the stuff that C9 has put out, it does almost seem like more, or you get the sense that it's more of an extended trial period. So we'll see, like, if they do, again, just a 5-man roster rises out of the ashes of the 7-man roster to just kind of take over. Another thing to point out is obviously very small sample size, but the rosters that they kind of did run in the Soup Invitational that they were a part of over in Korea was Loki and Sven, and then APA and Tactical. The APA Tactical roster did win the game, the one game that they won in that. So obviously, like, that's incredibly small sample size. I'm not coming in being like, the APA Tactical lineup is going to take over the LCS. But it is kind of an interesting preview of like what they might be looking at for line combinations and stuff like that. I do think that despite their struggles in playoffs, I do think that APA can still be an incredible jungler for Blabber, just purely based on play style. And I also think some of his champ pool now with mages being played bot allows for some flexibility. So I'll be curious if Tactical is going to be one of those more flexible players, because when I think of Sven, I definitely, like, he obviously flexed to support, so I'm not saying he isn't flexible, but I definitely think of more like classic AD carries. So we'll see. I'm really curious specifically with all the meta shifts to see how C9 do with presumably rotating their players.
I think they saw Tristana's getting played and they said,
"Gotta bring Tactical.
I know just the guy for this."
You're bringing back the Malphite.
Yeah, man, I'm ready for it.
Dude, that's a classic Tactical meme was the Malphite ulting Tristana. But it was actually very, I feel like, controversial, them bringing on these two players at this time. And I think it was very interesting because I thought APA was doing really well in mid lane and was a kind of a key part of this C9 team. And so if they had gone the route of fully replacing him and bring on Loki and then not having 7-man roster, I think for sure he would get gobbled up by one of their competition. You know, not Lion, like Lionheart replacing Saint. And then maybe not the peak of the tippy top of the LCS, but for sure would get gobbled up and added on to one of these other LCS teams. So I'm very curious to see what it looks like, because now we get like a view of the alternate timeline, like the branch where they were able to keep
Loki
anyway.
Yeah, he didn't have to go home.
Because Cloud9 themselves didn't want to part ways with Loki. They did for personal reasons, and he wanted to go back to be close with his family. And so now we kind of get a peek, I guess, of him being back with the team / on the team. And then competing with APA, who I think is performing really well. And I agree with you as far as the style does pair quite well for the possibilities with Blabber, because APA has done a lot of setup. He had been working around Vision really well, especially with his like anti games for initiation and playing a lot of like setup mid laners. So that's very interesting. As far as the bottom lane, I think fans were very positive on that one, because a lot of fans had a magnifying glass on Sven as far as some of the mistakes that he had been making, especially towards the end there. So, and Tactical had been putting up crazy numbers in NACL and in NACL playoffs, really good performances. So Tactical, it's going to be very interesting to see, can he keep up with the pressures of tier 1 again, because he's always been very high highs and then kind of alluding to some of the memes and joke plays, right? Also some fairly low lights. So I always thought that it was cool when he was paired with Core JJ, because you have this really like comforting veteran on your team there. And I think Vulcan as well, can provide a lot of that comfort, safe feel for the bottom lane. So it's going to be really interesting tracking Tactical and see if this is going to be his second shot, or the possibilities are going to be here on this team. 7-person roster. I agree. That though usually boils down to the 5.
Yeah.
Hey, at least I'm excited to see Tactical again, because while I do think it would probably extended more than just a meme, he really likes playing aggressively, too aggressively often. It ended up biting him more than you would like for your AD carry, just because it's the role that's not supposed to do that, probably more than any other role. But it is fun to watch, and I think it's one of those things where with more experience, I don't think it's a bad play style. Obviously, to an extent, but it's at least one of those things where you're losing on your own terms. If you're playing too aggressively, then you can just sort of chill out or measure it better and do it at the right time, which I think is better than someone who's just kind of like losing by like playing slow and just messing up things. So I don't know. I think it'll be fun to watch them.
Yeah.
I'm excited.
We will see how Team Liquid or how Cloud9 do with that. But FlyQuest. So I wanted to bet on both kind of the uncertainty of bringing on 7-person roster and kind of the underlying stuff that we got from C9 in playoffs, and as well as the positives for FlyQuest in doing my little switcheroo where I put FlyQuest above Cloud9 for my power rankings, because I do think that it's not just like a negative look at kind of how Cloud9 fell off in playoffs. It's also a very positive look at what FlyQuest have been building, and from their boot camp and from the streams from Griffin and stuff, and from talking to them, it has also continued to be some really strong improvement and learning experiences for them. Continuing to play in Korea, they were there overlapping with us when we were in Daejeon. They were in Seoul, still playing, and I feel like everybody was on the same page as far as the peak for this team could still be really high. They're all very young, and so you're giving them a lot of kind of runway to improve over the course of the year. And we had Griffin himself literally saying, by summer, we're going to be top 3. We're going to get a world spot. And honestly, I think they're on track to do that. So I had to put them top 3.
No, I mean, I like that. I like that bet, especially since like when I say when I tell people oh, you should watch the LCS, FlyQuest would be one of the teams that I would immediately point to and be like, this is such a creative team, right? Like Griffin was validated from spamming the Nasus and the Shyvana and solo queue, right? And I think they do have the potential to really pop off in the current meta as well because of that. Like Masu doesn't have the biggest history of playing mages specifically. Senna is his most fourth played. He's 5-3 on Ziggs. But I think he is flexible enough. We've seen him bring out other answers, like they brought out the Cog Lulu lane, I think, into the Lucian Melio. I think he's someone who is willing to experiment, and I think the entire team is willing to experiment. I remember that time that they were betting on Gakkos Quinn, for example. And that's something that most teams I'd be like, ooh, because not that Quinn is bad and not that it was a bad matchup, but she gets to a point where if you're not splitting up these massive 5v5s that people are having around Drake, she's just going to be kind of useless and soaring around trying to look for pick-off targets. And if you allow the other team to set up for a specific front to back, she's not going to be able to do anything. And the way they were able to set up and split up team fights so Gakkos could get into fights and pick off or damage priority targets, I thought was really smart. And kind of a window into oh, okay, if they continue on this trajectory, that's really good because they understand how to pull off something here that's actually really difficult, and not every team can do it. They're not that consistently, and I think that is because they're really young, and they themselves have said that, oh, we just kind of fell apart in this game, or we lost our minds afterwards, after some of their losses. They've also been just really honest about it, which I always appreciate from hearing from their players as well. They're just a really fun team. But yeah, I think they have Like, even though I did put I put C9 third, and FlyQuest fourth, I do think FlyQuest have the potential to like really, really continue to punch up with steady improvement.
Yeah, they're a team that I think for me, because they're young, I am definitely going to be interested to see how they adapt to the meta stuff, because so far to me it feels like FlyQuest, when they're doing their thing, they're really good. I think they can rival any of the top teams, like can take games series off of any of the best teams when they're playing the stuff that they're good at, which is, I think, Gakkos on carries, Griffin on like non-meta weird picks. I think that's definitely his strength. A lot of times they lost, it was when he was on more meta stuff. Not to say he's horrible at it or anything like that, but I feel like it's just not really his strength. And then Quad likes his control mages. Masu's great on like scaling carries, and then Cryogen has played a lot of the ranged enchanters and like bard type champions. So I feel like that's not really the meta we were seeing most recently from MSI, with the super roaming Camille supports and melee mids, which, I mean, they're not like the only thing being played, but I think Silas is really strong right now, Akali, Yone, etc. And so we're going to have to see how they can adapt to that, because that is tough and it is fearless. So even if you're really strong at one certain thing, you're not guaranteed to get it. So I think they've been awesome to watch, though. I'm optimistic about them. I think they could easily get top 3. I think that I wouldn't even be surprised if they went to Worlds at all. So I think they got what it takes.
Yeah, it's always fun to watch them play, because they very often draft a lot more damage than most teams and a lot less tankiness.
Yeah.
So inherently, all the fights in the game are going to be quicker, more exciting, because there's more damage. There's less kind of leeway to just tank damage. Positioning is very important. And side lane is really important too. And so I'm glad that a lot of the matchups, we get different looks than the teams having very similar ones. So yeah, it's going to be really interesting to see how they adapt, especially because, like you're saying, with Griffin being very flexible from jungle, it allows them to very often have whatever tankiness they're going to get usually does come from jungle. There's going to be some Griffin pick like Skarner or Shen or something like that. So I think it does kind of keep the rest of our teams very sharp too, when you need to prep a wide variety of stuff for a tournament like Worlds, where you have to be ready to adapt.
Yeah.
And I feel very confident in our top 4. So we're going to take a quick break, and we'll be right back to discuss the bottom 4 and then the matchups for week number 1.
Dude, this lobby is kind of comfy. It feels different.
If this is different, I like different. I'm staying right here.
Are you guys serious? We're about to get into game.
Emily, let us enjoy it.
You guys need to lock in. Maybe this'll help.
Oh no, not already.
Welcome back to The Dive, driven by Kia. We have some LCS tickets that are live for our opening weekend. We still have some spots, especially for Sunday. You should definitely come join us. We've got a little tailgate party here in Los Angeles. So if you are around, then queue up into the ticket line and join us. And we'll continue here. So we are up to number 4 or number 5 now, as we just did the Cloud9 and FlyQuest very close in the standings, down to Sentinels. And we all had Sentinels still here. It feels correct that we still have Sentinels as basically what everyone kind of thought of them when you first saw this lineup, and then still throughout, all of the performances. And they just feel like you can count on them. They're solid in the middle. A lot of veterans here to make you feel comfortable. They do have a little bit of craziness, which comes from Hambach. He's had some big moments. He has some good mechanics. He has had a lot of Skarner wins, but this is the team I feel like that will surprise me the least. What are your guys' takes? Why do you have them right in the middle?
So I have them in the middle just because I think they're wildly inconsistent from series to series and even game to game within a series in terms of how well and coordinated they can play. The thing I think that could allow them to punch up if it does happen is that I actually think Hambach and Huhi as a jungle support duo already, because jungle support, again, very important. I'm not going to let anyone forget that. But in this meta specifically, I can actually see them popping off a lot, where Huhi is just constantly leaving lane, and then it's kind of going to be on Rahel whether he can play these mage picks or like not traditional AD carries as well as traditional AD carries, because that's the wrench in where, like, we talked about Fly, and my question in that bot lane isn't Masu. It's okay, how well is Cryogen going to be able to adapt, when, to Meteos' point, he was playing a lot more ranged enchanters and seemed to be a lot more comfortable with those. With this team, it's kind of the opposite with their bot lane, where I think Huhi will be, again, incredibly comfortable with impacting the map. I think that's one of his strongest suits when he's unlocked from bot lane, and is able to affect the rest of the map and essentially become a second jungler alongside Hambach. It gives them a lot of flexibility if they can pull it off. My question is whether Rahel will be able to kind of step in and be as flexible as they might need him to be. How Impact is going to be performing in top lane, and kind of continuing to really, really test the limits of trying to widen out his champion pool to play more of these ranged matchups in top lane. And then Darkwings, I think, has had some, like, actually he's been surprisingly solid for me.
Very
He's
good,
like,
I think,
performed better than I expected. So I do think there are just so many question marks in terms of, like, individual and team performance from game to game, where, like, if you told me, like, oh, Sentinels upset Lion and beat them like 2-0, right? I'd be like with Inspired on team, I'd be like, okay, like, I can see a world where that happens. Like, I wouldn't be like on the floor being like, what? Like, that's crazy. It also wouldn't necessarily be my expectation. So I think that's where it is, where, like, I think their average performance is, like you said, exactly where we kind of put them. And I think they have potential to be both worse and better than that.
Yeah, Sentinels to me is definitely one of those teams that's better than the worst teams by a lot, but I think also worse than the better teams by a good amount. I think that this past split, it seemed like they got a lot of wins playing their Skarner Caitlyn comp, where it just looked like Humbox was so much more effective on Skarner than other champions. And I think Rahel, to like a more higher extent, he was really good at Caitlyn. They won most of their Caitlyn games, but some of his games on other champions, like his MF game, I think final game of their season, was like super rough. I think he's had some of the, hardest feeds of any player.
Some of the hardest feeds.
Yeah, I mean, when he's off of Caitlyn and whatnot, he's had some pretty rough games and rough plays. So I think this team is definitely not bad, but I think especially when it comes down to being super flexible, if people now know what their strengths are, they know what champions not to give Sentinels, are they able to find success in other ways? I think they have really good teamwork. I think that their team play is good, their communication and whatnot, their vibes seem really good. But when it comes down to their laning phase and their flexibility and all those different things, it feels like they're probably going to get behind more often than not, especially when you go up against some of the better teams. And it's just, League is one of those games. If you're not winning your lanes, if you're losing every lane, there's only so much you can do. You kind of are just weaker than the other team, and you don't have many options. So I think I don't expect them to be top 4, but I also wouldn't be surprised if they do win. I think that there's probably some comps that work for them. If they do manage to get like a solid footing in the game, I think that their team play is really good. So yeah, I think that's kind of where I'd put them.
Yeah, I especially like their front to back team fighting. It just feels like they're most comfortable and they can win fights and win games. Even we've seen them have some of the biggest comebacks in LCS. We had one of our best graphics of the
Huhi Balboa,
knocking the gold lead up, and his inspirational comms of it just takes one team fight to win, and then they actually win a team fight, and then they could actually win the game when they were down like 7,000 gold. But I really do feel like they benefit a lot when they have some kind of, I would say, straightforward. That maybe that's why I feel like this is the team where I feel comfortable with getting what I kind of expect out of them, is that especially if they have a good like front to back team fighting, Dark Wings has been really good for a North American mid laner, and especially coming from tier 2, like the expectations for North American mid laners honestly have been very low. Like JoJo was definitely the exception that we've ever had. And I think Dark Wings has done a excellent job, performing, especially, considering the competition I think is quite good here in North America as well. So really do think that he has performed well, and especially, like you're saying, most comfortable on some of these control mages. Does throw on Silas a decent amount as well in there, but we'll see how flexible Sentinels can remain when metas are shifting. And it does seem like the balance team is going to take a more heavy hand, because the recent months have been very, very like kitty gloves or like hands off as far as like big changes in the meta. And now that MSI is over, some of the recent posts they've been talking about looking at making some bigger swings and seeing where it goes, especially with bottom lane changes being so impactful. So I will be very curious to see how Sentinels do adapt. But I feel like, especially, they're both carries, I think, perform better in like calm, structured team fights. Rahel seems like really an AD carries AD carry. He has 2 career games on Ziggs, and that's the only mage. A lot of AD carries though haven't played in very heavy like mage metas, so that doesn't
real AD carry.
That doesn't mean
not playing any of these cheap mages.
But you kind of had to play in like 2018.
Yeah, but he also, when you see him play, he also does seem very much like he really likes the attack speed AD carries. I feel like
he's really open-minded with his builds as well.
When you say that too, it has a little bit of a negative connotation.
Yeah.
He's open-minded.
Yeah, that's intentional. Some of his builds are complete trash. So, that is what it is. Yeah, I like. Sometimes, was he the dude who full-on rush a Serpent's Fang first item, or was that somebody else? But I remember on Corky we saw some pretty reportable build. So I feel like if you're gonna play AD carry, like you really gotta get the itemization down. You need the crit items. You need the IE. You need the lower DOMs.
Especially now, because like that is one of the reasons why we're seeing mages bot, right? Is like their itemization just allows them to spike a lot more quickly. So.
All right, Sentinels are our consensus number 5. Shopify, it looks like down the line. Okay, we all have
number 6.
Yeah, we all have Shopify as number 6 as well. And Shopify is one that are also coming in with a player roster change. And what I think is also very important is they added a GM. David Hahn was assistant GM for Cloud9 for a long time. And then I believe also at the end, maybe a heavier hand. I don't know if he actually got the title of.
I think he was GM
of
Might
GM.
Fact check, but
he
thought he was
assistant GM for a very long time, and then obviously moved up the ranks and had some more power there too. And so he's moving from Cloud9 over to Shopify. I think this is very big because he gave an interview with David Shynock and had some, I think, very like hard-hitting headlines that he is positioning as what the changes are going to be for Shopify. And one of the biggest ones to me is he had this quote about when he joined Shopify, he approached the players and the staff and was like, "You have to prove to me that you deserve to be here."
Yeah.
And for people that have like, since Shopify, this organization has joined the LCS, people have been like, we're not seeing like a whole lot of, energy or movement. Yeah, really direction out of them. They did have a good playoffs run. And they have people get behind them when like Contracts has a really good game or pops off. But aside from that, it hasn't really brought out a lot of emotion in fans or, one way or the other. And so I think that this, like taking a hard line and being like, we're not going to be okay with mediocrity, and you have to prove to me that you deserve to be here to like every single position. I think this could be a huge change for Shopify in general. And it also puts a lot more pressure on the players now for every stage game that they play. This split now, that's in your head. Once your GM comes up to you and tells you, "Hey, you got to prove to me that you deserve to be here," you're like, "Whoa, okay, well."
I guess I'll start trying now. I mean, I don't know. I feel like that it's good I guess if there's a team where the GM feels the need to say that to the players, I'm really questioning what they were doing beforehand, because I would assume most people who are playing pro are giving it their all. But if they're not, then obviously, they probably shouldn't be there.
Yeah. And coaching staff too. That I think that was an important part that he kept in there too. So it's not just players.
I mean, wow, are they really 5-23 total record this year?
That's crazy.
I mean,
right. Yeah.
Wow, and they're number 6, so we got teams below them.
I think.
Wow.
So I think the thing, or like the missing piece in terms of like looking at Shopify as a team, because I think talking to their players, talking to coaching staff last split, it was kind of like, oh, if we can only get there, like we're still having some like internal communication issues. And in my head, I was thinking like, oh, okay, it's like Sydney coming over and having to learn, how to operate in a different culture, learn a lot more English, be able to communicate with his teammates, be able to also just learn the game coming from like, still, yes, I know like LCK Challengers is a really good and going to produce some of the best players in the world. However, you still have to learn a lot more of the team game in any tier 1 environment, because it just matters a lot more. And then try to keep up your individual play. And I was thinking like, oh, okay, these are their problems, right? However, I don't know if either of you watched, Shopify put out a documentary that was actually like really interesting, because it was so raw. Like nothing is ever going to top Breaking Point for me ever. Like that's just iconic. Like if anyone wants to watch like anything in esports, there's like a few things I would recommend them to watch, and Breaking Point is actually one of them. And this is kind of the closest I've seen to getting to just watching players in kind of a more raw environment. And it does not, like, they do not all come out looking good, like both players and coaching staff, right? And so I think if people want to know what's going on with Shopify, I recommend watching that. But like B, I think it showcased that their communication issues for this team were a lot more deep-seated than like, oh, their mid laner is coming from Korea and needs to like learn English, right? Yeah. So I think, to your point, having David Hong come in and having just at least a clear direction top down of being like, this is what I want the team to be, could end up helping in a situation where it seemed like, especially towards the end, like a lot of people were kind of at a loss of how to communicate with each other, or like what the team direction even looked like. And there are a few really nice glimpses. Like I know, yes, the mid lane Xin did not work out when they played it, but like I actually really appreciated that this was something that they had prepped in scrims. They'd played before, they'd had success before, and they were like, okay, backs against the wall, we're gonna try to like believe in ourselves and do that. Like I actually really liked that. I liked talking to Contracts about it afterwards. I thought he had some insane individual performances to even get them to a point where they could be in playoffs. So I think, again, like maybe having some sort of like firmer direction could end up helping, hopefully. Because that was like the missing piece of your point, where like I would hope they'd be trying, and like I don't think it is that they're not trying. I think that they probably had this kind of continuous breakdown in like overall communication between the players, between coaching staff and players.
Yeah, well, oh, sorry.
No, and I think like maybe that could like help. I don't know.
Yeah, I was just gonna say Shopify was, even though their record is super bad, they were ahead in a lot of their games. They were the team that when I would watch them, it was just one of those like, so how do they find a way to lose this one? Because I think they actually had good early games. I think Contracts is, he's always been a really good early game jungler. He's somebody who's great at finding plays. He doesn't play like Inspired at all. He doesn't have the controlled, I'm gonna like be really efficient and choke you out play style. He's more just like the agent of chaos. He's like, I'm going to like make a play that you didn't expect, and if it works out, it's going to be really good, and if not, then it's going to be really bad. So he's kind of like the wild card jungler, but to his credit, I think he does work out pretty often. But this team, for some reason or another, just finds a way to lose games. That they would be up, a few thousand gold, have some dragons, and then it's like, boom, third dragon fight. Oops, like somebody got caught, everybody died. And so, yeah, I mean, I'm still waiting for Zinni to wake up personally. I think this guy had so much hype around him. People were saying like, he's like the biggest import from Korea in years, and he's not really done anything yet. He's looked pretty like not great. So I think it's possible. I could still see a world where it's like, okay, now he's comfortable. Maybe there was something keeping him from playing at the level he's supposed to be at, and now he's fixed that, and he's owning now, which would be cool to see. But definitely haven't seen it yet. He's looked pretty under par.
Yeah.
So,
I was just gonna say it made me really sad as someone who watched him in Challengers, because he was on KT Challengers, so I did watch him over there. I think there are like glimpses of hope in terms of, I remember that, and I also, to your point, Medios, think they might have lost that game, the Azir Poppy game.
They've lost a lot of games.
Yeah.
Yeah, Zinni hasn't won any Azir games yet, so it's a safe bet.
We'll leave because like they're kind of all blurring together in my mind. So I'm sorry to our listeners and viewers, but there were some really, really nice coordinated plays between him and Contracts, and I'm like, oh, okay, if they can keep this up and use this as a springboard forward, like if their synergy improves, to your point, because Contracts is such a huge part of a lot of their early game success. Their Azir Poppy combos in that specific game, I was just like, oh, okay, like this is what I had wanted to see from these two working in tandem together.
well, the second point that David had that I thought that was very impactful on the interview was he mentioned that he not only felt an obligation to commit to finding North American players into the tier 2, scene in North America, but he wants the North American players on his roster to be the superstars. And that opinion coming from the GM is impactful in North America when there's a lot of fans that have been kind of clamoring for that. Now, I will say he is coming into a team where Contracts, the North American player, is already, I think, the best player on this team. People would maybe not say he's not a superstar, but I think he is the best player on the team, and certainly a star for the team, especially with some of these like hard carry Olaf games. And he certainly had his fair share of like 1v9 games, especially towards the end for Shopify. So I think that is very interesting, and also bodes well for the future as far as him really trying to look at North American like tier 2 system, maybe maybe get back some of our North American players that have been leaving North America. Would be great as well. And does also kind of put some weight behind the like, you got to show me that you deserve to be here type thing, or like maybe they will find replacements in the future. And so I do think that is very interesting, because this already feels like a team where one of our biggest win conditions where we bring up Shopify is usually like, is Contracts going to be having one of his really good games? Is he going to be able to hard carry? Is it going to be a draft where he gets to play Olaf, or like his Wukong game? Also, he had a really big Wukong game towards the end there too. So I think that is probably going to remain true for Shopify for this split. Obviously, this split is the big change is Zeyzal, of course, for the bottom lane. And Zeyzal is going to be returning to Shopify. He played on Shopify previously, but I don't expect his impact initially this split to be that big. And so I'm mostly going to be looking at the evaluation of Shopify this split and looking into next year as being very interesting.
Yeah, I like the Zeyzal pickup. I like how David talked about wanting to like pick up North American players, because for Tactical and Zeyzal both, I think they've both been like crushing it in tier 2. And so I definitely have a soft spot for those players who have played for a while and, they don't find LCS teams. And a lot of the times it's kind of like, GG, that's it for you, because teams and fans alike, most time are just interested in like the new up and coming talent, like the promising 18-year-old in solo queue, or like the latest young LCK challenger player who's coming over. And so a lot of times people who have had their chance and maybe didn't do as great as they would have wanted get overlooked. And so I think the fact that they've kept grinding, done really well in tier 2, and they've got another shot now is a super cool story to me. So I'm definitely going to be rooting for them. And not coming into the best team, obviously, with Shopify, but if in one way it's kind of like not a lot of expectations, can't get a whole lot worse. So,
but it can get some worse because we have 2 more teams here. So the next up, both of you guys had DSG as number 7. I had a little swap here again where I bumped up Dignitas after their change, but let's start with DSG because you guys both had them at number 7, and they made their change at the end of last split. So we already got the preview with Surdy coming back, and honestly, Surdy looked really good coming back in onto the team. DSG incorporated him well, and he was performing well individually.
Yeah, I think for me, this is like looking at Dig. I'm going to talk about them in tandem a little bit because looking at Dig and DSG is kind of like, I'm really unsure how both of these teams are going to fit in the meta. With DSG, I think their top side is really interesting, specifically to your point, where Surdy did come in. I thought he looked really good in a kind of an emergency situation with Lion kind of plucking Castle, and now Castle is gone, which is unfortunate for him, but I do think Surdy, to his credit, stepped in and did well. I still think I remember back when we were kind of looking at the construction of this DSG roster, it really was supposed to be all about Kryra and kind of his jungling and his ability to play carries and stuff like that. And I still think that can be the case with this team. Where I'm concerned is, again, because jungle support working together is super, super important, and also where bot lane flexibility is super important. I'm looking at their bot lane specifically and being like, I don't know how I feel about this, especially in the new meta. And already, I think outside of a few Sajed pop-off games on Kaisa, they seemed to, he started out so promising and then seemed to really, really struggle against a lot of the LCS ADCs. Lions also has had some really, really rough showings, and I think with how important it is to get your support out on the map, that could be potentially a problem area for them, where when I look at Dignitas, it's kind of the opposite, where they have a new top laner coming in, so I'm actually really curious to see how Denethor works out. I'm also curious if he's ever done an interview as to why he picked Denethor specifically from Lord of the Rings. Terrible father. But Denethor, not Denethor the character. Sorry. But then with XU and Palafox and all the stuff that happened last year, with FBI and Ignar kind of being the more solid piece of that, and Ignar being, I think, a lot more comfortable with engaged supports, a lot more comfortable with roaming on the map. It's kind of the tale of 2 sides of the map with these teams in terms of how they'll fit into the upcoming meta. So yeah, I'm super curious. That is why I gave DSG the slight edge. Because I would love for Denethor to come in and pop off, because I think that'd be an amazing story. I think he's kind of been overshadowed by other NACL top laners, but has been consistently good during his time on Withrop. So yeah, I think that could be really interesting depending on how he fits. But because that was such an unknown, I did give the edge to DSG.
Yeah, makes sense. I mean, also DSG got more time to practice with Surdy in because they added him earlier, so they may be peaking more.
Yeah, I think both of these teams, like Dig and DSG, have some pretty glaring weaknesses that there doesn't seem to be any easy solution for. I think that DSG's bot lane, like Sajed and Lions, have just seemed like the weakest in the league by a pretty good amount. Just hard losing 2v2 a lot of the time, just making mistakes, getting caught out, just overall not performing as well as anybody else. So I think that's really hard with just how important the role is. It's if you have a losing bot lane, you're playing an uphill battle just from the very beginning. It's like your best scaling person on the team, and you're the most control for your map, and they're just getting blasted. So what can you do? I think that's tough, honestly.
True jungler right there, baby. I feel you.
You're just like, you know what?
top.
You guys are on your own.
I'm pathing top, and they're getting dove.
Yeah, I claim support diff all the time as the enemy support comes to foil my jungle plans. But I 100% agree, and that's kind of why I don't know. I'm just making a wild bet here on Dignitas coming out ahead, because all the positive stuff that a lot of FBI's previous coaches talked about him for their bottom lane, and for Dignitas side, him being a really good shot caller. I'm hoping, because I also had heard some stuff about Photon maybe being hard to work with / communicate with. So maybe the top lane change will help this team have more focus in their game plan and be able to execute that way.
Wait,
But
do we know who Dig's jungler is going to be?
XU.
yeah,
He's staying.
XU
Yeah.
staying. Which actually is also
Really?
it's a very after the interview he gave.
Yeah, that's why I said after
thought he
all
was-
of the stuff.
You should say the quote of the interview that because the headline was, well, what was the quotable headline? I think it was XU at the end there. His like kind of interview at the end of the split was, for a pro team, you need to trust each other and believe in each other's skills, or
Yeah,
something.
it was like, like each other, to
Yeah.
respect each other, something like that. And it was just like, yeah, that's not the case here. And I'm just like, wow, that is
it was crazy.
bleak. And then that was before even their last game. And I don't know, man, it was actually hard to watch Dignitas play in some of their later games, a lot of their games, but especially their later games. I think that Palafox and XU were in the same way that DSG's bot lane was kind of like at the bottom. I think that Dig's mid jungle combo was just absolutely getting rolled by everybody. I think they every once in a while would have a decent game, but then the next one they just go right back to just feeding their brains out. And bot lane's important, but mid jungle also pretty important. I think that if you just have zero control over the map, then your side lanes can't play. And so, to some extent, every role matters, right? And so if you just have this huge weakness where you're consistently getting deficits, then you're just having an uphill battle.
Yeah.
Like, there's just not that much you can do if you have this like huge hole in your ship or whatever, and you're just like, everyone's trying to just bail you out immediately when the game starts. It's not like you're playing to push your advantage. It's just like, oh God, like we're super behind. We're just getting gapped everywhere. Like, what can we do to not have this mistake happen and this mistake happen? Like, how can we avoid losing in these different ways? And so that's oftentimes what happens with these bottom teams. And yeah, man, it was so hard to watch Dig in their last few matches. It looks so lifeless.
And I will say, as much as maybe it was hard to coordinate with Photon, individually, I think in the majority of games, he was the best individual player on Dignitas that we saw in these games. There were definitely some moments where FBI and Ignar, especially FBI's Senna game, I remember, absolutely popping off. And then Ignar had a vintage All-Star game as well. So like, there's definitely, their bottom lane also had some bright spots, but individually, it felt like Photon performed well. So that's why also the top lane change is very risky. Although, maybe, they can work better as a team with new top laner. But you also reminded me, like, XU in that interview, he said he was considering retiring because of the previous split playing on Dignitas. And so that certainly is something that is very difficult
Are
to
we
salvage.
sure he's staying? I have never seen a more I'm out post than that. That is so wild.
So maybe they've been able to rebuild the mental and rebuild the internal team dynamics.
That would be the rally of
You
the
would hope
century.
so.
That would be the
kind of
biggest
awesome
rally
to
ever.
see, honestly.
Yeah.
I will say, do you think, again, to reiterate, this meta is really nice for Ignar and FBI. I think FBI can be incredibly flexible. I think he can take care of himself well in a 2v1 as Ignar kind of just roams around, does his thing. And then, the other question is how Denethor is going to come onto the team and how well he's going to be able to like coordinate with the rest of the team as well. So,
all right, it's time for predictions for First matches of the summer split here for LCS. Let's start with FlyQuest versus Lion. What's your prediction and what's the biggest difference maker? FlyQuest versus Lion. The banger opener.
I'll pick Fly, you know?
Yeah.
I'll pick Fly just for fun mostly. I don't even necessarily believe it, but I think just Lion without Inspired, that's super tough. That is every single team Inspired's been on. He is just like the absolute leader. He is just like the driving force. And now they're playing without him. I think the rest of the team's good, but maybe it'll be hard to, because on one hand, every player, I know this from personal experience, when you have that burden of leadership, it's like you're not only worried about what you're doing, now you have to be worried about what other people are doing and getting them to do what you want. That takes a huge toll on your own personal play. So I think that is actually going to be really hard for Lion. And FlyQuest, I don't know, man. They can surprise you. I think they're fun to watch and they look pretty good at the end of last split. So, you know, I think they can do it. I think they can beat Lion with a sub.
Yeah. I mean, honestly, I was picking FlyQuest also, and my biggest difference maker was going to be jungle, because with Lion,
Big G,
or at least it being on the front page that Armeo is going to be the fill-in for Lion, I think that Griffin will be set up to be the big carry. And if you have a jungle carry that likes to play, you know, Shyvana and Nasus and stuff, Emily, I feel like if this is the time to upset Lion and take down Lion right at the very beginning. So yeah, I think that's my prediction, and that's my biggest difference maker. What about you?
Yeah, same. I mean, the last time they faced, we saw the like newest edition of like Jugger something with the Lulu Nasus, like the Jugger dog performance. I think some of that was instead of a jungle substitution, they were played Castle in the 2 games they lost, and then Dokla played in the 1 game that Lion won during that series. However, I do think with Inspired out, this is kind of perfect time for FlyQuest to come in, make a really big statement about the fact that they do want to contend to like really win the LCS, and they are very dangerous. And we've already seen flashes of how dangerous this team can be. Like I already said, I think it's a really good meta for them. Saved some worries about Cryogen that you'd already brought up, Medios. But yeah, like I actually think it's a perfect time for FlyQuest to just come in and like make a really strong statement.
All right. What about Dignitas versus Sentinels? Back-to-back
Sentinels.
predictions.
Yeah. I mean, I stand by what I said about both of these teams. I think the jungle support duo specifically of Hanbok and Huhi can be so dangerous and just really difficult for opposing teams to deal with because of how aggressive they can both be on the map. Both in terms of just invades and like invading for camps, but also Huhi randomly showing up in top lane, like randomly showing up in mid lane very, very early. I think he specifically sees the map so intelligently, and he's able to help lanes outside of bot really well. My only concern for Sentinels is again, like I said, how well, if they are pinched in terms of bot lane specifically, how well Rahel might be able to operate on something outside of standard ADCs, because I think he's already, had some struggles there. But yeah, I think I'm going Sentinels.
Yeah, I also am going Sentinels. I think biggest difference is going to be mid jungle, Darkwings and Hanbok over XU and Palafox. I think mid jungle is going to control the map.
I agree with your assessment. I am also going to pick Sentinels. I mentioned before, but I think they're better than the worst teams. And I think Dig is probably the best team.
All right. What about TL versus C9 then?
Ooh, this
off the back of that.
This is a really tough one. I feel like I go either way, but I'll pick C9 for this one for the reason that I think C9 typically, historically, I feel like they win a lot of these first game of the splits, especially when they're going up against the team that finished better than them in playoffs, in the sense of I think their off-season motivation's a lot higher than TL. like unironically, because TL's, they went to MSI, they put up like some good fights, they looked pretty decent. They're coming back feeling pretty good, right? But C9, they are just in true despair the whole offseason. They are feeling like absolute failures. They're putting everything into practicing. They're not slacking off at all. And then we've seen this every single time. It's like regular season C9. They treat that shit like world finals. And I think they just are gonna be able to take TL. I think it could go either way, but I just think it's more likely C9.
And it's 7 versus 5.
Yeah, exactly. That's 2 more men.
How can you
That's true.
How can you beat those odds? I want to know if they're going to use all 7 players in the series
in the same time.
Swap them out line changes and hockey.
You have to make a deal with the enemy team or something.
Just 2v3 bot, 1v2 mid. What the hell?
Yeah, but I want to know if they're going to swap, between individual games here within the series. But as far as my prediction, I'm going to stick with the same logic I had for the power rankings with TL. I think they're coming in super hot off of their improvements, and I think their motivation is going to be how they were able to look competitive versus T1, but still not win the game. So you still are pissed. But you're not in despair. Maybe. so they'll be able to keep up that performance.
Oh my gosh.
Emily.
I also picked Team Liquid. I agree. This is the closest, I think, match that we have actually. Well, also Shopify and DSG could be pretty close. Actually, no. Yeah, they're all pretty close. Never mind. But I think the really cool thing about TL and C9 is that these are still 2 teams that we're expecting at the top of the table. The reason why I'm giving TL the edge is because I think even with not making it to the MSI main stage, they will be able to carry the momentum specifically around their top side, with both of their solo laners having stepped up massively both in playoffs and on the MSI stage. I think this is even if his mechanics maybe fall back a bit, I still think it's a really good meta for core. I think Jose and core can be an incredibly strong jungle support duo. And I'm just not as certain in terms of what C9 are going to do and what they want to run. Like I said, I'm going based off of the Super Invitational where they went Loki and Sven and APA and Tactical. The roster the roster permutation I'm actually most excited about is the APA Tactical one. Just it's the more volatile one, but also I think that's why it could potentially be like the potential for underperforming is maybe slightly stronger, but the potential for overperforming and look like really, really good, I think, is also there. So I definitely think it goes 3 games. And I'm just giving it the edge to kind of TL and specifically the way their solo laners stepped up and also jungle support synergy.
Yep. And Core was looking like his prime. All right, the last one then, Shopify versus DSG. What you got?
I said Shopify. This one was actually pretty hard because again, like despite the fact that I did put Shopify over both DSG and Dig, there's a lot of variance in how this team can play. But I do think they should win this. I think Zeyzal in particular seems like a very like stabilizing presence to have on a team. I don't know if that's just like my perception of his personality, but like it seems like that would work, actually could partner really well with how volatile sometimes their games do end up being based on Contrax's jungle style. So I'd be curious to see if he leans into that and starts roaming more, or if they go for really hard 2v2 bot lanes, which I think would probably be B-Boy's preference. Because when we've seen him pop off, it has been on stuff like the Ezreal, which is like, I think the most played AD carry, like traditional AD carry right now in Kespa Cup, and still really strong on the patch. The Lucian, obviously. So I'll be curious to see where Zeyzal ends up fitting in there. But yeah, that I am giving them the edge over DSG, I think, just because I do believe a little bit more in not only their bot lane, but also just Contrax's ability to really control the early game. And I believe less in DSG's ability to necessarily set up those kind of comeback fights that they would need to have against a Shopify lead, like early to mid lead?
I also am going Shopify, but I'm very hesitant because I see this as which one's going to be stronger. You know, DSG, I think their bottom lane is a real weakness, but Shopify, I think both solo lanes have shown real weakness. In their games, you know, in their games where, and you think back to the ones where Contracts is hard carrying at the end of the split, the Olaf, and he's like 10-0, and you look up at the gold, and the gold is almost even. You're like, what the hell? Where's that coming from? And then both solo lanes are down like 3,000 gold each, and you're like, whoa, you got like a 10-0 Olaf on your team. Like, play the jungle, guys, or you know what's going on here? But on the other side, then I'm like, well, their bottom lane, I think, is gonna be have a big advantage over Disguise bottom lane. So maybe their solo lanes, might have issue, or but their bottom lane might have an advantage. And if your bottom lane has an advantage, then Zeyzal does get more like roam time and get to have an effect. And people have always talked about who have played with Zeyzal that he does communicate a lot and very effectively, and so maybe he has this calming effect on the team, and his large beard and his very
just has the aura.
calm demeanor really brings the focus. So I think I am going to go Shopify, and I'll be very curious to see, especially as far as the solo lane matchups, how the Surdy versus Fudge one goes, because I think Fudge was really underperforming, and I do believe that he has the capability to perform much better than we just saw from him last split. And so I feel like this is a matchup where versus Surdy, you gotta do it now, or else you're gonna continue to like lose ground over the split.
Yep. I think I will also go with Shopify for similar reasons. I think the new motivation they have from having David come in and just say like, hey, prove you need to be here. Because to me, Fudge is a player he's really streaky in the sense that like he goes in and out of form more than most players. And I think when he's in form, he looks pretty solid, but then there will be other periods, sometimes it's a match, sometimes it's like a few matches in a row where it's just like, wow, like he looks so bad. So I think with proper motivation, he could look pretty solid. But at the same time, at the end of last split, like you said, their soul laners were kind of dead weight in a lot of those games Contracts was carrying. I remember there's one game where it was like, just put Zinni on Anivia and Fudge on Sion. That way, at least when they die, they do something else, right? It was just like, wow, like Kog'Maw Karthus coming up next for them or something like that. So, yeah, I don't know. I think DSG's bot lane, they would have to level up so much in this offseason for me to feel like they could win. I think that's just such a hard thing to overcome. They really looked like they were getting gapped last time we saw them. So I would still correct Shopify.
All right. Well, I think that's going to wrap it up for us here on The Dive, driven by Kia. Emily, thank you for joining us so much. Be sure to subscribe to us on Spotify, Apple Podcasts, and YouTube so you don't miss an episode of The Dive. Also, leave a comment. The LCS returns this Saturday, July 25th at 1 p.m. Pacific, as FlyQuest takes on Lion. As well, we've got a show match, TSM versus COG, Friday. Before then, we've got some special guests.
Clock making night.
I'm far.
Yeah. Turn. Up. Keep going. Tunnel here. We can end.
Yeah, can end.
Sentinels off the back of a jungler, just refusing to step down, and Rahel with a carry performance will take game 3 and end with a win in debut of Summer Split. Hello and welcome back to opening weekend of Summer Split for LCS, presented by MasterCard. We're here for day 2. Raz, what was your favorite part of day 1?
Ooh.
If you don't say Azale's baby, I don't know.
It was Azale's baby.
Yeah.
Berserker's Jace.
Yeah, actually, that was really fun.
Dude, the whole meta in that first series was awesome, and then the second series, it was like 80 carry.
Also,
and then some fun by game 3.
Also, just Lion just being unleashed. Inspired's not in the room, so we're just like basically taking every fight possible.
The combined kills per minute through the roof.
Yeah.
Yep.
Sane and Berserker were free.
It was an awesome start to the Summer Split. And I gotta say, I think that Lion's whole narrative is completely shifted in my mind. Because they proved that they can win without Inspired. Like, we had so much of the narrative on day 1 about, like, can they do it? And they smashed. Like, that was a 2-0, and I didn't feel like FlyQuest had that much fight in them.
My counter to that is that I fully thought they could win without Inspired. It was that I thought FlyQuest were going to come out a lot stronger than they looked, right? Like, they didn't particularly look comfortable on the mages that they did pick. Lion really, with Lion coming out so furiously and like contesting them, it didn't seem like they were as aggressive around contesting objectives like we've seen them previously. So yeah, like I don't think Lion's narrative has shifted that much.
Okay.
I think FlyQuest is now a team that I'm looking at and being like, ooh, like week 1, not that great of a showing.
Yeah, game 1 was a disaster. Masu was down like 2 levels, and a lot of it was just laning. that was something we should just not expect in general from this team.
And that really is going to affect my power rankings, because I very vehemently said, can we change mine to have FlyQuest first in the regular season? Speaking of, let's take this is still time. Let's take a look at the standings as they are right now, just because we have a couple of wins already under the belt for some of these teams. Lion picking up that first win. Sentinels as well. Jet, we got to cast that series, and Sentinels, it's a dub.
We did.
How confident are you in the dub?
Wow, that was a mighty sigh, Jet.
Because we had Palafox Summer for this
for the one game
10 minutes in between games 1 and 2.
I don't blame him.
It was over.
He was doing well that series.
I don't even think he did that bad in game 2 either, but the team that team is just, they're arguing a lot. They're going to keep arguing. They're going to figure it out.
Okay.
They're going to figure it out.
You know what? You have to argue to get to the bottom of it.
True.
There we go.
They need to investigate.
We got some of you said that graphic as well. Here's the matches for today. We got Team Liquid Alienware taking on Cloud9 Kia, and Shopify Rebellion versus DSG. Team Liquid C9, that's going to be a big one, because this was like the two teams in the lower bracket finals from spring. Team Liquid obviously got the win there, but C9 have an opportunity, Raz, to get some revenge.
They do. And I think it'll be interesting to see them go up against Team Liquid, because now they have, I feel like, a new pick in the arsenal. We have the Melee King in Quid.
Yep.
Okay.
He's played Yone, like any assassin, Akali, like he's first picked Akali last split, and now he can play Locke.
Oh,
it's
a
not
new
bad.
champion.
It got banned 5 times out of 5 times yesterday,
I
Raz.
trust someone will make a drafting mistake.
Okay.
Yeah.
So I wanted to do a
There were
little
coaching changes.
tips and tricks on the champion. I wanted to actually like go through the champion and just like prepare us if it were to come through.
Okay, I'm ready.
Now I've decided to make my first mistake and not buy a single item. I don't need it. Who needs an item?
What?
Cool.
Who needs an item? And then I'm just gonna
what do we
shoot the
got?
Skeletal Crab away. A few things that I want to note immediately is like a lot of people will wonder about Q as a stack. Yes, it does have its initial like 25% slow, and then it's get on your third Q. If you do land the first Q, will be 60%. That's pretty huge. I will say immediately, you don't have to commit in lane if you can't get your next 2 Qs to the to like just spam it. I think it's not really that big of a spamming ability. A, because if you just hit your first or second, A, you'll get a partial refund on your mana, and then B, you'll also get a refund on your cooldown as well. So it's like, it is incentivized if you can't get your second or third Q off, if it doesn't seem reasonable that you can also like get close enough to get an auto attack stack, then it's just like, it's fine to just get your first Q. Few combos for me to make note of is if you're in melee range or close to it, you can actually just Q instantly get your invul, and then Q, auto, Q. Like, that is a combo that you can make happen for yourself, so you can actually get max damage combo pretty quickly. But if you're far off, your teleport will actually be too quick for your Q, so you won't get the proc immediate. Oh, wait, I just sent out my ultimate. Let's undo that. Yeah, I'll send that off. But like something like this. You send Q, E, that proc will actually still exist, so you need to commit to the dash to fully get the proc up. So that's a few things. Now, I already showed you my ultimate. A few things that I want to note is that it is a pretty slow animation to get that out, so like if you have a dash ability, you can get out. So it's pretty incentivized to actually get a Q stack first before you send out the ult so you can commit. So like a quick combo that I want to like be able to present to you, as I get that out of the way, is that's not super smooth. I think you want to actually start with your W first, so you can get the attack speed boost immediately afterwards. So you can get like this off. Now, I actually am on cooldown for that one. I think also a few notes over the walls that you can use across the map is stuff like this. If you are roaming, then like pretty easy things here. If you are making an escape, there is a dummy here for a reason. Much like Yasuo, you can use it to get over the wall. So like, I think there are a few tips. I think using your slow Qs to be able to set up for your ultimate. Bulldog in the LPL made a cardinal mistake, is that after he got an execute off of a champion, there is this box, retrieve it. It's a cooldown reset on your ulti. It's a 20% cooldown reset on your ulti, and you get a stack that increases your execute on ulti. So like, it is really crucial after an execution that you have within the game to be able to retrieve it for the next play. So those are the small things to make note of. I asked Quid also like playstyle questions of like what to expect when you're playing the champion, is that you're just there to create space. If you can find a great ult angle or a setup angle, then perfect. But if you're creating space for your front line to be able to move in and start the fight, then that's great.
And also, we can expect to see him pretty much all over the place, right? Like, I've been hearing mid, bot lane, jungle. Like, where do you think Locke is viable?
I don't think his jungle is good at all.
No.
Okay.
I think mid 100%. There are some people in solo queue that are playing top lane Locke, but mid is his primary position. But it's interesting. Like, in the LPL, we're not seeing him at all.
Oh, yeah. Well, LPL, yeah. LPL, we're seeing it less. I think Kespa Cup, we saw it a lot, right? And it's a flex between, because now people are playing Assassins and Mages bot, it's a flex between bot and mid. And I expect in the LCS, if it gets through bans, because again, it was 100% perm ban yesterday. If he gets through bans, I expect to be bot or mid, depending on who's more comfortable with that. For TL specifically, I think you're looking at Quid playing it, for sure.
Yeah, 1,000%.
Well, we'll see if we get any Locke in the LCS this weekend. But we also did earlier today ask some fans for some of their takes. So we do have FanFest going on. We have some of the tailgates out there. Some of the teams had some tents up. So we actually have fans in the studio with us.
Okay.
For some takes. Let's get the first fan in. Who are you?
My name's Jonathan.
Jonathan, nice to meet you, Jonathan. What's your take?
My take is that I know everybody's really excited for the Palafox Summer, but
we all are. Yep.
Diggs got last how many times in a row? I think it's time that Riot tries to figure something out with Disguised and make it to where they're not the team that faces relegation. It should be Dig. Like, let's be honest.
That's a take. That's a hot take. That's a very hot take.
Disguised struggles to keep their players. We saw Castle leave because he got bought out. They struggle to keep their players because they don't have money to afford those things. But if they had a regular stable spot, they could get sponsors and they could get stuff like that to afford those players and keep their players and actually work towards being better and not just feeding the higher teams and stuff like that.
So it sounds almost like you're just a fan of bringing back relegation in general. Yeah,
Correct.
because like teams like Dignitas, you think should have to defend their spot?
Specifically Dig, if that doesn't sound too lame.
Sure.
They got last a lot, so it's time.
Okay.
It's time, I think.
Damn,
What do we
I
think?
feel like
I like the take.
It's interesting because like I think throughout the history of Dignitas, it's been a struggle, especially like in the last 5 years. This year,
That's a lot of years, Rest.
that is a lot of years. But I feel like there's something a lot different about this year. A, because I feel like there's a true vision with Jonathan coming in and like having a clear idea of what he wants to build this team. Obviously, the first two splits, not great. First split boomed by visas. that one sucks. But I think the third split, bringing in Denethor and having a lot more young blood coming in is a great concept. And I want to judge this year of Dignitas differently than the last one when we're just talking about how it's managed. So that's how I view it. I actually have some faith and trust in the process and where it's going. But we'll see. I mean, that's a lot of losing. So I understand the sentiment.
Do you feel that Denethor is that much of like a difference from bringing in the young player and Photon and stuff like that? And then the vision of a few years ago with Dig Summer, with Sven and with Jensen and all that stuff?
They were like different visions. I like the Jensen Sven vision because it was like content memeing. That was like Dignitas's core with Kiwi Kid.
Yeah,
like
Dig Summer.
And I'm a cutie pie and everything. Like that was like that. I love that vision. And if it was a longer term vision, that's perfect. This one, I think a team that is not doing well consistently. There's been in every league like a farmer team, a team that picks up like great tier 2 players and tries to retain them and make them franchise players. That's what I personally want to see from Dignitas or Shopify or a team that's just basically maybe not trying to, Shopify is a bad example, spend as much, but will try and like build around core pieces. So for me, I have faith, especially with the vision that we're starting to see with Denethor, but I think the sentiment is more than fair.
Yeah, and I just want to get back to the original point of like, I completely agree that there should be consequence for consistently being last place.
Sure.
Right? And that currently feels like there's no consequence and we're just stuck with them forever. I do believe, and I might be speaking a little out of turn, when franchising was initially involved, there was a mechanism of if you're either last place or bottom 2 in like X number of splits in the last years, you could be up for replacement. But then that would be about the, like all the teams in the partnership like voting to say we don't want you anymore. Like everyone has to say whether or not they believe in them. So I don't know if that still exists, but I agree with the general sentiment that there should be consequence.
It's a cool take. Thank you so much for your time with Jonathan, right?
Yes.
Thank you, Jonathan. All right, that was awesome.
Thank you.
Let's bring up the next one. And while that, I think another point was the DSG, how many players of theirs get picked up by other teams?
LCS
Yeah, they are
absolutely.
kind of that, farming team. But hello, what's your name and what's your take?
Howdy, I'm AJ Blast, and my take is that due to the nature of the bot lane quest role, it allows any other type of archetype of champion to be played in that. And as an unfortunate consequence, that's why we now have mages in the bot lane. We have potentials where people are playing Scion and other tanks that are now building more AD items because they just have gold now compared to other lanes. And so that's just a very unfortunate consequence of just due to the nature of the bot lane quest role giving you more gold for the entire game, because that's what champs are really reliant on, is just gold.
Do you feel like that is the most like universally flexible role quest as compared to top lane, which gives experience, and mid lane, which gives you damage?
Yes, I think it is probably the most flexible one because every champion can use gold. Like there are some that don't use it as much, but having more gold means more items, which items are really big stat multipliers and just really good.
Yeah. So I know this is probably going to come as a shock from a bot laner, but why do you think that's bad?
So the reason I think it's bad, so I play support. My primary thing is I play hook champions, and so
My man.
Yeah. So having a mage that I can't get access to at all is very unfortunate because I, as a champion, am now just kind of useless unless I do extremely risky plays, and the risk of me trying to do things is mitigated by someone that's just, I'm just going to stand 200 units behind. I'm going to throw a Q every 4 seconds. You can't really do much for me. And then for tanks and other things of that nature that are playing it, well, they're a tank, and as a hook champion, if I pull a Scion, that's kind of what he really wants to happen. If I pull an Ornn, if I pull anything else, if I pull an Assassin, well, now they just blink onto my ADC and then they kill them. So
I do think it does encourage it more, right? But I also think a lot of mages have been really broken in the bot lane for a very long time.
Yeah.
Anytime you looked at like any like Mobalytics or UDGG or just checking like how bot lanes generally do in terms of win rate, they've had super high win rates for multiple metas, and I think really what got competitive chugging along and starting to play more mages bot is T1 started playing a lot of Mel Pike or like or Mel Camille, and it was interesting to be like, okay, how do we deal with this? Because every AD carry, even the most strongest one of like Elise, Caitlyn, are getting murdered by that role. And then people started finding encouragement out of just started playing more Cassio, Ziggs, like other mages to also start to learn that. Because I think AD carry players in general are super resistant to any meta changes.
The most resistant.
Yeah, out of anybody. And so once you start realizing you can play pretty much anything in bot lane, and now you see double mage compositions, you're like, well, now I can just play a tank because that is so much better. So I think counterpicking into what you see against the enemy team has always been strong, and mages have always been very good.
Yeah.
But it's more just people are being inspired by the most popular teams playing it.
Yeah, I also think it's interesting you're coming at it from a support perspective because like there's two things at play here. There's one, like your solo queue experience, and then there's the competitive experience. And I know like a lot of people way back, I don't know how long you've been playing, but there were a lot of people who were mad when support started getting items, and support itemization has been a huge bear for the balance team because of how other lanes have adapted it. So I think like I actually do like mages in the bot lane, especially in competitive. I think it's a really interesting way, and back in 2018 when people are basically relearning what we learned back then, which was without role quests, that mages are still really, really strong, and AD carry players just kind of refused to play them. But in like across multiple different regions, we're seeing different teams adapt. Like outside of Viper and a few other players, LPL has actually been pretty resistant compared to other regions. They've been playing a lot more AD carries. I've been tracking it across like all major regions. And I think where it's going to settle is at about 50-50, which I actually don't think is bad, especially in competitive.
It's funny because I think in scrims, I'm not sure your experience of like when it's a complete AD carry meta and then you go up against one person that just has that mage pocket pick. Like for me, it was mash me, cart this bot. It's like suddenly the response is like, oh, that's really strong. We're banning it for the whole block.
Shock to the system.
We're never gonna have to play. We don't think we're ever playing against it. We're not gonna pick up any we're not picking up a lesson off of it. We're just like, just because it's his pick, we're banning it, and we're not acknowledging that it's just actually strong and maybe we should try it. And I think that has been a thing for many years, and now it's just being thrown onto the surface for everyone to see.
Interesting take, though. I do like it. And I love how it was because you're a hook support and you want AD carries to come back so you can hook the AD carries.
Yes.
That's very biased, but I respect
it's extremely, but it's the right take.
Thank you so much, AJ Blast. Also, we've heard that LEC is going a little long, so we're delaying the start of our first series, which means we have time for some extra fan takes, because we do have more fan takes. So let's get the next fan up here. What's your name and what's your take?
Hey, how's it going? I'm Tyler. So my take is that I love this spot meta.
Let's go!
I mean, did you tell AJ? I'm not high-fiving that. I'm not a big fan of that. I'm on AJ's side. Why do you love the bot meta?
So for a lot of the game that I've been watching, I started somewhat recently, but it's all of pro play has been around the bot lane. It's been the junglers path down, the supports stay in lane and just fight each other to the death, and whoever clicks better wins. That's not totally true. There's a lot more into it than that, but this has been really cool to see supports leaving lane, going top lane or mid lane permanently, and you have to flip a lot of fights, especially when Camille's around, and I think that's really fun. It brings a lot of action that I feel like I don't usually see.
What role do you play?
So I'm a mid laner.
You're a mid laner.
I also like
so
playing
you like the supports being in your lane?
And I like playing mage's bot. So
That's awesome. I mean, I do agree that there's two things happening with the mage bots right now. It's not only are we seeing different champs in the bot lane, but we're almost seeing like a new role unlocked. Like rather than it being support, it's kind of roamer, right? Because they leave at level 3 and kind of never come back. They just get their experience from champion kills, and they're often underleveled, which is a new style of game. It just means there's an extra half to full person on the map for the rest of it. So it does change the way you skirmish on the top side of the map entirely. And then, like in pro play, at least after 14 minutes or after the first turret's done anyway, they're switching lanes as it is.
Yeah.
So I actually want to, I'm kind of waiting for, like, why are mage bots still going mid in the mid game? It should just be whichever champion is better in side lanes. Should be the one going to side. But it's also just because the players themselves have like learned the certain patterns of where you should be going in the mid game. But I think it's completely unexplored. So I think it's a good take.
The only thing I don't like, Camille. Like level 1 Halo Blade
Camille hater.
Just like permanently impacting.
It's crazy strong.
You're just realizing, oh, maybe I should just end up in the enemy jungler at level 1 and just like stop his clear, and I don't care if I'm under leveled. That's actually the one thing that I do not like, but everything else I think I enjoy.
Did anyone see Medic's crash out over that yesterday on LEC? He had a great crash out about his thoughts on Camille Sport, so I agree with Medic's take, but also I agree that it is fun. I like it when there is different like approaches to how to play League of Legends, at least conceptually. Then sometimes you realize, oh, lane swaps make the game states a little boring. They were fun at first because, ooh, something new and shiny, but then they get less fun. I feel like that's kind of where I land with the current bot meta as well, is it's like, it's going to be kind of in-action bot lanes, but the excitement factor is the supports roaming around and making things happen on the map with this kind of secondary.
Or Masu playing Silas. Like, you legitimately, there are assassins being played bot lane.
Yeah.
With
Or Masu playing Ziggs and Dynamo.
Akali.
Yeah, Akali, Silas.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
Okay, fair
Thank
enough.
you, Tyler.
Yeah,
Thank
you
you.
very much.
Appreciate it.
Give me Lockbot today.
Yeah.
Let's go.
All right, let's get the next take in here. Oh, the guy with the shirt. I love this shirt.
The guy
by
with
way.
the shirt?
I think everyone's wearing shirts, Kangas.
Yeah,
Oh, I'm sorry.
There we go.
All right, what's your name? What's your take?
Hi, my name is George. My take is that 7-man rosters are always doomed to fail.
Topical.
I'm giving an entire 7-man roster presentation in a bit.
That'll be fun. Maybe you can add to the presentation.
Yeah.
So we'll be doing that in a second. Give us your take, like more in detail, why 7-man rosters are doomed to fail.
So basically, like, you're splitting time between players, and a lot of players who come in from other regions have already complained before that compared to what they were doing before, they don't play as much, don't practice as much, and now you're splitting that time in game. And even throughout a series, they don't have time to adapt. And if you're saying, oh, well, we have two players, they play kind of differently, and we want to see which one's fitting better for the meta, you're going to have to take some losses along the way, and then maybe you find the guy, but then even if you make it into one of the couple of seeds where you get to go to Worlds, and somehow they get their act together, well, now the meta shifted because Riot always drops a Worlds patch and whatever, and that guy might not be that guy, and if you just had stuck to your guns, played one dude, maybe they'd finally be good enough at the game to actually just show up.
That's an interesting point, because I feel like we just kind of accept it as a given at this point. It used to be a conversation back when I was starting to watch LCS and, professional esports. It's like, oh, the server's not as strong in NA. Like, you don't get as much practice, good practice in solo queue as Korea. People go to Korea to boot camp to play solo queue. And that's an interesting take, that, like, if the best games they're going to get are in scrims and on stage, and they're splitting scrims, they're splitting stage time, that is less, like, time on the Rift to learn a meta and learn a format.
And I'll say, there's a lot of guys like APA, Dokla, who are like really loud in the scene. And they love the game. They put their time into it. They're loud because it's a passion to them. So they put in the time, and it shows.
Yeah, and you definitely want to be able to commit to those type of people. And I think, to me, it depends on how long you are committing to that 7-man. Because the words I heard were, it was a trial to see who was the better player, or like better fit for the team. Which is, okay, is it going to be for the first 3 weeks and then you decide? Is it going to be the first 5 weeks then you decide? Are you just sticking to a 7-man throughout the entire split? Because to me, if it's 7-man for the entire split, that's bad. Because the person who is not going to be playing with the team is not going to be, sure, they're going to be watching, but they're not going to be having the same lessons either in the 2v2, let's say if it's Tactical and Vulcan, they're going to have the different lessons with certain matchups and not come to the same conclusions as Ven and Vulcan, because they're not having the same playtime.
Yeah, thank you very much for your take. We're going to have Emma's presentation on it, so we're not going to over-discuss, but we'll talk about it more later. Thank you.
Yeah. I think we have time for another take here. So let's get one last take from the fans. Oh, thank you, George, by the way.
Thank you,
awesome. Yeah, I like your shirt too, by the way.
Thank you. I appreciate it. I got the pleasure of seeing Lowell Park too. It was amazing.
That's so cool. Awesome. What's your name? What's your take?
My name is Aaron, and my take is that Berserker should go back to C9.
Ooh. Why?
Why? I don't know. I just really want to see C9 lift a trophy again, have him run across the stage.
Because he's good. Because he's good.
So you're just a C9 fan.
While we're at it, we should have Fudge on top lane again.
Oh my God. Wait a minute. Just trying to relive the heydays.
I don't know if the other C9 fans will agree with you.
How do you feel about Jensen mid?
Jensen mid? Oh, yeah. We did have some problems in the mid lane. But MNS...
Yeah.
I mean,
they
try their best. I understand that they try their best, so I don't want to blame anyone.
Well, okay, if Berserker goes to C9, that means Lion need an 80 carry.
Why would Berserker want that?
Yeah.
Well, I mean, we're just saying hypotheticals
Yeah,
here.
what's your pitch for Berserker to go back to C9 other than wanting to make C9 better? What's
how
he
do you
get there
him?
that he can't get online?
Help Jack out here with the pitch.
More money? Well, it's not good for Jack. That part's not good for Jack.
Let's see, more money, spend your support. I mean, what more do you want? You got to run across the stage at the championship game.
You can do that with Lion too, though.
True. In fact, he arguably has a better chance of doing that. He already was able to make it happen.
I think Cloud9 fans would be happy about that.
Cloud9's want this to
I'm not
happen.
liking this.
Well, hey, I like the take, but I think that was just a C9 take. Let's actually get your quick thoughts, though. What are your thoughts on the 7-man roster, since we have you here? C9 fan. Believer? Thumbs up,
I don't
thumbs
know,
down?
that one's hard. That one's
That's
hard.
hard.
Thumb in the middle. Thumb in the middle right now.
Think about it. All right, thank you so much,
Thank
all the
you.
fans.
Thank you, everyone.
Thank you so much. That was awesome
Thank
having them in
you.
Appreciate
live.
you guys.
Yeah.
We've gotten them pre-recorded sometimes, but this time we actually got to.
Yep.
I got to compliment somebody's shirt in the
Yeah.
That's true.
That was awesome.
Several
Well, you
shirts.
complimented that he had a shirt,
Yeah,
which was
and
I was concerned about
Everyone
that.
is wearing a shirt.
Well, the bird shirt especially.
Yeah,
The
bird
bird
shirt's
shirt is
nice.
really
That's
cool.
good.
All right, Emily, we talked about already,
Yeah.
though. 7-man rosters. That's the fans are talking about it. A lot of people are talking about it. Are we going to talk about it?
So let's talk about some 7-man rosters. Look, this is only 5 people are showing, but they were part of a 7-man roster.
Is this custom Emily art?
On C9. Yes, I actually drew this for Draw My Life as Azel.
This is awesome.
Nice.
And I'm reusing it because why not? So, 7-man rosters in League of Legends. A mistake?
I love how you're dodging.
mark?
This is my
I love how
presentation.
you have the white letters on the black background just to make sure.
Look at how happy they are. This was at 2018 Worlds. Why 7-man roster? Playstyle differences. Sometimes players have different playstyles that you want to take advantage of, and they might work differently. Champion pool differences, something that we've seen in Fearless, specifically CFO called out with their 6-man roster with both Driver and Rest previously, that they really wanted to make the most of both of their different play styles, and specifically champ pool for picks in top lane. Synergy, this 2018 roster actually had 2 permutations of jungle mid specifically that they were running to try to make the most of the synergy between players. 7 men can be greater than 5 men. There's a whole 7 of them.
In a fight,
If you need to move a couch, you know, like maybe you want more people. Look at this. This is 2018 RNG. It's my personal best iteration of a 7-man roster, and unfortunately they fell short of the golden road, so maybe not a harbinger for 7-man rosters. How 7-man roster? Very carefully. You have a lot of big egos. Everyone wants to play, and I don't think that's a bad thing, so you need to make sure that you are communicating for top down from management, coaching staff, and within the team. I actually think this is super important. I have heard and seen people not communicate why a player is getting subbed out. That player gets really mad. It destroys their world's chances. Don't be EDG 2015. If you're committing to using all 7 players, consider set lines for synergy playstyle. I already talked about that with the previous C9 iteration. Actually draft to player strengths. This can actually get tricky, especially in Fearless. We saw this again with CFO when they were running their 6-man roster and got kind of pinned down into picking a driver champ for Rest. So something to keep note. Here's CFO specifically. Don't forget, League of Legends is littered with the corpses of failed 6 and 7-man roster attempts. There are more corpses than successes. Some of the time, 7-man rosters will just end up being a tryout for what will eventually be a 5-man starting lineup anyway.
Yeah.
Good luck, bros.
Good luck, bros.
That's it. It's my presentation. Thank you.
There you go.
Okay, so on that, do you think this C9 7-man roster is a tryout for a 5-man roster?
Yeah.
Okay.
That's
Well,
absolutely.
there we go.
Finish that one.
Honestly, I do think that's what's going to happen, despite the fact that C9 previously, like I said, in 2018, they did run the 7-man roster with the Swole Bros duo and then Blabber Jensen. And I think that did work for a time, but I think in most scenarios, and that's why I point to RNG 2018 with Let Me Zatai and Karsa MLXG is the best iteration.
How many people
No,
are coming
why
out of
don't
this
they do
one?
the clown
That's
card?
all we
Let's
know.
do the clown
We
card.
don't know yet. We don't know yet.
4.
Okay.
5.
There has to be 6 or 7.
No!
That's a different vehicle.
Yeah,
a different Kia.
doesn't count.
They have 2 Kias? He doesn't even have a C9
Hey,
jersey
yeah,
yet.
give him a jersey.
Oh,
What?
Somebody get that man a jersey.
This is the starting
trialing.
roster for today.
He's trialing out to get the jersey. That's what it's
true.
yeah.
Wait, then why does Loki already have his jersey?
Because he's
We're
already
just
played on
reusing
C9
on the team. Yeah, he has his own one.
We're just
Important to note,
reusing
though,
his
this
art.
is the starting lineup for Game 1.
Yep.
So
Yes.
if they're trying out different lines, maybe they change it. But for now, we know it's Loki tactical.
Which is actually really interesting because in the Soup Invitational, they were running Tactical APA and Loki Sven and kind of running back the previous C9 roster.
Yeah. I mean, okay.
Okay.
I don't disagree with your takes on the 7-man roster, which maybe makes it not like a great conversation. Because I also do think it's going to be a tryout. I don't think you can maintain it for that long of a period of time, especially with the number of stage games we have. So if we were at the LPL and we're playing, 62 stage games a split or something, I think you have a higher chance of keeping it together for longer. But I think they're going to have to settle on it within, I think I give it like 5 weeks or something before they pick their starters.
Yeah, and I mean, I think it's incredible for Tactical, who made this post at the beginning of the year talking about how he wanted to set expectations for himself. He was also very much lamenting and reflecting on his career thus far and the effort that he put in, and that he also just stated a very clear goal for himself, as you can see in the highlighted bar in the bottom, saying, if I don't get any more LCS opportunities in 2027, then I'll likely move on, but he'll be back on the grind. And after this post, he streamed consistently. He then joined Conviction. He was like a marked upgrade, the best AD carry alongside Bounty, the best bot lane in the NACL, and then ended up winning that split. So it was a great story for him to find the way to be able to A, get back on the grind, B, win out NACL, and then now C, he's on an LCS stage.
Yeah, and I'm always kind of rooting for Tactical just because I feel like his ceiling is still so high, and I always think of that double lift meme tier list where he put Tactical on a good day, best AD carry in the world, Tactical on a bad day, worst, and then ranked everyone in between the two Tacticals. So I think for all that we've talked about his inconsistency, his ceiling, we know, is so good, especially since he's returned to the grind this year.
It's funny you mentioned that, though, because I feel like it's time we address the elephant in the room. Yes, Tactical has had highs, he's had some lows, but there's one person that's been a little critical of it and happens to now be on the same team. Oh, I will dominate, Christian Rivera. It started off as playful, right? He was positive. He was supportive of Tactical. In 2020, Tactical had his first win at Worlds. Dom was congratulating him. Earl would be proud.
Yeah.
I don't even know, honestly. I feel like that's been lost
So
in the
you
ages.
don't know whether that's flame or not.
Well, I'm assuming it seems positive. Second one, though, this is where it gets a little interesting. It's playful, right? Nice to see that TSM was able to retain Tactical after selling him to TL. A little light banter, right? Tactical's leaning into it. Hop in, we're going to find out who asked. That was 2021. Let's go down the years, though, because it gets a little more concerning. I just smashed my TV in front of 30 guests at my party because of Tactical. Dom is breaking property. He is ruining himself financially because of what Tactical is doing. And then, a couple years later, 2024, we're not even talking about the same region. If nothing else, I hope we can move past the narrative of Jackie Love being a player that ends every game like Tactical in 2021. He's so obsessed with Tactical. And I got to ask Dom, what's going on? Have you apologized? Has this been addressed? Because this could cause some awkward moments. And speaking of, let's hear from the man directly, because Azale is standing by with Dom for an interview.
Thank you. I'm here with Dom ahead of your series here, kicking off Summer Split. You are now the new head coach. How does it feel stepping into the position?
Feels good. I wasn't expecting it, but obviously things change. So now I got to step into a new role. We have, we had a little bit of a hard time at first. We brought in new players. We had to find another coach. We also got Yamato on board, but I feel like we landed on our feet. I feel like we landed in a pretty good spot, all things considered. Normally it's kind of hard to have roster changes in the middle of the season, but I'm happy with how everything ended up turning out.
Do you feel like now being head coach, there is additional pressure compared to, being an assistant coach, or does it kind of feel like business as usual?
I don't think there's additional pressure. I think it's the same pressure. It's just you have different responsibilities as a head coach than as an assistant coach. Before I worked really closely with Blabber. Now I'm going to be doing more overarching things for the team. So it's just different responsibilities, really. It's not something massively different in terms of an increase in workload.
Makes sense. So obviously, talk to me about the 7-man roster. You mentioned you have some new players coming in, obviously Tactical coming in, Loki coming back. What is the thought process with how you're going to utilize these additional players?
Well, without saying too much, we're trying to solve for deficiencies that we had before. I think it was pretty obvious when we played against TL and Lion that we weren't good enough to beat them. I definitely think that there was things that we could have done better in those series, but we're just trying to find the best roster to compete because obviously we're here to win. We don't want to skate by and try to be fighting for a world slot or fighting for third or something like that. We want to obviously do the best possible. We want to win, and we're just doing whatever we can to actually get to that goal.
So talk to me about how it has been, being a content creator, being a coach streamer, and then being a coach. Obviously when Tactical got picked up, people are quick to be like, you were flaming them. Yep. So is that something that you guys talked about or talked through, or is just total non-issue?
Well, isn't that just coaching now? Like you're just flaming them, but you're just flaming them privately now instead of publicly. Obviously a joke, but
out of love.
Out of love. But I mean, yeah, I think that there was a lot of things that I was critical of. Like when you're a coach streamer, you're obviously going to react to big plays and big ints, whatever they are, and that's going to be where you're going to react the most. But I think most people, when they work together, you're just all trying to work towards a common goal. So I don't think that people really hold grudges like that when you're behind the scenes. But yeah, I mean, it's funny that we ended up working together, to be honest. I mean, even Ian, we were friends, we duo queued. Then there was last year where I was like, this guy is just not playing Yone, I was going in on him on stream. So it just is what it is, I approach it like I would. I'm like, yeah, that happened. I was criticizing him. Most players that are that get to the highest level, they're like, yeah, I was bad at that or something. They're pretty honest with themselves. That's the thing about good pro players, the players that have been around a while, is they're pretty honest with themselves. It's not like they think that what they did was actually really good or they cope like that. They're pretty grounded in that way. So yeah, it's just something that you laugh about with your team and then you just get to work.
Makes sense. Well, thank you very much, Dom. Appreciate it. Good luck.
Thank you.
Well, there we go. We got an answer.
Yeah, there we go.
That's pretty much what I expected. They're all pros. This happens in traditional sports all the time too.
Does Tactical owe Dom a TV though for what happened to his last one?
No,
from what I heard,
it was a meme, Kangas. It was fake.
I believe everything I read on the internet.
He made it up.
He needs to give him a new TV.
There we go. Thank you, Raz. Thank you, Raz.
Moving on. We already covered how Quid, melee specialist, could pick up Locke and really pop off. And I agree with Raz on that take, but he also just really popped off in their lower bracket run. Both he and Morgan really, really stepped up, and I think through the lower playoff bracket, and then at MSI, Morgan in particular, really, really elevated his play.
Yeah, versus Kana, in lane, destroyed him. I think he did quite well versus Doran. He's a player that I felt had a considerable amount of criticism from the community during the regular season, especially I guess during the qualifiers at EWC. That was where it kind of felt like it stemmed from. And then people questioned that. And also when you're drafting and getting into losing lanes a lot, and so you were like, what are we supposed to see here from Morgan? And then from all the top laners who have been scrimming against him, saying that he's top 2 or the best, is what are we not seeing? Then we got to see him on the main stage at MSI, and that was the Morgan that I think a lot of people were expecting when you see the signing.
Yeah, but then we also saw Jose in pretty much all his spring split.
Beautiful game.
Until the last few weeks, he was the front runner for MVP.
Yeah.
I think then played well in playoffs and also at MSI. So it's going to be interesting to see how much he is playing to set up Quid, because I think that's when the team really started to click, rather than Jose just playing for himself. And the Lee Sin,
don't give him Lee Sin.
You're either picking it away from him right away, or you're banning it the whole series because it's been that good.
I'm a bit concerned for teams going up against him because now we're saying, well, you got to ban Locke for Quid. You got to ban Lee Sin for Jose.
You got to ban Locke because it's broken, I think.
That's actually. And I feel once we get to see Core JJ and the Camille, it's he's back to his roaming days.
Yeah.
You may not want to give him that. So I think right now there's a lot that Team Liquid is showing that you don't want to deal with.
3 must bans. So maybe Vulcan plays the Camille. Maybe they can pick it away, huh?
Yeah,
Think about it. Let's talk about predictions.
Yeah, who do you think is going to win?
Yeah. Who's taking it? Let's pull it up on the screen.
Dun, dun, dun.
I feel like this is going to be a contentious one because I could see it going either way. All right, Jet, you're the only C9 believer.
Tell me about TL first. I want to hear you guys. 45 seconds. Why is TL good?
Well, C9 is going through a 7-man roster, and throughout all the issues, I think the week 1 is going to be the worst iteration of C9, where they're the least quote-unquote engaged in results. I think they want to know what is the best fit currently and what. So I think it's going to be tough. Whereas Team Liquid are right now on this stride from MSI to this point. They're playing their best League of Legends yet.
Emily,
yeah,
why do you think
I mean, I think TL are going to come in with still, despite the fact that they didn't make it out of play-ins, I think they're still going to come in very hungry with a lot of momentum. I think at the end of, and in their kind of destruction of C9 in the lower bracket, they really unlocked the way they want to play, especially around Quid. And I think it's a great meta for them.
I mean, those are interesting points. You can be hungry, you can have a great meta, but do you understand what season it is? It is the regular season. Cloud9 In lock-in regular season, undefeated. In spring regular season, undefeated. What team in the world is undefeated in 2026 regular season? It's just C9. Okay. And all of you are saying that they're not going to win here? This is their worlds. They are T1 of the regular season. Thank you. Got it. Let's start the games. Start the games. Protect C9 at all costs.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to LCS Opening Week presented by MasterCard here at the Riot Games Arena. It's time for our second day of competition after we kicked things off yesterday, and we're going to start this one off with a battle of the blue. First up, it's C9, the squad that ran the show for the regular season back in spring. We're not quite able to get all the way across the finish line, make it to that international competition. But the biggest international is yet to appear this year with Worlds in North America. You know this squad is hungry to bounce back, to keep winning in regular season, to start winning in the playoffs, and to show us what these changes they've made during their downtime between spring and summer are made of. But if they want to keep the good times rolling in the regular season, they got plenty of opponents looking to shut that down. Starting with their opponents, the other blue team in the LCS. It's Team Liquid. Coming back from MSI, they were in the play-ins and they were given a tough assignment. Only one team got out of that phase, and it turns out the reigning world champs were one of their competitors. They managed to take down all other opponents except for the fabled T1. But I think for TL, that's still a pretty impressive record. Coming back from that one now, you know they want to get a chance to compete internationally again, to compete for another LCS trophy again. And the journey to those accolades begins today with a battle in a best-of-3 against C9. Two shades of blue enter, my friend, but only one will still remain after the dust settles on this battle. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm Captain Flowers, joined by Azael, here for this best-of-3, and I'm excited to see what these two are going to bring to the table to kick things off in summer.
Yes, sir. It should be a lot of fun. I mean, especially with C9 having two members added to their team, and both of them are starting here in game number one. We don't know what the rest of the series is going to hold, but Loki and Tactical are starting off Summer Split for C9. And I think a lot of people are going to be jumping to some strong conclusions based on how this game goes.
That's always what happens when you have these rosters that have more than just the five-man core. Opinions are going to be that much more inflammatory when it comes to someone's performance, either over-exceeding or under-exceeding. But right now, we've got Jat standing by with the newest member of Cloud9, Tactical.
Tactical, it's been a while, a couple years since you've been on the LCS stage, but getting to play your first game here, how's the adrenaline coming before this match?
Yeah, it's been like about 2 years, so I'm excited. Hopefully I'm not too nervous, but I think I'll perform, so I'm ready for the match.
How much have you been able to practice with the team? I know you were the Korean boot camp and you're splitting time with Sven, but how much have you been able to practice leading up to this match?
I've been able to practice a lot. I think so far our practice has been decent, and just trying to get on the same page, so just working on that.
Also, your first LCS game was over 6 years ago with Core JJ, and now your return is against Core JJ. Is there any added significance there?
Nah, I'll just beat him. It's okay.
Sounds good. Let's send it back to the cashers. Good luck, Tactical.
Thank you.
I'll just beat him. Easy.
Nothing
Simple
to
as
it,
that.
man.
Just take down Core JJ. And I always feel like when I was competing, playing against your friends is so much fun, right? Because there is that extra rivalry. You want to get one over on your buddies. You want to show them that you still got it, that maybe they're missing out. You know, maybe they should be playing with you.
Hey, man, remember back when we used to play together? Both of our screens would say +20 after the end of the game. Now it's only mine. What's up with that? Yeah, there's always just some certain level of fun with that friendly rivalry there. But now let's go ahead and hear from across the aisle. Jat standing by once more, this time with Core JJ.
Core, I just talked to Tactical, knowing that his first LCS game was with you, and now his return is against you. Is there any added adrenaline in this match, knowing that you're going up against Tactical again?
I don't know what else I need to say a lot, but I fully support Tactical. I think I'm glad he's coming back. It's good for us because we're gonna win today. And also, I'm glad that he's coming back to the LCS. I think he's like third best ADC in the league, so I think he's gonna do great after today.
After today, appreciate it, Core JJ. Also, you came back from MSI where even though you couldn't take down T1, you smashed KC. So what do you feel like that said about the EU versus NA relative power levels right now?
I think it's pretty close. I think Lion is showing they can do well against other teams, not only against the European team. And also we won a lot against European team recent years. But I also need to agree with they beat more Eastern team than us. So I think it's fair. I think we're still competing. And I wish we can beat against Eastern team and European team, but I think we need to improve on as well. Yeah, I mean, it's gonna be fun. I think these worlds will determine better.
Okay, thank you very much for the time, Core JJ. Let's send it back to the casters and get into the game.
I like that perspective. I think this Worlds will determine who is better because you do have the argument. Obviously, we're saying here in North America, yeah, head-to-head, Team Liquid absolutely thrashed KC. Lion absolutely thrashed G2, no comparison.
Yeah,
but
keep going. What happened last year in MSI?
That's okay.
FlyQuest thrashed G2, 3-0. What happened the one before that?
We have all of the head-to-head.
3-1, Fnatic.
But you're still going to have
record.
all of the people on Twitter with the G2 profile pictures, with the random soccer player profile
you're never
pictures.
Gonna convince them.
They're going to say, yes, but you guys have not yet beaten the Eastern teams. You haven't beaten the LPL. You haven't beaten the LCK. So there is still that argument in the online forums, in those conversations. And that's what Core JJ is saying. He's saying, yeah, I still recognize that we need to beat those Eastern teams. It's going to come down to Worlds. But if it's going to come down to Worlds, wouldn't you rather have it come down to you than trusting one of the other people in your league to represent your region? That's what both teams are here to do. They're here to win LCS. They're here to represent North America at Worlds on home soil. But it's all got to start somewhere. And today, both these squads will be taking that first step. Going into the time machine a little bit, back to the very start of this year, TL and C9 were the two teams that I think most people were the most hyped about. They were the ones competing against the Korean teams in the offseason. They were the ones that seemed like they were really trying to zero in and get going nice and early. Of course, a little bit different trajectories for how that took off, but now we're here in summer. Both of these teams got everything to prove. This is where you've really got to show what it's all about. Back in Lock-In, you can say, yeah, this is a kind of short split. It's added on extra. Spring is like, okay, it's not as important as summer. Summer's where it really counts. Let's go ahead and get into it. Cassiopeia and Poppy and Jace banned out by TL. C9 getting rid of Lee Sin and Orianna.
So Lock and Nocturne are the two that are getting perm banned usually, and both are not banned right now. So C9 has to decide, do we want to trade, or are we actually just going to leave, one up? Or are they going to ban out Lock, which is getting banned a tremendous amount? And they're going to ban 5. So Lock is up and available. We might get the first Lock of LCS right here, right now. We'll see if Quid wants to go for it. Lock and Nocturne are the two picks that I'm really thinking of as those kind of prime picks right now. 2 of the 3 most banned globally on this patch.
And when you think of Quid, you think of somebody who kind of built his name in LCS when people first started kind of turning heads towards this guy and how good he can be. You think of him on melee carries, right? You think that this fits right into the wheelhouse of what he would be able to play. And sure enough, there he is. All right, I'm going to hand it over to you, Azale, while I type in League of Legends.
I got you, brother. We got Action Pursuit, we got Purgatory, we got Ritual Nails, we got Silver Stake, and Soul Ignition.
Yep.
Just download them.
I'm reading all of those right now, too. That's
So we got Akali as the answer. And this was something that I was really curious about because Akali, another champion that is receiving a lot of bans, and it is another one of those powerful melee champs. So we're looking like we're going to have a couple of AP assassins here in the mid lane. Ezreal also, you know, the most highly prized bot laner right now. Ezreal and Ziggs are the two that most players are going towards. Kai'Sa would make sense, though. It is kind of that traditional old school counter towards Ezreal, something that can really answer him in mid lane and side lanes, can take those 1v1s pretty effectively. And it will be interesting to see if they want to go towards Nautilus. Obviously, you know, Nautilus not only good into the Ezreal, but I feel like Nautilus is good into Akali as well. Sure, you can Shroud if the depth charge is coming in, but you still get knocked up and revealed, and the hook and the follow-up is going to be there thereafter. So feels like it makes a lot of sense here. Even though Kai'Sa not as popular as it was back in the day, it's still a really popular pick, especially with Ezreal so prevalent in the meta.
Look, man, I know that Xayah and Rakan are written into League of Legends lore as a canonical couple, but Kai'Sa and Nautilus are the same thing in pro play. These two have been picked together time and time and time again.
What is Nautilus?
What?
What do you like? What even? What is the? Is there a dude in a suit? Or
he's
like
the thing from BioShock.
So is it a guy in a suit? That's still not answering my question.
Clanky man. I don't know.
Is it just you with an outfit, or is it like some eternal being? Give me the lore, brother.
He's some guy. I don't know what the lore is. I can't read. He's there though. He's Kai'Sa's partner in crime.
He's there.
He's there. And you know who else is there? It's Leona. This is a champion
she's there too.
that can often be very successful against other engaged supports because Leona will just be able to outstat them when it comes to the fight.
You press W, you are a lot tankier. Nautilus is kind of a fake tank. Nautilus is great as far as the engage is concerned, as far as the CC is concerned. The OG invade, I like that poster. But yeah, I mean, Nautilus goes in and Leona can kind of just intercept and go onto the Nautilus, and you can just kind of generally win out in those trades. Nefiri going to be the ban here, as there has been a lot of AD junglers getting taken out. We've obviously seen the Poppy getting banned, but a lot of focus towards Jose. We have seen this over the last couple months very consistently against TL. Jose has just been on fire. At MSI, he was incredible as well. So now it is Lee Sin, Nefiri, Vi, all banned against him. The Vayne says to me that Morgan wants to play Gnar, which is obviously one of his kind of bread and butter champs. These days, you generally see Vayne and sometimes also TF as those protection bans for Gnar, so that's kind of what is leading me to believe. But it does seem like with the Trundle ban, we could be getting a potential Xin Zhao for Blabber, or we could be seeing Thanatos thinking about a tank himself.
4 out of 5 bans towards Jose, man. That is so much respect for this guy in the jungle.
And it doesn't even feel like it's a bad move. Like, he's just playing that well.
He was, I 100% agree. At MSI, he was like the engine for Team Liquid in so much of what they were able to do. There's your ban for the Gnar coming out from Team Liquid. They do not want to give Thanatos one of his main champs.
Yeah, I just find the Vayne ban confusing then, to be honest. You know, because generally Vayne is considered a counter to Gnar, so you generally wouldn't be the one banning both, right? Because you're generally banning Vayne so you can play Gnar, but then they kind of like opened up the ability to play Gnar and then ban Gnar as well. So that was a bit surprising to me. But C9 considering Skarner here, which is really strong these days. Honestly, a tremendous amount of CC here between the Leona as well as that Skarner. Locke obviously really reliant on mobility as well as the W to stay alive. You can reactivate your W heal during CC, so that is up and available there for Locke. But Assassins always struggle against CC. Kai'Sa is going to be diving in. Locke is going to be diving in, and if you can lock them down, CC them up here with the Skarner, with the Leona, that could be pretty powerful.
I mean, even in, like, back before Skarner got his rework, I was always of the opinion that Skarner was the strongest in a meta where Assassins are viable and Assassins are powerful, because for a champion whose supposed weakness should be target access, when the targets come to you, you sit on your carry, you peel for your carry, the Assassin is going to have a very difficult job. So Wukong, Renekton locked in here for Team Liquid. And over on the other side, we will get the Rumble for Thanatos on C9.
Yeah, Thanatos going to be grabbing that Rumble. Going to be set up pretty effectively, you have to think, by the Skarner and Leona. Some good lockdown there. And a lot of engage, honestly, on both sides. You know, there is the ability to pick people off from both sides. You have Nautilus and Wukong for the potential engage. Obviously, Morgan can come in on flanks, and on the other side, you're looking at Vulcan and Blabber to set up these fights. It's kind of similar styles of compositions, honestly. You know, some slight differences, but they both are running pretty normal stuff here across the board. I'm just really excited to see how Quid performs on this lock. First lock of LCS, and it's one of our melee specialists getting to play it, and he's getting to play it in this match against Loki, where Loki is back with C9, he's in his return, he's playing an AP Assassin of his own. These kind of matchups can get crazy snowbally because Assassins generally have much more poor wave clear, their fallback patterns are a lot worse, so if someone gets ahead, it could get pretty one-sided.
I mean, they're the opposite of what we talk about when we think of like Maokai's and Sejuani's and things where it's like, yeah, the kit does the job no matter how much gold you have. It's fine if you're a pauper. It's not going to really matter that much. It's not really okay to be poor as a Kali or Locke, all right? You've got to make sure you're flying first class on these guys. And I'm really excited to see what Quid can do with it again. I think it's pretty audacious to leave it open against a melee specialist like we're talking about. We'll see if this backfires or not. If C9 ends up wishing they would have kept that one banned away. But first lock of the LCS, locked in for Quid, making our way to the Rift for game number 1 on this one. C9 and TL. I think it's also interesting because, if we would have beaten HLE, if Lion would have beaten HLE at MSI, NA would have 4 seeds at Worlds. Since Lion did not succeed at that, we have our usual 3. And I think most people are considering Lion, FlyQuest, and the 2 teams here on the Rift right now as the ones really in contention for those spots. So your results against those other top teams are going to matter a lot in terms of your placement.
Yeah, it absolutely does for confidence and, for getting that upper bracket advantage, trying to stay as safe as you possibly can, keep that extra life in playoffs. I mean, this is what the whole year really does build towards, is Summer Split. And there's so much importance on making Worlds, especially in a year where it's in NA, right? It is local. This is an opportunity for these teams to, build fandom, to, have themselves exposed to so much of a massive audience. It's also worth mentioning, this is Emily's match of the week. And I gotta say, I feel bad for Raz because it feels like Emily gets first pick of the litter. And Raz is just left with the scraps.
Raz also makes interesting choices sometimes, as now Quid throws out some of those nails towards Loki here in the mid lane, just drinking the potions, healing back up. Remember that he gets 3 nails every time he tosses them out. The slow will stack as that collides. Loki back with C9. After leaving at the end of last year, he went back to Korea for personal reasons. Now that's been taken care of. He's returned to North America here with C9, and they're looking for this to be a big addition back to the team. He had some really impressive moments when he was with them last year, and I'm excited to see him back.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, he was a really strong addition to the team, and you can see they even said, hey, we didn't want to get rid of Loki. It's just the way it worked out. He had to go back to Korea, so they unfortunately were without him, and were given the opportunity to bring Loki back and did so immediately. So we'll see how he can hit the ground running here after playing in the LCK again for a while. He is back and fighting against Quid and has not based just yet. But Quid doesn't want to trade too heavily after TPing before Loki TP's back, so just kind of keeping things even for now across the board. Really, all the lanes are just very, very even.
Well, the nice part for Locke against the Akali is because everything's a skill shot, if you have the idea of where he's at in the smoke, you can still do a lot of damage to him despite the fact that Loki might be in that normally very powerful defensive ability. Quid will just go ahead, pop a Soul Ignition, disengage off to the side here in the river. As we take a look at the junglers, we can see Jose Dioto has already gone back for his first shop, as has Blabber, but Jose has the slightly better purchase.
Yep, does have that better purchase. But before the game, Vulcan had a very important question to ask Dom. Let's take a listen.
Yo, Dom.
What's up?
On the broadcast, they were showing a collection of your Slander tactical tweets.
How many did I have?
There's like 5.
I got 5?
Slander
Like 5
tactical?
Tweets. That's it? I'm slacking, no?
I mean, I think they didn't pull all of them, maybe.
Oh, okay.
And then went straight to your interview with Azelle. What did he ask you?
He's like, why did you use the Slander tactical? I was like, I don't know. He's probably into it. Like, I don't know. Like, what do you want from me? Like,
5, that's it?
I like how it looks like Vulcan is waving to the camera, knowing that that's going to be pulled.
It's just like,
he knows
right.
exactly what he's doing.
For sure.
That's
Clip
an
it and
LCS
ship
bet
it.
right there.
All right, pretty slow early game here for the first 4 minutes. Yesterday, we got to see some pretty wild gameplay in our FlyQuest versus Lion head-to-head, but Team Liquid and C9 playing a little bit more patient here in game 1 today. As you can see, Quid step forward yet again, throwing out those nails, but not a whole lot of results other than clearing the way.
How do you feel about the Western theme skins?
I think they're pretty cool. The High Noon ones?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think they're pretty dope.
Those are like top tier for me. I love the sound effects. I don't even care what they look like, to be honest with you. I just love the sound effects.
No, they're super cool. I like them a lot. I know that you and I have disagreed on some skins before because you really like Pajama Udyr, and I think it's just stupid. But
That's why I like it.
We really agree on the high noon.
Like
Dredgeline comes in, collides with Tactical, but a nice essence shift.
Not sure where the breakdown of communication is here.
No, it's... We are valuing the stupidity differently.
It looks so stupid. I'm like, yes, exactly. That's why it's great.
We're valuing this one differently, bro. It's decent attempt at the engage at the bottom side. Doesn't turn into a whole lot. Jose Diodo is going to go ahead and start up this Drake solo, but the problem is Blabber is nearby. Now, of course, Team Liquid does have priority in the bottom lane, as Blabber will step forward. Jose not particularly fast at taking out this Drake. You can see he's stopped DPS now, as Loki will rotate over towards the area. And now it's going to be Blabber maintaining control over the Drake, as Jose has had to disengage. Blabber wants to try to finish this one off. CoreJJ is wrapping around here, but Vulcan is going to join with both supports now showing their faces. It means that there's no contest available for TL, so C9 is going to get Drake #1, easy peasy.
Yeah, I mean, you can see Wukong just gave it up immediately. Jose was over there just farming up his Krugs, not going to look for any sort of a contest. Loki had first move from mid. They had the Leona there faster as well, so wasn't really going to happen for a TL. And when you realize that the jig is up, all right, time to go do something else. You know, it's not going to work. Don't try to force it, and just continue to play your game. You can see Core moving through mid here, trying to help Quid get some prio. And so far, very, very quiet start to this game.
Yeah.
Not really even a lot of scrapping, to be honest, across the board. Just some kind of basic trades back and forth, but both teams feeling pretty comfortable and feeling, I think, pretty confident in their ability to take team fights. You know, both teams are kind of built fairly similarly, so it makes sense that no one is really feeling a lot of pressure on either side to kind of try to force something. I mean, it's really kind of down the line. You both got marksmen, you both got engaged supports, you both got AP assassins, you got like kind of bruisers in top lane. It's very, very similar.
And I mean, even the lanes themselves, look at these gold differences. It's nothing worth writing home about. It's not like anybody is building a decided advantage for themselves in their 1v1s.
Your mom would still like if you wrote, though.
What?
You said it's not worth writing home about.
Oh, well, no, my parents would probably more like a letter from you. Like, let's be honest here. We know who their favorite caster is, but this is not exactly the most interesting tale to tell about the state of a game here between TL and C9. It is slow and steady. This is the opposite of that first series yesterday.
Yeah, it's exactly. That maybe it'll ramp up, you know?
Okay.
Maybe we're just building up to the epic conclusion.
Okay, it's like a Magikarp in Pokemon, right?
Exactly.
It doesn't do anything but splash for 20 levels. But then once you get to level 20, that's when you're really feeling good about it.
That's when it's time to go hard.
Okay.
Or like Dune, you know? Great movie, but a little bit slow for a while.
Yeah, it was definitely slow for a while there at the...
But it was worth it by the end, right?
Yeah.
The sandworm comes and eats somebody, you're like, oh, hell yeah.
By the end, it's really cool, but it takes a while to get there.
Just like this game.
I'll agree. You know, the first time I remember watching the first Lord of the Rings movie, back when it first came out, I was watching it with my family because, you know, I was like 10 years old or whatever. And it gets to the end of the first film. We didn't know it was a trilogy. And my dad just goes, wait, what the hell? That's how it ends? Because we weren't expecting that. And I still remember that and laugh about it.
What about the evil eye?
I was like, wait, yeah, they're just standing on a hill? We didn't even fight the real bad guy. All right, let's see if we can get a fight here against these bad guys. And immediately Team Liquid's going in. Vulcan going to soak a bunch of damage here for the front line, but a nice impale ready to turn it around. Coming out from Blabber. Vulcan goes over the wall, but he goes down. It's first blood over to Quid as Loki takes out Jose Diodo. Quid going back in, looking to find another one, and CoreJJ picks up the kill on Loki. It's 2-1 so far. Tactical trying to fire back as Blabber gets the slam over into the wall, and Tactical shifts forward. Quid still trying to get away. Tactical going after him. Quid is running into the enemy jungle, as now Blabber's got to be a little bit careful here against CoreJJ. Core putting some damage here into the Skarner. Blabber should be able to get away from this. There's no way Blabber's going to die to something ridiculous. That is absolutely ridiculous. Blabber for the crab. For the crab!
It's the call of the crab.
Son of
no
a
jungler can
crab.
resist it. Oh, man. CoreJJ used that crab as bait. Hook, line, and sinker. Got him.
Yep, normally you use worms, but against C9, you use crabs. All right, so 3-2 when the dust settles. We did get ourselves a pretty explosive fight once the PvP finally started.
Just had to be patience. And a little bit of patience, and you will be rewarded here. Quid ends up getting first blood, but both the assassins grab the kill. The game stays very, very even here, and C9 already had taken one of the grubs, so TL will clean up the rest of them, and we will move forward here as everyone was down to scrap for this. This initial engage looking very good. The two-man impale came through, and you can see that True Shot Barrage from Tactical went through multiple members. There's so much upfront damage, but on the other side, it was Quid helping to burst through these people. You can see how much mobility Locke has. He's kind of just dipping in and out of these fights constantly, trying to keep that threat on, staying around even at low health because he knows he has the mobility to escape afterwards. And then this, I thought Blabber was baiting. I thought Blabber was going to have his shield ready and then like hit the shield as Core hooks in and then stun him into the wall and they were going to kill him or something. But he just didn't have it, I guess, and didn't expect that Core would go back in.
See, I was hoping that that's what it was, but I also was thinking that it wasn't, and he was just getting a little too ahead of himself. But now up here on the top side, as soon as we're back, Quid is back at it. Up here on the top side, makes the roam over to top lane, and he and Morgan work together to get a kill onto Thanatos. So Locke is off to the races, my friend. 2-0-2 now in this game. 100% kill participation. Has a couple of those for the extra money. Blabber's going to go ahead, grab your MasterCard. Power spike there with that Protoplasm harness. This thing is so strong. That proc effect is so effective at preventing what would otherwise be a death. I really like this as a first item, particularly on junglers that can do a lot with it like Skarner does. As the Dragon should be secured here by C9. So Team Liquid might have the advantage in terms of kills, in terms of gold, but C9's done a good job getting those first two Drakes. Now Tactical's going to be in some danger. Hosdioto down here in the bottom lane, and TL picks up their fifth.
Nicely done. Just flash out, ult onto Tactical, and there's nowhere he can go, no way to escape. Jan was still holding onto the killer instinct, so even if he had his flash, it would not have mattered. And this is, I guess, how they set up that previous play. Was the TP in from Quid, just came in behind, and very difficult for Thanatos to do anything from that position. He realized he was dead to rights, so did use the equalizer, but kind of just accepted his death thereafter.
And remember, the more kills Quid can manage to get with Purgatory, with that ultimate, the higher the execution threshold on the ability is going to become. So snowballing for this champion, even stronger than it is compared to most other characters in the game. Quid already off to this good start. Definitely going to be scary. Definitely going to be a problem that C9 will have to contain if they want to have a chance. Because we went from this very even game state with nothing happening to a fight around the grubs, a subsequent pick in top and bottom lane both, and Team Liquid's up 2,000 gold.
Yeah, they are. And he already has increased the bonus execute threshold by 1%, so it's 10% based on rank 1, and then he gets an additional 1% for the souls that he has collected thus far.
And it's important to note, too, I think, that the rank up of the skill is 1% per level. It goes 10, 11, 12. So what he's done so far is an extra level in his ultimate for execution. That feels really strong.
Yeah, especially if you do have a game that was like the games we were casting yesterday where it gets super bloody and you're just having non-stop fights. It can become very, very relevant when you do ramp up that execute because Locke does so much upfront burst. It is really hard to survive the combo from a Locke if he gets ahead of the pace of the game at all, and then you're giving him additional execute threshold and it becomes almost impossible.
It becomes haha Lamau XD release Smolder again. So that's probably not the world that C9 wants to live in. They will definitely need to mark Quid on every single fight, as Jan does a good job trading with Tactical here in mid lane, sidesteps that last Mystic shot too to make sure that he wins out in the trade, but there's nothing for the teams to really fight over right now. Still 3 minutes until the Drake, a little under 2 minutes till Rift Herald.
Yeah, there's so many melee champions in this game too. It was kind of interesting, you know, Blabber obviously going Protoplasm, which is very standard, but I was wondering if it would be a game for like Grass Part Steal since it was going Grass, because there are 4 melee champs. If you're not getting focused down early, you can sometimes get tons of value from that item, but we haven't seen any kind of tech that I would consider is kind of, you know, an answer to all of these melee champs, but both sides have 4 melee champions, and it feels like we are moving more and more in that direction in this current meta. Yeah. We saw yesterday we had, you know, Jace versus Silas bot. We are having all kinds of these kind of just brawly comps that can turn into really, really bloody games.
And I feel like that does make Skarner much better. Modern Skarner with the AoE Impale that has that long wind-up time, it can be kind of tricky to land it on a high-value carry target that's a ranged champion. But when everybody just goes into a big pile of melees, very, very easy to get multiple targets as Vulcan's making his way up here into the top side. Hosdioto following. So that means that this 1v1 between the top laners is just going to fizzle out. Both ultimates were committed there. Both players dropping down to about half HP.
Yep, and both teams end up just covering their top laners here. And sometimes that's what proper play looks like, is that nothing happens because both teams covered. Both teams anticipated the play, and it's neutralized, exactly as you say. And that was the case there. Of course, you know, Vulcan coming in, they would have been able to take that 2v1. But when you see Jose and Core moving up to answer, then, of course, there is no play to be had. And you can see Quid going on back to base. Already has 6 stacks on the Dark Seal as well, which is going to be really nice. Got that as an early buy, and is going to be feeling pretty good about it thus far.
All right, C9 just trying to maintain control in their own jungle here. As you can see, Team Liquid setting up some defensive wards, offensive wards, I guess I would say, because they're in the enemy jungle. They want to make sure that C9 can't do anything about this Rift Herald fight. Mid laners dueling down here in the bottom side. Quid healing back up with the Soul Ignition. Can be so frustrating to trade with this guy because of how much he can heal with that W.
Yeah, it is really difficult to actually play around sometimes as well, because there is that reactivation even during CC. Is something that can make it quite strong. But we'll see. Game like this, always when it is going a little bit slower, when the fights do break out, they are that much more important. And I feel like we are going to have a fight here at this next Dragon. I think especially in a game like this where it is so brawly, where there's so many melee champions, Ocean Soul is actually quite valuable, and C9 did get the first 2 dragons here. Next one spawning in 15, and I think TL is going to want to stop that stack towards Soul.
All right, Team Liquid, let's see if you can manage to get the control that you need. C9 does at least own this brush on the bottom side of mid lane. Jan wants to step forward, try to chunk out Tactical and Vulcan a little bit, but he won't get much for it. Blabber also hanging around. Core JJ hits the dredge line, but again, a nice arcane shift from Tactical means that it's kind of just Core JJ losing his Aftershock proc there.
Yeah, Tactical is taking a bit of damage, though, at the end of the day. You know, he did take an auto or 2 from Jan. He took that hook from Core. Now he's down almost a half HP, so slowly getting whittled away on. And I think that is actually going to cause C9 to just give this up. I don't think they're going to contest it very heavily anymore. I could be wrong, but I just feel like with Ezreal low, it doesn't make sense, so they're going to make the call to just back off and cede this one over to TL. So the game will stay very, very close here. It is that just under 2K gold lead for TL, but doesn't really mean that much at this point in the game.
Yeah, it still could go either way very easily, just depending on if somebody gets a really good team fight engage, starts off with a pick or something. Pose the Odo. Wants to try to contest Blabber here for the crab, but Vulcan waiting in the brush is ready to turn things around. They want to commit the Solar Flare. Host the Odo flashing away to stay alive as Jan rotates over into the fight. True shot barrage hitting the target from a long way away. Loki's got the assassination, and Jose the Odo is down. Jose just getting a little ahead of himself there. Wanted to contest the crab against Blabber, but was not respecting the fact that other players from C9 were able to join.
Yeah, exactly, and they had that earlier reset because they weren't actually contesting. Quid looking for Loki, though, who has no ult available.
See, normally I don't get really anticipatory when the target is starting at 100% HP, but it's lock.
Yeah,
so
he hits you with 2 nails and autos you and you die.
Yeah, it's 2 Qs, he E's you, he gets the thing, throws the Purgatory on you, and you blow up.
Yeah.
So
it is crazy how much damage this champion can do when things are working in his favor, especially when you look sometimes at the build and you're like, he's got Merc Treads, he's got a Kindle Gem. Like
he's got a Lich Bane.
Yeah.
Well, the Lich Bane is enough.
The Lich Bane is enough.
Turns out the E priming your next attack with extra damage, plus the Lich Bane damage, plus the Nail Explosion damage.
It's a lot.
Your health bar disappears, and then you get 8 by the grenade.
Well, Jan is on 2 items now, just kind of quietly been farming it up here. Both AD carries farming well, but Jan definitely ahead of the pace a little bit here. You know, did get that call and has paid dividends now at this point. And will be difficult, I think, sometimes for C9 to deal with. You know, if they can't actually lock him down immediately, Kai'Sa is going to be problematic. There are a lot of easy targets for Kai'Sa to be auto-attacking against a team like this, and this is one of those games where, you know, Lethal Tempo, Kraken, Rageblade, he's probably going to get really good value. Like, it's probably going to get stacked on someone, and Kai'Sa can really start to put out a crazy amount of damage in that case.
Okay, Quid got to get away now as Blabber shows up towards this bottom side tri-brush at the entrance to the jungle. Does not want to allow Locke to set a trap anywhere for anyone on his team. It's 19 minutes into the game, and no turrets are dead. This mid lane tier 1 is looking a little worse for wear on the C9 side. Rift Herald summoned up since TL was able to secure that earlier, and the charge will take care of it. So finally, 19 minutes, 14 seconds into the game, we get our first turret take.
I mean, that's a game with 8 melee champs, right? No one can siege. And it's so dangerous to actually walk up as a melee champ in front of another melee champ and try to start hitting the tower. So you generally have to win fights to take objectives. So, you know, it is going to be about the brawls when they do finally opt into it. Both teams, though, playing pretty quietly, playing pretty patiently. And we are looking to just a game that seems like a slow build towards Seoul.
And something else we're building towards is our Summer Championship at the Gas South Arena in Atlanta, Georgia on October 3rd and 4th. You can go ahead and get your tickets now with that QR code on the screen. Should be a fun time. Last time we were in Atlanta, I believe, was Worlds 2022 in the semifinals phase. They're going to be heading back there here real soon. Thanatos trying to trade aggressively into Quid, who throws out the Purgatory, and as soon as you see that circle on the ground, Thanatos instantly flashed. He wanted nothing to do with it.
Yep, it says, sorry, and flashes out of there.
My bad, bro.
Gets out, no problem. It is going to survive. And as the game is going slow, we got a little bit of time to talk about things that have happened in the past.
Yeah, so this is obviously a pretty sore spot for a lot of C9 fans right now. Great regular season, like Jat mentioned, on Waiting Room, but then playoffs was a crash and burn to the point where MSI post-game threads, whenever someone would get swept, and remember there were a lot of sweeps at MSI, especially in those early phases, one of the comments would always inevitably be, yeah, but imagine being C9 right now, because they didn't make it there. The fans are very angry at this team, and it feels like all of the benevolence, all the goodwill they built up in the regular season ended up falling by the wayside for the disappointment that playoffs was in spring.
And I mean, I get it. It's been a lot of times in a row that C9 has fallen short at that last hurdle before getting to international, but people, I think, are being a bit too negative because, is it playoffs, Flowers?
No.
Or is it the regular season?
It's week one.
Is it day one of the regular season for Cloud9? They're just about to start powering up.
Okay, so
this is their time.
This is the beginning of the week.
We are here. We're not here.
Okay.
Don't worry about that. Don't look over there.
Don't look at the numbers at the end. Only look at the good numbers.
Exactly.
Okay, all right. Looking on the bright side of life. I can respect that. I feel like that's got to be your plan if you're on C9, too. You know that you ran the show for the majority of spring, but just couldn't clutch it up when you really had to. So hopefully for them, they've got more of that X factor when push comes to shove, because right now we're going to have another one of those push versus shove moments as the next dragon is spawning. If C9 can secure it, they will move on to Soul Point, but the previous one, Team Liquid took without a contest.
Exactly. They were able to get enough poke down on Tactical. This time, Yon took a tiny bit of poke, so has Tactical, but both AD carries about dead even in health. And they're going to look for a fight.
Yep, supports immediately threatening one another as the dragon is begun by C9, but a TP is coming in deep from the Team Liquid top laner. Morgan all the way around, wrapped towards the backside of C9's roster. Jose Dioto's got to be careful. He is marked with a Shuriken flip coming out from Loki, as now Morgan makes his way into the back line, looking to find the damage onto Tactical, but nobody else on the team from TL is ready to go. Equalizer thrown down defensively, looking to get Tactical and Vulcan out of danger. Morgan also down to 1/3 HP. Blabber and Thanatos trying to get the damage onto Jose, but the clone is the only thing taken low. C9 with the health bar advantage. Vulcan's the only one really in danger here. Blabber on the front line yet again. Core JJ going to be taken low, but he flashes out, keeps himself alive for now. Thanatos still flame spitting. Tactical grabs the kill into Morgan. Blabber with the slam into the wall on Quid. The lock has to flash away. More flame spitter damage coming out, and Core JJ dies. Everybody on Team Liquid will evaporate, and Cloud9 clutches up the team fight. They're going to get 3 for nothing.
C9 coming up huge there. Handled that fight so well. They find Morgan on this flank here, and Vulcan and Tactical are just able to pump the damage into him. Even though Tactical is threatened somewhat, he played this very, very well, kiting back, pushing Morgan out. The equalizer comes through to cover and sections off both Quid and Morgan from the side. Then Jose has to flash away as Blabber flashed in for that impale. And C9 just have the bigger health bars. Tactical's the only one that took damage, and they're able to go back in here. Loki as well as Blabber tanking up the damage, diving in, and being able to set up their team for the fight. This looked like it was going to be a fight that could favor TL. They had the slight gold advantage, but this C9 walking away with 3 kills to 0, and they are now on Soul Point. And when you look at extended fights like that, that are really brawly, if you add in Ocean Soul, it is going to feel pretty hopeless if you can't just one-shot someone to start the fight.
Exactly. That Team Liquid gold lead cut down by about 1,500. C9 now with the soul point threat for the rest of the game. Vulcan moves into the enemy jungle. Jose the Odo with a quick clone over the wall. Keeps himself alive, but does lose his Gromp. That's more money in the C9 pockets, and they're going to get even more on top of it with the Tier 1 turret finally falling down. The gold nearly equalized now, and I really like what Loki did in that previous team fight. He throws a bunch of burst into Quid without committing the perfect execution, just so the Lock is scared to go in and try to get some sort of a counter burst. It keeps him on his back foot the entire fight. There was no way for TL to really try to find the counterpunch there.
Yeah, it seemed like a very difficult fight for them in general. Morgan was stifled pretty easily on that flank, and that was, a lot of what they were expecting to kind of really push things in their favor. Jose got chunked out very low early on in the fight, so you didn't have that kind of 1-2 punch of Morgan and Jose hitting at the same time. They couldn't dive in, create that chaos, and create the opportunity for Quid. And by the time Jose actually used his Cyclone, the fight was basically over. So, yeah, they need to be able to create that space for Quid. They need to be able to force cooldowns, force defensives to be able to be used on them so that it creates that space for Quid to go in and try to take over.
All right, Team Liquid is seeing if maybe they can find something inside the Cloud9 jungle here, just sweeping out. No wards for them to be spotted by thus far. Jan and Jose just hoping maybe Vulcan Tactical gets a little careless, tries to step up. It's going to be Blabber face-checking into the brush first, as C9 is grouped up as a 4-man unit. Loki not quite with everybody else, but is nearby, ready to try to make an approach on the flank if a fight should break out. There is nothing to fight for right now. Worth pointing out, if they choose to go, it's just because they are bloodthirsty.
For the love of the game.
Yep, just fighting for the love of it.
You know what? I respect it.
Honestly, I do too. It's a PvP game.
Yep.
Right? That's PvP. You got to find another P and VP him. Now we've got the...
Need 2 Ps.
Well, we already have an engage up here at the top side now as Vulcan's going to be in some danger. Down about 40% HP. They want to try to find the execution, but Vulcan's staying alive. Quid goes on a killing spree and finds the first kill. Now Tactical's in danger. Quid is resetting. He's going in again and again. The shutdown onto the Ezreal. But now Blabber has also fallen. It's a 3 for 3 when the dust settles. Both mid laners still alive with Jose and Thanatos supporting those respective mids. The bodies hit the floor all over the place.
It is just a brawl, man. All of these melee champions go into the meat grinder. There's so much AoE CC, so much AoE damage coming out that at the end of the day, it is just that wash. The 3 for 3, both AD carries get taken down. And the dust settles. No one can really siege. No one can push because they didn't get that decisive win.
No, I have no way of getting vision here. It's really hard.
I'm gonna walk up.
Yeah. I think we do have to get rushed. They're one-shotting us.
Guys, they can.
They're on me.
Go.
I can be on, okay? Don't get rushed.
Yeah.
Look.
I look.
Cast on hold, no flash. Up to you guys. Look Renekton.
Guys, dead.
Okay. Okay, Renekton.
Look,
Careful, lock now.
Yep.
Lock is
easy.
Good comms there, honestly, from C9. Very clear. And talking through the fact that they could be on Baron, they need to get vision. They walked over. They were all on the same page. And pretty clean during that fight as well. So C9 seeming pretty locked in with their 2 members here in this first game, hoping to be able to take down TL, and TL is going to have to stop them in 45 seconds. It's really going to be about the setup, but TL wants to fight before that.
Yeah, they immediately go in. Jose with a 3-man knockup, but the tanky players on C9 are still going to damage for now. A lot of burst onto Quid, but he recovers quickly. Now you've got the focus onto the back line, but Jan stays alive. Shut down on Loki at the same time, coming out from Quid's lock. As now, in the middle of everybody, Morgan still trying to find a little bit more. Quid following up. Tactical in danger as the Ritual Nails will pound his coffin straight into the ground. Vulcan's the next to die most likely as Blabber tries to tunnel away through the wall. Jose the Odo on the chase. Quid mops up another one, a double kill for the Team Liquid mid laner. Thanatos is the last man standing, and the Ashen Pursuit is a triple kill for Quid.
You see the resets coming through there for Quid, and he's able to take over the fight. Had the death cap complete right before that, and we can see this fight one more time. Jan bought so much time as Core and Jose start off the fight. C9 decides to full send it on to Jan. He repositions with the Killer Instinct, tanks that True Shot Barrage, flashes out. Loki can't get the final auto to finish him off, goes down, and that means that on the other side, look at all the space Morgan is creating. Going forward, tanks up the CC, gets the stun down, buys the time for Quid to get the reset, who then is just off to the races. Look at the passive auto coming through, finishes off another, and the amount of mobility that this guy has is just ridiculous. Chases in, gets another kill, and on live, we saw them over by the Baron.
Dragon Baron. Nice fight, guys.
Wait, what? This is the worst thing to come back to from a replay. Do you think Baron paused it?
Baron might have paused. If I was Baron, I would try to pause.
I'd be pretty
like, wait a
frustrated.
second. You're telling me I can't move? I'm stuck here?
There's a lot of water bottles in this shot. Is this spillage? I'm not sure.
Okay, so the update I've got is that Jose Diodo's keyboard keeps disconnecting. So they're going to try to get that figured out. Keyboard's pretty important in League of Legends.
You definitely need that. That is...
but I would argue you need it less than the mouse.
Yeah, you could technically, if you want to click your abilities, you could do it. It would be pretty hard to play without a mouse. I mean, I don't think pros are allowed to play with WASD mode. I don't think that's enabled
Probably not.
on stage games.
I don't even know.
But I
Good
mean,
question.
Maybe you could do that. But no, it still wouldn't work out very well.
No.
You know, for a couple years there, I was using a keyboard. The S key on my keyboard fell off because I was playing too many like Elden Ring type of games, and so you know you have to walk back a lot. So the key still worked, but it had fallen off.
Yeah.
So it was really hard to press, and in any game that I needed to press S for whatever reason, it was pretty awkward. And that's only one key. So having the whole keyboard randomly just decide not to work, that is not conducive to some good Wukong gameplay. So hopefully Jose can get that thing reconnected. I mean, generally when I have a problem like this, you just follow the classic N64 cartridge strategy of just blowing air into the plug-in thingy. Like that's, I mean, come on, everybody did that. That's what you do.
Have you tried unplugging and plugging it back in again?
Yeah, that's the other step as well.
That's step one. Blowing out is step two. Step three is I called Joanne to fix it for me.
Just be like, hey, I don't know what's going on, but it doesn't work. You're just sitting there with your little propeller hat. You're like, I need help.
Help. Yeah, she's better with IT than I am.
It's okay. I don't know how computers work at all. I'm so glad we have smart people here at LCS that know how to fix this stuff because I sure don't.
Yes,
it is not.
At LCS, there isn't even step one and step two. You just call for help.
No, you immediately.
You're afraid that you could break something expensive.
Dude, back when we had when we were doing those from your bedroom Corona casts back in 2020. The Corona cast extraordinaire.
Yep.
Those things, every single day, I remember I would have to just be like, hey, tech people, I don't know what's going on. I think I broke something on accident. They'd be like, that's okay, man. We'll fix it.
That tracks.
That was a rough one. All right. Hey, part of being bad at something, the first step is recognizing that you're bad.
Yeah.
And Isaac, I recognize that I am very bad.
There you go.
When it comes to these types.
You're good at being bad.
Yeah. And you know what? That makes me good.
There you go. We'll take that.
Jose Diodo, hopefully,
He's looking smiley.
Yeah, he's smiling about something. I hope he's smiling at how well his
He's
keyboard
pressing
functions.
the buttons. He's inspecting it.
Got to make sure it's good.
Yeah. He's making sure he's still got all his keys on there.
Yep.
He's checking for the missing S. He was listening to your story.
Yeah, that S key is important, bro.
Hold up. I need to make sure I have an S key.
Okay.
He's getting pretty close.
Yeah.
He's got a,
He's really
got, I feel
inspecting
like, more steps than us to make sure something's working.
I mean, yeah, I'll just press like one button. If the button works, I'm like, okay, let's go.
The light's on. I think we're good.
Okay. Are we ready to go? Hopefully right back into the game, because honestly, you want to keep...
No, look at him. He's getting close. I can see in the player cam. Well, we're looking at the other team, but in the background I could see it. He was really getting up close and personal with that keyboard. So he's making sure everything's good.
This gives me more time to read Locke's abilities.
All right. Hopefully we will be getting back to this pretty soon. Kicking off second day here of the summer split for LCS. A TL versus C9. If you're just tuning in, it is a very close game thus far. But TL did just take a big team fight win. They are up 4K. They feel like they're in the driver's seat a bit now. But C9, I think, definitely still has a good shot because they are on soul point. And if they can get that soul, then the lead is completely erased, I think.
Okay, so update from producers. They say that we're getting ready checks now. We should be ready to hop back into the game. There is a chance that the computer, well, not the computer, the keyboard, I guess, specifically, is still goofed. If it is still goofed, they are prepping a backup keyboard so we can just entirely swap it out.
Okay.
So there might be one more pause
We
if
didn't
it continues not to work.
So I feel I'm feeling good about it.
Jose Diodo, I hope that the keyboard is working still pretty well here because Team Liquid's in a great spot now. After that last fight, after grabbing the Baron, they're up 4,000 gold. Maw of Malmortius fully complete now for Jose. That's 3 items. You already mentioned how the hat was purchased by Quid before that last fight. He's got his Chovy belt. He's also now got Medjai's Soul Stealer upgraded to start putting some pages in the book. And he's got a $700 bounty.
I mean, he had so much gold after that because he had just finished the death cap. He had spent all his gold right before that fight, went back, bought Medjai's and the Blighting Jewel. So is well on his way towards a Void Staff, and then he's 6 items at that point, unless he loses all his stacks and want to swap out the Medjai's or something. But Quid is yet to die this game. He is monster fed at this point, and he is going to have his eyes on Tactical. It is going to be up to Tactical to try to stay alive, but you can't just be sitting back and doing nothing but shooting Qs because your team needs you to do damage.
And that's kind of what I was wondering about after the draft got done. I said, we'll see if C9 ends up regretting letting this very powerful new champion through against a team that has a very skilled melee assassin mid lane player. And it feels like right now, you hit tab, you look at the scoreboard, you see 8-0 and 4.
There's a little regret.
Yeah, you're probably rethinking those draft decisions, at least up against a team like TL, as they now do have that Baron still for a little while longer, and they're going to push down this bottom lane. The tier 2 turret just barely hanging on, plenty of crust on that thing, just one auto attack. Honestly, ought to knock it over. And there it is, knocked out by Yon. Meanwhile, over in mid, Quid's going to do the same thing to the tier 2 here. 5,000 gold lead now for TL, as they still have that tier 2 turret standing in the top lane to try to take out. It doesn't look like they're going to put a lot of pressure onto the tier 3s right now, and that goes back to what you were talking about earlier. 8 melee champions in a game means sieges are not as simple as they normally do.
Yeah, sieges just aren't really a thing, to be honest. I mean, you can push up, obviously, with Baron, and there's not great wave clear on the other side, so they are getting some towers taken down, but you're not going to crack the base without a fight, right? It's just not going to happen, because if you walk up as a melee champion, get CC'd under the tower, it is just so hard to take a fight from that position. It was a good true shot barrage from Tactical that cleared out actually a lot of the previous wave in top lane before that got Baron empowered. And it feels like TL is just going to kind of take what they have gotten for now. They go back, they spend up all their gold, they get back out on the map, and they're going to be looking to really set up shop around the Dragon area. In these next couple of minutes, they're going to try to really control vision in this whole section, make sure that there's no deep wards for TPs for C9, make sure that they are just choking them out vision-wise as much as they possibly can to get themselves the soul point without much of a contest from C9, because that's really the hope for C9 right now, is just being able to get that soul.
Yeah, C9 know that they gotta try to pull themselves back into this game with a big move. They are very far down at this point for a game that's mostly been very close. That last big sequence of team fight into Baron has really skewed things far into Team Liquid's favor. When we're checking at fully completed items, now Maw of Malmortius also fully done for Yon, so double Maws here on Jose and Yon together is going to make the job of Loki to find these assassinations that much more difficult. Yeah, triple Maw, sorry, wasn't even looking at the crocodile up there in the top side. So Loki and Thanatos, the double AP solo laners on the C9 side, that damage is going to have a lot to punch through.
And I mean, that's why the Tactical's job is so important, right? You're looking at triple Maw, you're looking at 4 Merc Treads, so there's so much MR over on that side, and they're going to have to be able to try to punch through that. And Tactical is the only one dealing physical damage, so he has got to position well. He's got to get a lot of damage out, but he's also not got to get one shot by Quid, because Quid just finished the Void Staff. He is on 6 items here before this fight. And it is only 32 minutes into the game when he hit that 6 items. This guy is monster fed, so if Tactical mispositions at all, it could cost him his life, but that is a nice chunk onto Yon. 30 seconds before Dragon. He's going to have to go back to base. There's no red buff to heal up off of. Maybe he can find a plant or something.
He does have the
red buff. Okay, he just picked it up.
He's already got his red buff, so he should be able to hang around for this one. But considering he had to step back, it does buy C9 the opportunity to step into the river and take priority over the area. Loki still hanging off to the side. In the bottom side, Tribrush, Core JJ going in here with the dredge line. Vulcan's going to be your first target, and Quid is already legendary. Into the back line, he goes with Gone, and Tactical's gone. Blabber now trapped in the middle of the Team Liquid army, and there is no way home for the Scorpion. Impale buys him a moment, but that moment is nothing at all in the grand scheme of things. Team Liquid, they pick up 3 for free. It wasn't even a fight, man. They just found their moment. They instantly go in, and now it's just Thanatos and Loki trying to survive.
Yeah, and I thought TL might have tried to go for the end, but they don't feel that they can with their 4 melee champs, so they decide to push bot, they take mid and hib, they get the dragon at the same time, so they're kind of trying to make sure that they still have that fallback here and not full sending it to try to actually finish the game, and I think that was the correct call given the situation here. But Quid now on 18 stacks on the Magi's, getting even stronger. And like you said, that fight just was not close. I mean, C9 got pretty split up. Vulcan died instantly. Tactical is off on the side away from the rest of his team. And, you know, you have good mobility, but you're never escaping. Once Jose gets on you and the killer instinct comes through, it's just not going to happen.
Yeah, and that's just rough stuff, man. Here's another look at how it started, because Vulcan's life is going to disappear.
Yeah, and Core just walks in and just says, we're strong enough, I'm just going to find a fight. Throws the ult onto Tactical with the flash. That sets up the killer instinct. Quid goes in. They immediately get back there, take him down. And it's just a great engage from Core, and it looks like we might be setting up for one more. Thanatos got spotted.
Yep, Baron is about to spawn. It is on the map right now. C9 going in, trying to find some damage onto Hosvioto, but they don't get much. Morgan wrapping around from the side. Vulcan could be your target. He and Blabber here in the front line. Loki tries to dive in after Quid, but he ain't going to find him. Quid goes down the Purgatory. Not enough damage here quite yet. Hosvioto is shut down. Nice kill going over to Tactical. Morgan might be the next to fall, but he still stays alive as Jan assassinates Loki. C9 end up trading 1 for 1 here. Honestly, not too bad.
No, not bad at all. Morgan almost went down, but did survive. Vulcan got incredibly low, but survived also. That was really well positioned there by Tactical. He just kind of shifted back with his entire team in like an arc around him to protect him after he got hit by that depth charge that was thrown out there by Core JJ. So it was pretty difficult for TL to actually follow up on it. If Jan had just gone back in, all of C9 are there, ready to pounce, and this time they had that proper positioning, are able to trade kills here. But the Baron is on the table, and they know it's not being taken for now. 3 minutes until Seoul, both teams at 3 dragons. And while it is a big gold lead for TL, there is no more room to grow for Quid. And Quid is going to be sitting on quite a lot of gold at this point. So all he can do is just chain buy elixirs, and that at least is something slightly helping out C9.
I like to use the word silver lining sometimes. This doesn't even feel like
a bronze lining.
Silver, maybe an iron lining, right? There's some.
That one's extra grim. That one's like.
There's some minerals in the clouds right now. It's not so great as Blabber's eating a lot of damage here on the front line. Tries to go for the defensive impale, and he gets a lot back onto Quid, but he still dies. Quid is traded with him as Tactical's going to be your next target. Team Liquid diving in after the Ezreal, and they found their target. Not quite yet, but Morgan's able to find the kill with the Ruthless Predator. Now Thanatos about to drop. It was a double kill for the Rumble, but it will not matter. Only Vulcan still stands. Leona will not be able to clear the wave. It's 50-second death timers on almost everybody else. And finally, after a big bunch of bloody melee brawls, it's Team Liquid coming out on top, taking it into the Nexus.
Yeah, they're going to be able to take game 1 here. C9 thought they had a pick onto Quid, and they did kill him, but it cost them everything here as he just lived for so long. TL going to be able to finish this one up.
Yeah, Vulcan wants to try to waste a little bit of time, but ultimately he's not going to be able to do enough. It's an ace. Jan will take the final kill of game 1. Team Liquid will pad their minion stats a little bit more. 22-14. TL goes up 1-0.
So the lock debut in LCS, 10-1-7 for Quid. He was a problem playing those early fights, I think, really, really well. And then once he had the opportunity to take over, he did so. You can see why the champion is getting banned a lot.
Yeah, this champ, super strong. Of course, Quid, a great pilot on it as well. He's getting my player of the game vote. I think he just did so much for the team. Lounge, what are you guys thinking?
Everybody agreed Lock wouldn't be played.
Lock him up.
Lock's broken.
Lock it down.
Lock it down.
Well, we thought it was going to be banned.
Yeah, everyone thought it would be banned perma. So what's up with that? What happened to C9?
Especially against Quid.
That's crazy.
Someone that we know is going to be able to step in and play this champion so well. He is the melee specialist.
Nuts. I made a joke. I was like, well, they changed coaching staff. Maybe they just, let it sneak through. I didn't actually think it was going to happen. That was a crazy performance from Quid.
That's strike 1 on I Will Dominate as a head coach.
There we go. Strike 1. All right, Chad, what you doing over there?
This is strike 7 on Blabber's Crabbers. Oh. So we need to do this on Samsung Rift Vision Breakdown featuring Blabber and the Scuttle Crab. I'm actually going to defend Blabber here.
Okay.
Because look at the bottom left. You need to pay attention to the bottom left. Just watch the W cooldown throughout this entire thing. Lock your eyes in to that as we play this out. So Blabber, the fight is over. He's going towards the Scuttle Crab, and I'm even going to show his vision, all right? He sees everyone, but his W is almost off cooldown. So I'm slowing it down as much as possible. 0.5, 0.3, Tactical. Look at Tactical. He turns around. They are clearly thinking this W is coming back, and they're going to get him. However, the timing's wrong. So he gets CC locked, can't press W, he dies, and it's a fat int. That's how it works. The call of the crab was too strong.
Yep.
He thought the W was going to come back up, but it just couldn't quite make it in time. That's it.
He got him back later
Sorry,
with
Blabber.
another crab.
That, my friends, is one more for the montage.
One more for the books.
Honestly, the siren call of crab is eternal.
Yeah, that's true. At least I'm glad that it was at least close. If that was all like a 7-second cooldown, like at least I understand what he was thinking.
That was a subplot in the game. The major arc is Locke.
And Quid.
And Quid. Like, of course, just a spoiler alert, Quid is the player of the game for this one, I'm pretty sure. Like, he just popped off this game. I felt like he started to snowball early. The TP top lane to get the first few kills started to really get it going, and this one right here was actually really close.
Yeah, so Jan got his E off right before Loki could get his auto attack execute, but then when Morgan is level 16 on Renekton with the TP overshield, I think Morgan carried this fight, but then that unlocked Locke for Quid for the rest of the game.
Yeah, the most important thing with Locke in teamfights is that you are creating space for the Locke to be able to go in and get these resets. I thought Lord Morgan on his signature Renekton ended up, again, using the shield, getting in the back line, surviving so long on the Dominus that Quid could just absolutely run over. And after that fight, he just took over the game.
Yeah.
Like, there was no stopping him. I know they got the shutdown in that very late fight. That was his one death in the entire game. I also think this might be the last time we're gonna see him on Locke.
I could imagine. And it's so funny, Raz, because we were joking around, kind of talking about, it doesn't matter, like, having a visual indicator for how many ult stacks Locke gets, because it's like 0.5% that you get for each one. And I was arguing, nah, it doesn't matter. Then I was like, it only matters if you get, like, a bunch of kills. And then Quid gets a bunch of kills that game. I actually am curious, like, how much that percentage XQ threshold was by the end there. That was crazy.
It's crazy. The champion snowballs so easily.
Oh, you're going to check?
There.
Okay,
The champions...
Keep talking.
0.5% for each kill participation.
The champion snowballs so easily, and for so long we were like, when is Katarina going to be a competitive pick?
Yep.
We just got
Katarina at home.
Updated Katarina.
But it's better.
It's a way better Katarina.
Of course,
Shout out to
different
the
champion,
Katarina
but just
mains.
the snowballing nature of the pick is crazy.
Yeah.
We got one pick, of course, that snowballed in NACL. We've seen a bunch.
Yep.
And
in
Caspa
Cup and in LPL,
Yeah.
yep.
Well, while Jad's looking for that, let's take a look.
He only sealed 4 champions.
He only got 4 stacks. Okay,
so he increased it by 2%. It went from 12 to 14%.
Okay, well, there we go. That's not crazy. That's not crazy. I'm hearing from producer Cloud9 sticking with their line. That's something I wanted to keep track of. Is are they going to make changes throughout the best of 3 mid-series and actually like experiment with this roster? But no, it's still going to be Loki and Tactical. And I honestly thought Tactical looked pretty good on the Ezreal, all things considered.
Yeah, I thought he was pumping in those last team fights. A little lower damage than I expected. It's actually Thanatos who did the most damage on their team. 36,000, but crazy.
And for me, I think it's really important to stick to the same roster going into game 1 and game 2, because when you're making a selection, you want to see how these players deal with things like these, with losses. Like, what's your adaptation as a player? I think that's way more important than how you do in your first game.
Yep. All right, let's see if C9 can bounce back or if TL is going to make it a quick series. We'll be right back after this break.
All right, shopkeeper time. What are we doing for this build?
First pick, 564 miles of range.
This should last us a while. What's next?
Lane economy is key.
Okay, how about 30 miles to the gallon then? It's a high tempo pick.
We can't neglect power. How about 329 HP?
We can buy one more item. What about vision? The map's fully lit. We're not missing anything.
All right, let's get this show on the road.
And Rez, hey, support means support. No running off this time.
That was just a one-time thing!
Red Bull gives you wings.
Rich in the ground before Dub can even get there. In time to try to knock out as Impact gets bursted.
Don't feed. Get fed.
Scan the QR code for deals only on Uber Eats.
Play on the court. Play on the jump. I'm slowly coming. Looking good, looking good.
Scarlet no ulti, Scarlet no
Okay.
ulti. No flashes, both no flash. All three no flash, guys. Akali.
Have a Q?
No. Scanner, no ulti, no ulti.
I think we win, no?
Yeah, we win.
Maybe lose.
Help more, styling.
Maybe lose.
No flash as well. Don't.
Is there no flash?
All no flash, all no flash. No,
His
but
condition
I'm
is not
coming.
good.
I mean, if you can kill him, maybe. He has W in 1 second.
What the
What the
That is absolutely ridiculous. Blabber for the crab. Son of a crab.
What it do, what it does, where you been, where you was, but it ain't what it is. Face in the mud, y'all really be hating in the mud. Said I can't pick it up, but I did. Y'all know Goon put too much bass in the sub. Cup full of blood and I gave it a chug. Wait till your neighbors get all snug, then play this real loud where you live. This that for the kids, saw something strange, can't say what it is. Court case came, ain't say what he did. Make sure move, put a chain on the gear. Yeah, I've been on top of the tower, got the power, weatherman. Gun cock and it's about to shower. Put you down with the squids, that's rock the power. I done hang with the guys and we talk for hours, yo.
Welcome back to LCS Opening Week, presented by MasterCard. Now, we're in the middle of C9 versus TL, but before anything else, we are pleased to announce Lion Homegrounds, where LCS and Lion will be hosting Week 6 in Mexico City. So mark your calendars to see Cloud9 Kia, Team Liquid Alienware, and Shopify Rebellion battle Lion on their home turf. This is the first time we've announced this here on the show. It went out on socials just a little bit ago. I am super excited for this. I love that Lion is doing this. You've seen these types of things over in the LEC for people that are also watching the European League. Right. It's such a cool thing to do, to be able to bring the league in person to more different locations. Shout outs to Lion for making that one happen in Mexico City. That'll be in Week 6 of this split.
We're going to get some good Mexican food.
Are we going there?
I don't know. Maybe.
I'm down for good Mexican food.
I mean, if we are, we're going to get some good Mexican food.
I'm down to get some good Mexican food,
even if
bro.
we're not, we can get good Mexican food
Yeah,
here.
actually, we live in LA. This is like the best spot, one of the best spots in America for good Mexican food. All right, bro, we're doing it. We're getting some good Mexican food. That's the name of the game. All right, but back to the name of this game, our best of 3 between C9 and Team Liquid. So, first off, update. We know that the big story in the offseason for C9 is they're running this 7-man roster.
Yep.
There are no substitutions here for game number 2. We are keeping both Loki and Tactical in the game. Obviously, Team Liquid triumphed in the big bruiser assassin brawl of game number 1 with the 8 melee champions, so they're up 1-0. Let's see what kind of adjustments C9 make here in this one as they choose first pick. Team Liquid choose blue side. Cassio and Vi banned out by TL. C9 banning out Poppy and Nocturne.
Yeah, so C9, I think if they were going to make changes in this series, they would have after a loss, right? You know, I was thinking, hey, maybe they're going to bring someone else in or bring the other 2 in. It'll be interesting to see how they do develop with that over the coming weeks. Zig's going to get banned out this time around. Nocturne, which was left up last time, is going to be banned this time. Now I'm thinking about Orianna. I'm thinking about Jace. I'm thinking about champions along those lines, and those are both up, so it feels like there's a potential for a trade there. Syndra also a champion that is very high prio these days, so I wouldn't be surprised to see like a Jace first pick, and then you allow TL to have the Ori potentially, or the Syndra, and you can potentially answer with the other, but instead it is going to be Lee Sin taken away because, of course, Jose is just too good on this pick, so makes a lot of sense that they were just going towards it.
Yeah, I mean, we're only 1 game in to Fearless. Like, best of 3 doesn't really see that same stress on the champion pools that a best of 5 would. Jose's Lee, I mean, you said it, man. This is notorious.
He's one of the best in the world.
A global scale. Exactly. Yeah. Not just here in North America. This guy is crazy on the champion. If you can play it at all, Blabber's Lee is not legendary, but it's certainly not bad. Blabber can pilot Lee perfectly fine, and denying it from Jose is huge. But that means that we're going to see Jose on the dog. Nefiri locked in alongside that Syndra that you mentioned as a flex pick.
Yep, so Syndra is coming in as a flex. We are seeing it both mid and bot quite a bit these days. It is a champion that is getting a ton of bans as well. Orianna, you know, you can go that route. You also can go towards Ryze. Ryze can become very tanky, early Merc Treads, early Catalyst. It's very difficult for Syndra to burst through that, so would not be surprised at all to see Loki go that direction. Also allows you to play the map, and I feel like when Thanatos is on a carry and you have a mid laner that can move, that is generally a pretty strong recipe for C9, and they're actually going to double down on that with Vulcan grabbing his Bard. Vulcan definitely an incredible Bard player, and now you have not only a strong early ganking jungler, but you have a support that can roam, a mid laner that can roam, and you could potentially set up to get something strong for Thanatos to play and play towards that.
Yeah, Vulcan's Bard is great. I mean, last year, obviously, the big story was always all around Bucio's Bard, but now that he has defected, Vulcan is the #1 Bard. So his Bard, very scary, can make a ton of plays, also kind of affects the map in a way when you were talking about Jace being a potential pick, when you're talking about Ryze being picked here already for C9. Playing side lanes becomes much more difficult for the team that's against a Bard.
Yep, so Caitlyn going to get banned out. One of those really strong Bard pairings, something that we've seen a lot of. Going to be curious to see what else they want to look to try to take away here. You know, are they going to be concerned about, you know, traditional AD carries? Sometimes people like to go things, you know, they're less about the pairing with the Bard and more just things that enable the Bard to actually move around the map. You see that sometimes with Mage's Bot. You see that sometimes with things like Sivir as well. Orianna, you know, is a concern here with the pairing of the Rel as well as the Nefiri. We know that they already have Syndra, but again, Syndra could be going bot. So with the potential of that Syndra flex, C9 don't want to give both Syndra and Orianna over. And curious, yeah, what this last ban will be from TL. I'm assuming they're going to continue to attack pairings here for Tactical. Obviously, Caitlyn Bard gives you a really dominant 2v2, so that's a lane that they could play towards. But like I said, the other side of that coin is sometimes just champions that allow Bard to move around the map, that can play safe. I think Jhin is both that and can be a pretty decent 2v2. So Jace the last ban. So some of these kind of high prio bans are now hitting the ban table, but not until that second round.
All right, Team Liquid, what do we want to see here? As we definitely have the support, we definitely have a jungler. Those two don't really flex anywhere.
I think they'll go top for sure because you want to show that it's still a potential of a flex, right? So I'm expecting that they go their top laner here. I think you have to be something that is pretty safe blind. You know, I'm thinking about the potential of like a Gnar. I think that could be good, but Vayne is not banned, so that's actually pretty scary. So instead, they're just going to grab their ADC. So they do go Corki. They want to be able to see exactly what it is going to be.
Exactly. This does kind of remove the question marks around the flex possibility on the Syndra. You know it's going mid now, but you preserve the opportunity to counter pick for Morgan. So what does C9 want to go with now, knowing what the enemy bottom lane is, knowing you're up against the Corki bro?
Yeah, it's really interesting, right? Because the trade-off is, you could be blinding your top lane, but at the same time, now they get to see what your full bot lane is and actually look for an answer. It is going to be Mbessa top, so Morgan will know what he's playing into. Mbessa, the most common answer in Pro is Renekton, which was played in game number 1. You can also go for some of the range counter picks, like you can go, Vayne and champions along those lines as well if you want to play it, but it is always very risky, especially when there is Bard and Ryze. We get some pretty sick posters being shown off here in the crowd.
I'm always jealous of people who can draw, man. I can't even make a circle that's not lumpy. Some people just, they're born with
Victor
the gift.
Bot.
All right.
So it is going to be a
bottom.
mage. So that's kind of one of the other options. I was talking about you can play for a dominant 2v2, or you can play either a mage or Sivir or something like that. That basically, it's less about the 2v2 and more be free Bard. Go roam.
Do whatever you want. I'm going to laser the wave.
Exactly. I'm going to laser the wave. I'll be down here. I'll be scaling. And it is really something that is very powerful when you're playing these scaling mages. Being able to have the bot lane roll quest. There is that Gnar that did eventually come through. We kind of got there. I thought they were going to blind that and then wait for counter pick for bot lane and try to get a winning 2v2, but instead they do decide to go for that last pick Gnar. And it is just kind of like a skill matchup, honestly. Generally, as the Mbessa, you are just kind of withstanding the storm, and then you wait until gank assist comes and you hit your public execution, you can maybe get a kill.
I feel like this is going to be much more of a standard game of League of Legends compared to game number 1, right? We have ranged champions in mid. Both of the AD carries obviously not going to be replaced with any assassin type of thing. You've got Bard for a ranged support. You've got Gnar, who's kind of like half and half. So not going to be at those weird spots like game number 1. You and I were even talking during the break. Despite the fact that there were some high kills in that first game, it didn't exactly feel like a constant go, go, go type of game because it was really quiet until 8 people needed to die at once in the melee soup, and then it was really quiet.
Exactly, and when you have no range champions, you have no sieging, which is just such a core part of the game, right? Where it's like you can group, you can siege, you can chip away at towers. Can't really do that very effectively with all melee champs here, but going to be exciting to see if C9 can battle back in this game, push us to a game 3 here against TL. C9 with the roster changes, with the changes behind the scenes as well, with the coaching staff coming into play and trying to right the ship, trying to start off Summer Split here with a win because they ended losing 6 straight games at the end of last split, missing another international. That is not where they want to be. That is not the expectations of the org. So pressure is on here for C9 playing against another one of these top of the table teams. These are the competitors that you've got to show you can be better than if you want to make Worlds.
But you said it in game number 1, Mr. Azael. This is regular season. This is that comfort zone for C9, and we'll see how comfortable they are feeling, how well they can bounce back after game number 1. Because honestly, game number 1 was really close for a long time. And just by the nature of those compositions, it just kind of comes down to, okay, the first team that really clutches a fight, which was Team Liquid, is just going to take control of it. So for C9, I think you say, all right, we just got to play better. Like, it's not like we have some great dysfunction that cost us the entirety of game 1. Well, and we have to respect the crabs more. That's what you've got to keep in mind, too.
Respect the crabs and respect the lock.
Yeah, well, he doesn't have to be respected. You can disrespect him as much as you want for the rest of the series. He's not here anymore. But speaking of respect, I think Team Liquid earned some respect from some of the other regions here as they did go 3-0 in their match at like Carmine Corp, that head-to-head. Obviously, the NA versus EU rivalry. We always love to hype that up. Team Liquid smashed that one. They also smashed the second seed from the LCP. Their only losses were to T1 in that play-in stage, but when your only losses are to the reigning triple world champions, I'm going to give you a little bit more of a pass on that.
Exactly. It's a bit more understandable. T1 in play-ins was always going to be a tough nut to crack, but TL did have some really good competitive games against them too, which was something that really kind of made people very excited. We saw a lot of their members in great form. I think Core was playing some of his best league that he's played in a long time, was really shining. Morgan was unreal at MSI, and I'm really kind of curious to see if he can actually bring that here to the LCS, because while he was not bad by any means in the LCS, he was a really good top laner. He wasn't anywhere near as dominant as he was at MSI. He was just going in and solo killing Kana and Doran like on repeat, it felt like. And this guy, we haven't seen that level of lane dominance from him of late, so want to see if he can really bring that back to NA.
And I feel like so many times when you see teams that look one way domestically, you get to international play and you practically never get the same thing once you go to the bigger stages. You either get the guys where they can't rise to the occasion, they get inside their own heads, they get nervous and they don't play the way they normally do, or they step up, they can see the extra challenge and they rise to that, and it really shows exactly what you're talking about, where Morgan was really putting on world-class performance.
He was, and I think something that's really interesting, you know, having talked to TL and some of their coaching staff, is that because a lot of the players on this team all believe that they have incredibly good teammates, in some ways it kind of like put them in a weird mindset where a lot of the players were all of the mindset that, okay, I'm up like 5 CS, I'm up 7 CS, I won my matchup, I'm doing fine. All right, I don't need to push it anymore because Jan's going to carry for me, or Morgan's going to carry for me, or Quid will do it. Like, someone else is going to do the thing that wins the game, right? And I think they got into a weird mindset where they were all kind of expecting someone else to carry the game. They're all playing pretty well, but they all came from teams where they had to be the person doing the thing, and then they joined this team that is like this super team.
Wait, I can trust my teammates.
Exactly, and it almost like they trusted their teammates too much, and then everyone stopped trying to be the person that was driving the game forward.
Well, now Quid is under some pressure here in the mid lane. There's your Rune Prison, immediately followed up by the Sonic Wave. Quid knows to not waste the flash on that one. C9 gets paid, and it's Loki counting his money.
Yeah, nicely done there, and that is a really good place to put that money. This matchup, Syndra versus Ryze, can become very difficult very quickly for Syndra when Ryze gets ahead, because you get early Merc Treads, you get early Catalyst, and all of a sudden you just don't have the damage to threaten him.
And that was also after Quid's first TP. So normally that advantage of having teleport in the mid lane against a double mobility summoner spell like Ryze, completely neutralized for this early laning phase, that's going to hurt pretty bad for the Team Liquid mid.
Yeah, that is killer for sure. And that early tier had already been stacking, and you can see that the pieces of Catalyst were purchased up there by Loki. He initially was going to start going towards the Merc Treads, but then did just actually sell that Null Magic Mantle that he purchased up and decided to go for the Catalyst first, which is going to give him a tremendous amount of sustain. Jan, clearly, you can see by his purchases, he's basically just trying to farm and withstand this matchup. Went with the early Doran's Helm as his start, and then picked up a tier, now just going back for some long swords. Basically, his job is just to farm it out and to survive the amount of poke that Tactical can put out here on the Victor.
All right, Tactical. Obviously, you know, the big moment for Victor is once you get the upgraded laser, you get the aftershock on it, you're just instantly clearing all the waves, but everything's going to be A-okay for the time being. We do have some support attention towards the mid lane here. The nice part is, for every other support in the game, when you do this kind of just like drive past mid, make sure everything's okay, you don't really get to affect the matchup a whole lot. Bard at least dropping off those hot Cocos. It is about potions, what, like half a potion's worth of HP for a level 1 Coco? So throwing a couple of those in there, you get a free potion for Loki, just drinks them both up, gets a little bit of a top off on the HP.
Yeah, two of them is basically one refillable potion charge.
Okay.
It's 100 HP for 2, so it's pretty impactful. You know, it's not a full-on health potion, but it is, you know, very, very good. And those little things, you do that a couple times, Bard can be so annoying because the ganks can feel like so trash, but it actually is very effective anyway. You just drive by, proc electrocute, drop some shrines, and you just put them up a couple hundred HP.
Vulcan threw out the Cosmic Binding there, but he only found 2 of the little Jose Diodo corn dogs. So that didn't exactly give him the
Jose's babies.
Yeah, but Jose flashes over the wall anyway, so they do get the summoner spell out of the TL jungler. Jose level 6. However, Core JJ is the first one to make the play. Loki in danger here with the unleashed powers. Jose Diodo jumps in, but it's Loki staying alive. Jose knockback underneath the turret. Tries to use the call to pack to stay alive, but no, it's Vulcan grabbing the kill. The 3v3 in the mid lane favors C9. Vulcan goes in for another Cosmic Binding. Blabber wants to finish off the kill into Core JJ, but he can't quite get the damage.
Yeah, can't quite finish him off, but still good plays here from Blabber. Another visit here towards mid lane. This time it was TL trying to punish Loki, keep Quid in it. And Loki is able to survive, you know, flashes back, Blabber shows up, and they're able to turn this one around. So they knew Blabber was in the area, but they felt like they're going to be able to go for this. And Core sets it up, Q Flash has the crash down into that scatter, so they hit the full combo. But those heal shrines, the safeguard, the kick to peel as well from Blabber knocks Jose back into the tower. Doesn't have flash, and they take him down.
No, I'm dead. Goodbye.
Goodbye.
And I mean, that's the cost of him getting caught at the Raptors. If he had Flash, it could have been a different story, and he might have actually been able to disengage from that. But, you know, got caught at the Raptors, was trying to actually eviscerate over the wall, but I guess couldn't find the angle, maybe tried to go over a part that was too fat on the wall, and ended up having to use his Flash, and C9 gets the punish for that immediately. And now Loki does have those Merc Treads, so it is going to be very, very difficult for them to burst him down.
All right, C9 happy with our first 8 minutes of gameplay, but here, Azael, remember, is where we got the first big battle of game number 1 around the Grubs. Team Liquid right now committing a lot of resources towards this. They have a 4-man potential play around the area. Blabber would potentially like to look at least one Grub, and it looks like Team Liquid will say, all right, that's fine. If you want the one, as long as we get the majority here, we'll step out. We don't want to risk any sort of a fight after. Morgan will just go back to farming up here in the top side. C9 does have priority and control over the top wave, which makes it more risky for TL to try to full commit to the 3 Grubs. So a 2-to-1 split favoring TL.
Yeah, and it's pretty common these days, you know, unless you have full control of the area, you try to rush down one of the Grubs without using Smite, then you try to take the second contested with that Smite, and then you just get out of there because you've now spent your Smite. They have theirs to get the third anyway, so there's not really any point in staying around and actually contesting that. So it's just that trade of the 2 Grubs for 1. TL going to be relatively happy about it, but at the end of the day, not too big of a deal.
Right.
And the big deal right now is just going to be the advantage really in mid. That is the biggest deal for Loki. You know, when he gets going, this Rise can be very, very difficult to deal with, and it's going to be hard to answer in the side lanes, I think, as well. You know, it's not necessarily an easy 1v1 for Morgan if Loki gets ahead, because they have so much ability to, you know, affect these lanes with Blabber coming over a wall, with Vulcan coming in all of a sudden, and that is going to be the target. It's just going to be tactical, buying time, wave clearing, and allowing them to get up to these side lanes where they can play through Loki and Thanatos. That's eventually what they're looking for.
Plus, with Morgan, like you're saying, being your primary side laner on the Team Liquid side, he has to build steel caps because you're up against Ambessa as your lane opponent and Lee Sin as the enemy jungler, which means you don't have the Mercury Treads for the extra defensive capability and CC reduction against the Rise. So if Loki pops Ghost and throws you in Rune Prison, you are in jail. You are directly in jail. You are going one place, and that's back to your own fountain with a black and white screen. As C9 starting up the Drake. Here, it's 10 minutes into the game. Over the wall comes Jose and Core JJ. Want to try to at least turn this into a 50-50 split. Tactical and Vulcan thinking about stopping them here as the Realm Warp is about to arrive. Core JJ and Jose Diodo might be in a little bit of trouble. The gravity field catches Core JJ. They burst him down immediately. Jan has made his way over into the fight, though. Blabber wants to try to secure the Drake, and he does do just that. C9, they find themselves a kill, but they've lost their own carry in the process. So a 1-for-1 trade here, but the objective goes to C9.
Yeah, C9 going to be happy about that. I think it was actually the Victor that got the last hit on the Dragon as both the Smites went down, got incredibly low, and I believe it was Victor that did finish it off. TL, it just felt like they moved in too early. It's difficult for Corki and for the Syndra to actually join, because look at Quid's positioning here on the side. You see him, and Blabber was kind of threatening to section him off, and then Loki just joins in with the Realm Warp, and at this point, yeah, Jan does move up and does get in there, is able to actually knock down the Victor, but Core is gone, and it is a very tough situation there for Jose. That tick of the Arcane Storm from the grave secures that Dragon, and that is really the only thing that makes the difference.
Yeah, that's kind of crazy that the from beyond the veil, Arcane Storm ends up getting it, and Vulcan just barely surviving the Unleashed Power, taking him below 100 HP down in the bottom lane at the same time. Tactical getting jumped on. Core JJ sticks around too long, though. Absorbs one turret shot too many to make it an even trade, as Thanatos nearly killed here in the top lane. Below 100 HP himself, as Morgan is controlling the 1v1.
Yeah, Morgan going to be able to get the push here. He's going to farm some plates off the back of this as well, so that is really nice for TL. And yeah, Core went down, but I feel like from that position with how heated up the tower was, he probably had to. I think if he actually dropped the turret aggro one shot earlier, Jan is probably dead. So it is better to actually just take that L, fall down, make sure Jan survives so he can actually fully push that in and get the kill gold.
And Jan's feeling really good now. 2-0 on the Corki. You've got your Trinity Force. Your Doran's Helm honestly going to continue to give you a lot of value going forward here too, as Core JJ makes his way into the mid lane, and yet again Loki is the target. Flash is out to make sure that TL can't burst him down, but a TP is about to arrive as Thanatos uses the public execution just for the buffer to not get CC'd as he arrives and manages to walk away. But that's a TP and an ulti down for Thanatos just to get punched in the mouth and walk away.
Exactly, and Morgan is still just pushing top, right? Thanatos thought there was going to be a lot more happening there. I think his thought process was they're going to continue to chase Loki, and as they over-engage onto Loki, I'm going to TP him behind them, and I'm going to roast them. But they just peeled back. They were happy with getting the flash there from Loki, and it does mean that a slight incremental advantage continued to be built on that top side here from Morgan. And he is up about 600 gold at this point, has taken a couple plates off that tower, and is feeling pretty good in this side lane.
Yeah, Jan and Morgan are the reason why Team Liquid is ahead in gold, despite the fact that C9 leads with 2 kills. So Team Liquid certainly not sweating here in this early game. Only one Drake taken very, well, not very late, but pretty late first Drake, 10 minutes into the game. Obviously, the grubs were already split like we talked about, but we have an interesting map state coming up soon, since 2 minutes from now, we're going to have the Herald and the next Drake spawning around the same time, as Team Liquid's looking to maybe make a play down here in the bottom lane. CoreJJ with a Hex Flash over the wall, uses the crash down immediately as they full send it after C9, and Vulcan is popped. Jan goes on a killing spree. All 3 TL kills on the Corki, and they're not done yet. Loki tries to get away, but a beautiful scatter the weak coming out from Quid, and Loki falls too. It is right on point here in the bottom lane.
Yeah, TL really starting to take over on this bot side. I thought it was going to be Loki running away with this game after the early play towards mid. I thought they were going to be able to continue to accelerate that to get him out to the side lanes and have a lot of success there. But TL has just consistently attacked Loki, made his job difficult. And then here, when there is the read on the dive, they just hard engage on the other side away from the tower. The tower is never in range there. Core finds a great angle to lock up Vulcan, push back Blabber, and then Loki here tries to realm warp out. Look at this scatter, the max range scatter here. Catches him just on the edge. It can get extended when it goes through terrain, and there is an interaction there. So the fact that he actually shot it through the tower, I think may have made the difference, and Quid interrupts Loki. That means his death as well. And just like that, Quid is ahead on gold. Jan is 4-0, gonna have his second item here done pretty soon. And Blabber on the wrong side of the map.
Yeah, Blabber's gonna get hit with the scat of the week, and yet again, Jose Diodo is ready and waiting. CoreJJ is ready and waiting, and Blabber is just punished yet again. Jose looking for even more here. Wants to try to chase a little bit further, but with no Hound's pursuit for the next 5 seconds, has to jump back away. And this play and that bottom lane dive both felt like C9 are saying, okay, we know what they want to do, and TL's just saying, oh, we know that you know. And they just immediately have the counter for the counter ready to go. TL's just playing the fights better.
And it just feels like they always have the extra man, right? Like they're actually showing up with the additional member. C9 had 3 bottom to try to cover that dive. TL sent 4. They have a couple people up here looking to maybe set up a dive to set up an angle, for Blabber. Well, again, multiple members there come from TL and just immediately engage on the disadvantaged C9 member. It was the same thing they did bot, and now Tactical in trouble.
Yep, Hound's pursuit ready to go. I said that Jose Diodo needed a couple seconds up there in the top side, and now that he has them, he immediately puts that pressure on the bot side carry from C9. Flash had to be spent from Tactical there as Vulcan very low on HP. And that magical journey leads straight to the burning gates as the unleashed power sends him down, down, down.
And Vulcan's reaction on the player cam, it was head and hands. He looked very frustrated by that death because it wasn't just Tactical's flash that was forced. In that same moment, Vulcan had to flash to get in range for heal and lock it to keep him alive. So he had used all of his resources to save Tactical, then gets caught by the scatter, and barely does not have enough health to survive. If he had the flash, if he had the heal, if he had the locket, anything, he probably would have lived. But he had to spend it all, and he dies right thereafter.
And this game that was looking good for C9 in those first 8 minutes has now been suplexed by a Team Liquid that seems like they have lost no time in recovering from going to MSI. When we did power rankings, when we had them on the show in waiting room yesterday, I had Lion and TL at 3rd and 4th. One reason for TL is because haha funny meme, but the other reason is because generally the teams that we send to MSI, their summer splits start off more slowly. They have to kind of recover a little bit, get back into the usual groove of things. But it doesn't feel like Team Liquid is missing anything. They seem very clear, very clean, very coherent.
Yeah, I completely agree. And obviously, they didn't play in main stage of MSI, so they had a little bit of time there. But that is really common because the schedule for LoL Esports is brutal, right? If you're a top team and you qualify for everything, you play in every playoffs, you go to finals, you go to MSI, you go to First Stand, you go to Worlds, your schedule is pretty much all year long. And so especially with additional events in between that some of the teams are doing as well, the schedule is grueling. And so often after these internationals, the top teams will take it easy for a week or two.
Well, CoreJJ tries to go in for the engage on Tactical, and while the Victor gets away at the start, he cannot cross the finish line to safety. Team Liquid with the 4-man commit finds the kill on Tactical. The Flash still half the cooldown remaining from the last time they popped that Summoner spell with Hound's Pursuit over in the mid lane on that play that cost Vulcan his life, and it just feels like Team Liquid is never slowing down. Yes, Thanatos going to grab a couple of plates in the tier 2 here in the bottom lane, but TL continues pressuring top and mid at the same time to the tune of a 4,000 gold lead.
Yeah, they are looking so good, and you said exactly what I wanted to highlight is the fact that they are punishing these missing resources so incredibly well, time and time again. They go mid, they force the flash on Tactical, they force the flash on the heal on Vulcan, they instantly kill Vulcan because he is missing that heal as well as the locket. Then they go back mid again. As soon as they get those side lanes pushed out, C9 responds and they just collapse on Tactical. He doesn't have his flash, they kill him again. It's just brilliant play here from TL. They're looking so confident.
Okay, a little bit of a whiff there from Core. He goes over the wall with a Hex Flash, can't find the Shattering Strike or the Crash Down, so Vulcan gets away for now. And honestly, if you're Vulcan, you got to be wiping the sweat off your brow from that one, because every time Team Liquid shows up anywhere, they've got the firepower behind the lockdown to get the picks.
And one of the scary parts in a game like this when you start falling behind is there's no true tank on C9. Who's supposed to be the one to face check, right? Bard has to keep playing for vision. You need to have someone out there getting wards, and so every time you're showing up to try to ward over a wall or try to place a ward in the brush or clear something out, he knows he might be getting engaged on here. And this was the last regular season match loss for C9. 435 days since they actually lost a regular season match. So not the start that they would be looking for here. Of course, there's so much talk about, their struggles to actually get back to international, but they have been so dominant regionally. And you definitely don't want to lose that because that has been their strength.
Well, for C9, they have got to turn it around here very soon, my friend, because 4,500 gold 20 minutes into the game where you don't have any other decided advantages like stacking towards an early soul is a very, very difficult game state to try to secure the win from. Jose Diodo now also with the Serpent's Fang fully completed as the second item. You're going to get a lot of value out of that. So many of these enemy champions getting a lot of value out of shields, and Jose's just going to cut right through it as Vulcan, again under pressure, again having to spend the flash just to get away.
And while we do go into a little bit of a lull state here, I want to take a moment to talk a bit about Tactical, who, actually maybe we're going to have a fight. I'll wait a moment.
All right, well, we'll give it a moment. Talk about Tactical a little bit after as Blabber loses half HP. Team Liquid does not want to overcommit to anything. Instead, they're just going to bring the 3-man hit squad over to Yon, who is in the mid lane, crashing the wave into the tier 2 turret. Get a little bit more damage onto that one. Nearly take the 4th plate, but not quite yet.
And they're looking now for top. They're going to try to find Rise, but he's backing off. So I think we will be having a little bit of a calm state. And so if you haven't actually been watching Tactical for a while, obviously, this guy came into the league with TL in 2020. He's now getting to be back in the league playing against his old team. And after his stint on TL, he played for TSM for a while, then he played for Immortals, and then he was out of the LCS. But with Luminasi, he won 2 NACL titles. He didn't even start 2026 on an NACL roster, but then actually came in and was able to help his team win another one to actually turn the ship around when they were struggling, win another NACL title. So he's actually won the last 3 splits in NACL. He's been dominating at the tier 2 level. That is why he is back. That is why he is getting another chance. It is because of his consistent level of performance at the lower level. He has shown that he is the best of the best in tier 2. Yep. And so now he has again earned himself a shot here at the tier 1 level to play in the LCS, and it's a shot with a really good team.
Yeah, now though, the problem is that you're up against a really good team. Team Liquid's coordination triumphs yet again, as this time they find the pick on Blabbers Lee Sin. 1, 2, and 2 on that one. Has not been able to find all the playmaking that he would like in this game. Now dead for the next 30 seconds. Team Liquid also took the opportunity to grab the Ocean Drake around the same time. Now again, it's Vulcan in danger. Yawn is right there. Rocket over the wall. Won't quite be able to kill him. Vulcan survives with 100 HP, but C9 can't get anything back.
I mean, this is like a horror game. It's just jump scare after jump scare if you're C9. They try to check any brush, and Core JJ is in it. And this game, to me, has felt so much about Core and Jose and how much better they are playing than their opposite number. They feel like they are of one mind. They're moving around the map constantly. They're in every bush. They're jumping on the C9 members. And we haven't really been able to see a successful play with Blabber and Vulcan moving around and finding a pick and finding an angle. And the more and more plays that work for TL, the more they take over the vision, the harder it is for C9 to find those angles. And it just feels like the door is closing here very quickly, as Yawn is just miles ahead on 3 items. Quid has already got his Seekers. He's on 2.5. He is just so strong now, too.
Yeah, I was about to say, you want to close the door. How about nailing a board over it there with Seeker's arm guard on the Syndra? Just makes it so impossible to find what you're looking for with these picks, with these engages. Thanatos and Blabber set up for the potential two-man angle as Quid flashes away, and then Chovy belts out of the range of the public execution. Quid staying alive for now, and there's your stasis to keep it going even further. Blabber's going to be taken down first as Jose Diodo jumps into the back line, and Thanatos cannot kill Quid. The Syndra stays alive as Team Liquid washes C9 off the map. Quid will finally fall, but at what cost? C9 lose 3 men as the last 2 hobble away.
It can't go much better than that for Quid, man. He played that so well. C9 had a lot of patience there to set up the play, and I thought it was going to work for sure. But Quid, early flash, then rocket belts away from the public execution, and then the timing on the stasis. He stasis the kick flash from Blabber on the animation. He stops him in his tracks. That was beautifully done there from Quid. He shut the door on the play, and he may have shut the door on the game here as C9 nearly 10K behind.
Yeah, it's a 9,000 gold lead, man. I think Team Liquid is just playing better League of Legends today. Let's watch it again.
This was insane. So Quid comes in, early flash, rocket belt to the side, scatter on the Lee Sin. Now watch this. Kick flash, stasis. No, you cannot get me. Blabber is not able to do anything after this. Quid kites back. Yeah, Thanatos eventually kills it, but on the other side, Morgan is crushing them. Yawn is untouched. Thanatos is under the tower with nowhere to go. Does flash in to get one back and get a shutdown, but it is 3 kills going the way of TL. Quid looking very happy about that, and C9 not looking quite as happy about how things are going in this series and in this game.
You saw a little shoulder shrug from Quid because he still died, but the real story is told by the smile on his face the entire time. He knows, like, yeah, sure, I died, whatever, but he knows he played it well enough to just completely smurf on C9 in that one. That 9,000 gold lead is about to find its way towards 5 digits of domination.
And the worst part, when you play against someone and they get an early Seekers and then they use it and it's really effective and they win the fight, is that they often have enough gold to do this. They go back and they buy Azonias, so he instantly has it available again. And you already tried to kick flash him, it failed. You tried to wait and find this play, it failed, and now TL looking unstoppable, pressing that 10K mark.
And they might not have Baron, but again, this is a team that's not limited by everyone being melee like game number 1. Your sieging is much easier. You've got the Corki, you've got the Syndra, you've got the full send with the Rel if you want to. So now that TL have taken the mid lane inhibitor, they're going to look towards bottom side. You can see Morgan getting that wave ready to push up while everybody else remains between the mid and bottom lanes, just trying to find continual harass on C9. You knock any of these C9 players low enough, all of a sudden they can't mount a defense. It's a 2-in-hit game instantly. Morgan transforms into Mega Gnar. That means C9's got to respect it. Core JJ wants to go in. Public execution coming out from Thanatos, looking to dive into the back line, but the Mega Gnar defensively trying to protect the Team Liquid carries. Thanatos gets himself back away. C9 aren't going to lose anybody, and they find the kill into Core JJ. Team Liquid finally overplays their hand a little bit, and C9 can stop them.
That was a beautiful outplay there from Thanatos. The public execution was so well timed, not only because it found the backline of TL, but because it immuned the engage from Core JJ. He instantly reacted to Core JJ flashing in with the engage there, buffers that perfectly, gets back into the backline of TL and keeps them alive for now. But this is going to be TL moving to Soul Point, Yes, you defended your base at C9. The game will go on, but there's no way you're getting out there and stopping that dragon.
No, that is now Soul Point for TL. Just about 27 minutes into the game, so it's not like it'll be a fast Soul. But when you're up against a team that's 9,000 gold ahead and you can barely ever kill anybody, Ocean Soul kind of just turns that barely into a hell no.
Yep.
Hey guys, time to win. I have to require them.
It's time to win.
Time to win. He's got 3 items. Don't look at how many items the other people have.
Nope.
Just focus on the fact that he has 3.
Put your hand over that other side of the monitor.
Don't look at Quid and Yon.
Yeah, you don't want to look at those guys. Their inventories don't matter. Only your own. As we do have the Spear, the Cleaver, the Eclipse there for Thanatos on the Ambessa. But man, look at those gold differences in jungle, in mid, in bottom lane. 2.5, 1.5, 3,500 gold for Jose, Quid, and Yon. As Team Liquid is not slowing down. It's 35 seconds until the Baron spawns, so they're just going to make sure these waves are pushed up. They control the enemy jungle. Look at all the wards being placed down. Control wards, normal wards. They want to make sure that if C9 tries to approach this Baron area at all, Team Liquid is ready to spring the trap.
Exactly, and it's just so difficult for C9 because TL can engage on anyone, and it's probably going to be a pretty good fight because everyone is pretty squishy. They're so far ahead. Whereas C9, it feels like you basically have to kill Yon instantly to have a chance, right? Quid is probably just not going to happen with Rocket Belt, with Zonias, with Flash. I feel like Yon, he's your best shot, but it's going to be very difficult to get there. And if you can do it, maybe you have a chance. But TL just need to start any fight on even numbers, and Yon now has the Infinity Edge, which means even more important to be able to take him down at the start.
Plus, with those Hex Optics, as soon as he has a single takedown, he'll be fighting from that much further range away. Core JJ going in here as Tactical does get caught out and exploded there with the Unleashed Power. Morgan finds the Mega Gnar. He doesn't even need the Terrain Slam as both the carries on C9 are erased from the Rift. And Team Liquid with a 5v3. The Baron is no longer required. Thanatos tries to dive into the back, but now he's immediately got to retreat. He wants to get the kill, but Quid goes golden, and it'll be a trophy for TL here this first best of 3 of Summer Split. We know who the better blue boys are today, and it's Team Liquid with a clean sweep. 2-0, taking down Cloud9.
Back-to-back days, our MSI teams come back, get the job done here. 2-0 for Lion yesterday, 2-0 for TL today. They were our top 2 teams last split. Hey, maybe they're letting us know things haven't changed too much.
Team Liquid looking ferocious. Game number 1 was slow and then very explosive. Game number 2, you even mentioned it, it looked like C9 was getting off to a good start. Having the Rise accelerated a little bit early, maybe you can play around him, but TL just always seemed like they were one step ahead. Yeah, it looks like we're gonna dive bot, so C9's ready to counter, but actually we brought 4 people to counter that counterplay instead. It just seemed like Cloud9 couldn't keep up with what Team Liquid was actually doing.
Yeah, no, I really like how you put that. I did feel like they just couldn't keep up. TL were making so many plays so much faster. It felt like they were way more on the same page than their opponents today with those fights. It wasn't like they were just haphazardly forcing. Yeah. They were together, they were coordinated, they're finding odd number of fights, they're finding picks. Core was amazing at MSI, and he was looking amazing here again today. And how he was working with Jose, how Quid was playing individually in some of these fights was stellar. And it is just a really promising start to a split here for TL. But we got Raz standing by with Quid, the first lock of the LCS, for an interview.
That is right. Give it up to Quid. Congratulations on the dub and the first lock in the LCS. Let's talk about that lock, actually, because everyone was wondering if there was one person who is going to be picking up that champion, it's going to be you. A, were you surprised that you got a chance to lock it in? And B, how did you feel in that game?
To be honest, I didn't really want to first pick Lock when Akali was up. I think it's so easy matchup for Akali, but our coach said, just pick it. The champion is not balanced, so yeah, just pick it.
That sounds like a lot of trust overall. What was your thought process? Talk to me about the matchup, because it's a new pick. A lot of people are wondering about what to expect in the Akali matchup, and how did you feel like, what got you over the edge in terms of just snowballing? Because you ended up getting, by the end of the game, like 10 kills and a one-shot on Leona.
I think that champion is really simple champion, and it's really easy to get killed if you can survive in lane. I think the champion is in general just too weak. Not too weak, just weak in lane against melee champion. So I didn't really want to pick into Akali, but I just managed to survive until 2 item, and my champion is just too OP. After that, yeah.
What's a tip for the players at home that want to try Lock if you're put in that situation? What's something that they should take note from your game?
I think that champion is really hard to kill for enemy perspective. So if you keep trying to make space for your teammate, then you're going to have good anger for the fight. So you should keep trying to make space for your teammate.
And in game 2, you went crazy. I wanted to cast your mind back in that top lane play when they had like a 4 or 5 man play on you. You rocket belt out of the Ambessa ulti, like you Zhonya's the Lee Sin kick, basically that he was going for you. You had a lot of like, it felt like you were in flow. Talk through me your thought process when you were caught in that moment.
We were talking about that's the only play they can do. To be honest, I didn't expect Ambessa was sitting in there too. I only thinking about Lee Sin, but yeah, I was thinking about them doing that, so I could react pretty easily. And yeah, I think I should be able to survive, but Morgan didn't want to save me.
Message to the fans that are seeing you guys basically rising since taking down KC. It looks like you guys have only been on the up and up, so a message for the fans on that?
I'm really happy that we beat KC 3-0, not even close. But we learned a lot from MSI, and I hoped we could take some game against T1, but we didn't manage to. It's quite sad, but we actually learned a lot from the tournament, so we just keep showing better and better.
And we're going to be looking forward to it. Congratulations, round of applause one more time for Quid. Thank you for that interview. We're going to be going to a break, and I'll see you guys on the other side.
It's really good, so let's open this mission.
I'm gonna start walking. Oh, Victor, guys.
Victor
Inting. Victor Inting.
Yo.
I'm coming.
No flash.
Victor no flash.
Bard no
Victor
ulti.
dead.
No TP, I'm missing.
I think.
No ulti. No flash, Bard. No flash.
Kidding. Listen, no flash.
What am I watching, bro?
You're watching montage show. Oh!
The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you. Gamers, hybrid workers, artists. Backing your every move.
Hello? Whoa. Mama Gorgon 85 lives here?
Yep, that's my mom.
The absolute legend who went from gaming on her phone to ruthless online streaming slayer with no mercy for any living thing is your mom?
Hey guys. Apples with peanut butter?
How is this possible?
With AT&T wireless and home internet.
Hey, text me if you need anything.
Level up your connection with AT&T wireless and home internet, now available across the nation.
No, she's so nice in real life.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Ambassador 2.
Coming.
이거 미니언 된다.
Right.
Listen to flash. I'm going right, Jose.
Help me. Bard no flash.
Go, coming.
Hot dog coming. No
I'm
flash.
saving you.
No flash.
I didn't need to die.
We know who the better blue boys are today, and it's Team Liquid with a clean sweep, 2-0, taking down Cloud9.
This is how we get off permanently, because there's legit nothing. I click forward as Vayne. What am I gonna flash exhaust at Oriana or what? Just go right now, flash exhauster? Is that the play?
He's translating now. No, I don't care what is right and what is wrong in the game.
Yes, he's saying I'm flanking.
Let me talk. He say flanking, and I say like, look, can you guys look? You guys even not try to like say no. You guys say, you guys so like Jimmy what?
Yes, he's flanking. I didn't think he's gonna click into them. He's on a flank. Yes, I can be flanking. Doesn't mean I'm gonna send it on mid lane. I'm flanking. Okay, that means let's pull them in so that the flank's useful, not so that they can click left. I didn't think he was gonna click forward. To me, this is just not anything. There's no play. It scrims. We get off permanently. This game, if we just walk away from them, kill the dragon, I push bot, I have TP advantage, I keep tempo, I win side, we just win the whole game. But we permanently play for unreasonable plays. This is not reasonable.
That was a clip from the Shopify documentary. You can check it out on the Shopify Rebellion YouTube channel. But we're going to have that game in a set. We do have to take care of business. Welcome back to Opening Week presented by MasterCard. And the player of the game for the last game is a tie between CoreJJ and Quid. So in case of a tie, the fan vote breaks the tie. And these are the results.
Yeah.
So
you can only vote for
Jose
Core
does
or
not
Quid.
count.
Yeah.
Boost it up for Quid.
The vote happened.
Oh, the vote already happened. Oh, so it's
CoreJJ
Core.
wins.
Damn.
Congratulations.
Congratulations, CoreJJ.
Yeah.
People
we need
were
a runoff.
chat. Very close.
We need a runoff vote.
That
Very
was our
close.
runoff.
So what were some of your thoughts on the Shopify documentary and then also the changes that they've made? Because we saw Seos in there not really saying anything. Zazel's also joined the team. Big changes.
Yeah, I mean, I think that doc was the closest I've seen to breaking point in a positive way. Like, they really showed a lot of stuff behind the scenes that pointed to the communication issues that this team was having all split. I think with Zazel coming in, what he does offer is, yes, another strong voice, but also like a really good veteran presence that will hopefully help them have a better direction and more cohesion in some of these reviews.
Yeah, I heavily recommend people to watch the documentary. Of
Same.
course, this was like, I mean, Seos has moved on from this point, so you can just see him on the couch. But I mean, my main thing is a lot of teams will have these like discussions/arguments. That one was like a special case because you got to really see, like, this play was about Zinni. But Zinni has a translator, so you're kind of waiting on the translation to go through. So then B-Boy like comes in. So you can see how difficult it is to have like a back and forth when there is literally a mediator in terms of like understanding, like getting the message across.
Yeah.
So that is a really illuminating documentary because not a lot of people get to see what happens behind the scenes. But I mean, they made a lot of changes.
Yeah.
Specifically, Zazel's in for Shopify, and then for Disguise, they've locked in Surdy. For me, I have DSG winning, and I seem like the only one, actually.
And I think it's a really interesting matchup. It's really important for both of these teams. DSG had flashes of brilliance in the spring split, but fell apart towards the end. They had a crucial best of three. They needed the win to make it in the playoffs and didn't do so. I really liked what we saw out of Surdy at the end of last split. But I think with the communication issues that Shopify had, I think Zazel could actually be an incredibly good addition for them.
I agree with
in terms of solving their issues and getting on the same page in game. And I know we've seen, I think, pretty high peaks for most of this Shopify roster previously.
Yeah.
Which is why I'm giving the slight edge here to Shopify personally.
Yeah, I agree with everything that Jat said. And I also think, like, if it happens for Shopify, it really has to start this week, right?
It does. They can't just wait.
Yeah. Otherwise, they're in a really rough spot.
For me, for DSG, like, those flashes were on how surprised we were in Surdy, like, just melding in immediately with the team and performing incredibly well outside of that expectation. Now he gets to start with the team, and he's already was there for the boot camp. So there's a lot of question marks. The answers will come through. We're going to send it over to the casters as we actually get the games going.
Yeah, where's Kangas?
Where is Kangas?
He disappeared.
I'm here on stage with Kobe to talk about our second series of opening weekend, day 2, presented by MasterCard. Let's meet our teams taken to the stage, Shopify Rebellion and Disguised. A singular game separated these two in spring split from making playoffs. Shopify Rebellion, off of Raz eating a stunner, were able to pull it off and squeak into playoffs. But with tied series score, Disguised were hot on their heels, and now they get a face-off in week 1 of Summer Split. Shopify Rebellion versus Disguised starts now. Kobe, analysts gave their predictions. I want to hear your thoughts here. Who do you have favored coming into the stage today? Is it the Rebels or is it the Toast?
Completely unbiased, Kangas, as casters. But I have to say, it does feel like a bottom lane versus solo lanes on the other side of the team, where I think that Shopify have the better bottom lane and probably maybe some advantage in jungle for contracts. But I feel like Disguise could get their advantages out of the solo lane. Surdy coming back instantly gelled with the rest of the team. Thought that Call Me already had some very good individual performances, despite games where the team still didn't win. But I do think the bottom lane, they lose a lot of pressure, and it makes it fairly hard for that team to play around dragons. And as you know, right now, dragon stacking very crucial in a lot of the the meta right now. So I do think that there may be some slight favors towards Shopify. Shopify, though, they made more recent changes and big changes coming in, Kangas. These are a big stories here for Shopify because not only did they bring back Zeyzal, but they also brought in a new GM, the GM over from Cloud9, David Hahn, who, when he joined and walked up to the team, he was like, everybody, all players and coaches, coaching staff, need to prove that they deserve to still be on this team. Yeah, so they're very, very pressed. They are looking at the possibilities of making changes, and I like that we got, a bit of the listen from their documentary as well. They're very passionate over there, and they're not happy with just being kind of middle of the road or losing. They want to make some changes. They want to get some W's.
Specifically Fudge, man, he was heated in some of those conversations, those post-game reviews, and I feel like the vibes have to be very different on each of these teams. Disguise is a team, pressure for them is defending their spot. They have the promo relegation tournament coming up at the end of the Summer Split as the guest spot in the LCS, but Shopify Rebellion, almost similar now in that, like you said, they're fighting for their spots. They're proving that they have what it takes to play at the Tier 1 level. So, a lot of pressure on both of these squads, but for DSG, I think the big conversation is Surdy is back on the team. I'm excited to see how they continue to grow with him. Happy to have him with a starting spot for the first time in a year now on Disguised. Vi locked in first for Shopify Rebellion, so some jungle focus for contracts to kick things off in Game 1.
And that's usually where teams' focus are when they're playing versus Shopify. Contracts at the end of spring had some very big games.
That Olaf game.
The Olaf game, 1v9, but also his Wukong game in the exact same series was also massive carry. So definitely have to always be looking out for jungle-focused gameplay. And if they're going for the first pick Vi, you immediately start to think, all right, what is Zinni going to pick to pair with it? The Ahri, Taliyah style champions. Taliyah's definitely dropped way further in priority, but you can start off a lot of different style compositions with that. Rumble is very good for Fudge. They could do... Ooh, okay, so they instantly go full dive, and the Camille and Galio combination. This is just the hardest dive that you can get, Kangas, in 1, 2, 3.
I mean, these two alone, a classic combo, the Camille plus Galio. Vi on top of it means that they have so much ability to just get onto that backline. Ziggs can throw out damage from pretty far away, but doesn't have a lot of mobility outside of the satchel, so can be tough to keep yourself alive. We don't know where the Ziggs is going, though, and that's something I wanted to highlight earlier. You talked about how much DSG's bot lane has been struggling. So I got to ask, Kobe, do you have faith that Sajed's going to be able to pilot the mages in the meta right now? Because a lot of AD carries, if they can play the mages, it's good in comps, but not every AD carry likes to play mages, and he's a young player, still in his rookie year. So what do we think about DSG's bot side with this
I think
format?
Ziggs is pretty easy, so I think he's going to be completely fine. I feel like this is the training wheels mage for basically all bottom laners. This is like the first mage that you go to. That or male, basically. And I think he should be fine with landing at least a decent amount of the bombs. He is going to be under tremendous pressure, though, because Vi, Camille, and Galio, as we're saying, is super heavy dive. Now, the Shen is always such a good answer to Vi individually, as we've seen really pushed forward, especially by Griffin with jungle Shen. But this Shen, I'm thinking, is going bottom lane in support. And not into the jungle, so maybe he'll be lower level than like the jungle Shen answers, of course, since they have the Jarvan, and so you're going to be looking more at the lane of like Shen combination into the Camille to try and kill it, like we saw at MSI. And so now we're in a world where they could move either of the AP carries down there, but still expecting the Ziggs to be the bottom one.
Catching up in the bans with Syndra, Kai'Sa, and then Vayne, Olaf. And that means Cassiopeia is locked in for DSG. Now, I also think of Cassiopeia as one of those mages that can be played in the bot lane. I would expect it for Call Me in the mid with Sajed as the Ziggs, but what this also does is it removes those options later in the draft for Shopify Rebellion, who will go for Ezreal as their bot laner.
Yeah, get some safety there. And an AD carry where you can still buy Camille roaming time, especially since it's going to be against Ziggs. You dodge the bombs, try and hit your Mystic shots. Very, very similar so far, and we're just going to go with the Gnar since they've got the Vayne and the Olaf bans, protection bans that they did in the second round there for Shopify for Fudge, so he should feel fine, should feel confident.
And that means that it's going to be Camille support with that Ezreal, so...
Is it a top lane TF, Kangas? Are you a believer of the top lane TFs?
I mean, if it's Surdy, I'm going to be a fan of whatever carry he chooses to play. When I see this guy, I want to see him on something that he has individual agency on. I think this makes a little more sense for what I've seen from him so far. So we got excited with the TF, but no, it's Mbessa.
And it's the thing you mentioned with Surdy, one of his biggest tools that he used to get rank 1 was range top laners. A lot of the Vayne, of course, but definitely have confidence in him doing like the range TF and stuff as well. Really trying to abuse those matchups. That's part of the reason we had so much hype for Surdy coming in, and we're looking for him to try and abuse it, but just goes with a more standard matchup, as you say, the Mbessa, very standard here, looking for the carry, and this is going to be an action-packed game for sure. I expect a lot of kills in this game, because both teams moving forward. Of course, DSG, they have a bit more of the counter-engage with Shen and Cassio and Ziggs, and so Shopify do have to choose their moments wisely, but I think they have enough crazy dive that will be successful.
Engage is the name of the game for both of these compositions. So many tools to kick off fights. I'm just hoping that the pace of the game answers that, because there's potential for some crazy, crazy skirmishes early on here. We see how much these supports have been roaming so far around the world. Camille and Shen definitely on that list of supports that can do so. Shopify Rebellion versus Disguised. A bit of a rivalry between these two teams, as it was one last match in Spring Split to determine who was going to playoffs. Shopify Rebellion won that series, squeaked in 6th seed to playoffs, denying Disguised that appearance. These guys have the opportunity now to get some early revenge in Summer Split. Game 1, we're on to the Rift.
And now Disguised have had a lot more time to practice with Surdy. We talked about how quickly he actually did mesh with the team, and they fit him in quite nicely and looked pretty good. But now I'm very excited, since they've had so much extra practice time with him, to see how they can pull it off. Of course, with Mbessa Gnar being a pretty standard matchup for the top side, we'll look a lot more towards the team fights and see how they interact later.
We got 4 games on stage from Surdy in Spring Split, and already he looked good in each of those. Yes, 2 of them were losses, but even in those losses, he individually had gold leads, which is something that Disguise desperately need. As it is Raz's match of the week.
Let's go. As I said, Raz gets second pick for his match of the week. Emily gets first pick, and Raz gets second pick.
I'm surprised he didn't pick like Lion FlyQuest yesterday.
You're surprised? This is the Raz angle. Just you wait. Also, I think with the draft, Raz is probably onto something. I feel like we're going to get some good action. And we'll see in this one, because we also, as we were talking about during Champion Select, we have quite a lot of changes with these two teams, which is another reason Raz might pick this one. Raz has always been a Zazel enjoyer.
It's level 2, goes in, but it's going to be answered by Lions. Better trade for Shopify.
Yeah, as Zazel has picked up on this team, they had the video where they talked about it with Seos, and Seos wanted to go back home, feeling a bit homesick, and so they were kind of had a difficult time finding somebody to come in for Shopify. And Zeyzal gave an interview with Kautsiki where he even talked about, yeah, I wasn't really even looking to get back into Tier 1. Zeyzal was streaming, and that was going well and kind of chilling. And now we have the long career timeline. As you can see, he had that stretch here on Shopify and was just inactive streaming, but they convinced him to come back in their time of need, Kangas.
Exactly. So you can see his exact quote that he had there, but then also his timeline. As you could witness, he's been playing for a while. That was from 2023, though, so it's been a minute since he's been in LCS and showing some of his time in Tier 2. Fun fact, had been on the DSG team that got them promoted into the LCS originally, before then subbing for Shopify Rebellion.
Yeah, I like that. I like that quote that you pulled up as well from him.
Yeah. Felt like being a little guilt-tripped, low-key. Top lane, big trade comes through there. Surdy's barely able to survive. Fudge almost finding a solo kill, so Surdy already not getting the better of this top lane 1v1. Fudge has been motivated so far. You could tell in those reviews that Shopify put out from that video, he cares a lot. He was very animated and very opinionated on what Shopify needs to do to kind of improve their year.
And I think that seeing passion and seeing how much they care is a good thing, as we have some aggressive moves
now on the roam, plus Lions. Supports are coming in, but that's a flash out from DSG support. Re-engaged now, trying to lock down Zeyzal and First Blood to Call Me. DSG get it done.
Nice escape from Lions, and it allows Call Me with the counter miasma to make sure Zeyzal can't get back out for the First Blood. The Winds of War barely aren't going to be able to touch the Shen, and Lions is going to get his recall off. But because he's able to live there, uses both summoner spells, is able to live under tower, and getting Call Me the First Blood, I mean, that is huge for this team comp. Cassiopeia is the big damage here and has the possibility, if you can protect the Cassio, to have very big counter engage into this Shopify team. So really setting him up perfectly.
Not going to slow Zeyzal down, as he's going to go for more damage onto Sajed, but I love the counter of Cassiopeia into something like Camille. Camille support's been all over the place. I haven't picked it up yet in my solo queue games because I don't trust my mechanics, but if you watch pro play, she can just take over games from the support role, but Cassiopeia with that miasma, you can't go anywhere. Once you hookshot onto that wall, it's a really good counter, and I think that we saw an example of it there. Call Me now with that gold. Let's see what he can do with it. As Lions, the mission for the Shen is going to be to try and match that Camille roam, but if you're leaving lane, you're not going to get that level 6 as fast, as you already highlighted earlier, Kobe. So that's kind of the catch-22 of playing Shen support these days.
Yeah, Camille loves to thrive. As soon as Camille's level 3, she's ready to go, right?
She's out. Yep, she's like a toddler. Can't stop walking.
Yeah, she can create a lot of havoc, just like a toddler can, while she's toddling around the map.
It's like they learned how to stand up and move their legs. It's like, yeah, you can't stop them now. As Lions, nice taunt under turret. B-Boy will take one shot, get away.
Yeah, but as we will see too, we did have a big magnifying glass on these solo lanes. And one of the things for DSG that I felt like has been a strength, that they can use, especially could be this Call Me into Zinni matchup. Zinni definitely has not lived up to all the hype that he had coming over from LCK Challengers, and hasn't had the big splash in LCS that they were looking for yet. Meanwhile, Call Me, even though he has not had, these superstar vibes coming from him, I thought he's had, especially like Akali games and stuff like that, where he's had some very significant potential to carry. Topside, though, Contracts is ready.
It's looking like top is where the next action will happen. Surdy has flash available, has public execution. How's he going to try and outplay this? It's going to be a 3-man dive. Public execution will land onto Contracts. Good start for Surdy to survive this one, as Zeyzal will take up one turret, and with Lions there, Shopify back off.
And that means, since they only have Lions there as a defense, they can have Kryra just take the objective. Other side of the map was already working on Dragon. And so Shopify, they make the call, hey, we're going to make a cross-map play, try and dive topside while they go for Dragon. Unsuccessful, and they didn't even get a summoner spell out of Surdy. Just the ultimate is enough to keep him alive and buy the time for Lions to get up there.
Yeah, without the ultimates from Zeyzal or Contracts, it's much harder, especially when Fudge used his to try and clear the wave. So they just didn't have enough lockdown to fully shut down that top side of the map. And that means now a 1,000 gold for DSG plus that Dragon, as you highlighted. Kryra can just get right back to his camps. And that ultimate from Mbessa will be up shortly. Good start for DSG early on in game 1.
Yeah, I'd say very, very good start. Lions here soaking up some experiences.
Good look for the taunt. The Petrifying Gaze will get a slow on Zinni as the taunt not quite in range from Lions. Didn't have the flash available either, so no kill.
Yeah, Zinni able to get the wave and get back out, so pretty good. Even though it was a close call, is going to be able to get his reset off. And now we're approaching the point that you're looking for, Kangas, where you have these ultimates available. Contracts with the Vi can start off the fight, and they can layer with Galio ultimate. Zeyzal, of course, similar to Lions, still has quite a bit to go since they're roaming so much on the supports, but we definitely could be looking for our sideline plays. There still is no flash for a very small amount of time left on Lions, but the Shen is straight back to top side anyway, roaming right back out again.
And the fact that Shopify haven't really been able to find any big plays without that Shen ultimate, he's going to get it within the next couple of minutes here, which means that now that Shen Stand United will prevent future dives from happening. You don't have to hover Surdy if you have the Shen available.
All right, looks like we're going to have 8 people at the grubs.
Who's going to contest it? Kryver's over the wall. First grub should go to Shopify here as Contracts has enough backup, but DSG are actually looking topside right now. Fudge will spot them on the ward, throws up the thumbs up. About to hit Mega, has flash available, so I doubt he's going to go down anytime soon. And DSG actually just kind of get pushed back, and that means more time for Shopify on the grubs. That looks like it's all 3, or at least 2 there taken. And there we go. 3 grubs. Flash from Call Me. Go for the Miasma onto Contract, so he can't get the Vault Breaker over the wall. We'll use the flash. No taunt onto Fudge. Shopify get out with the grubs.
I mean, this is a huge, huge W for Shopify here. In the game where DSG had some control there, Shopify are able to not only get the objective, but Fudge threatening 3 people on topside while charging up his Narbar, able to draw a lot of focus, and Zinni is able to get back in time for the mid wave as well anyway. Then Call Me in his stress to try and make a play out of something, flash Miasmas, but
I mean, it's his flash for Contract's flash, but I would say you're happier as Contracts.
Way happier because you want to go in anyway, and you do still have your ultimate. So the Cassio that got the first blood is definitely a viable target now with no flash. So it's definitely looking a lot better for Shopify after the last grubs play sequence that we just had here. Now they've got a lot of opportunity, and you can tell circling around mid lane already. Step number 1 is get that vision control. And then they could see if they could follow up with the Camille, with the Vi.
Looks like they're doing it right now. Let's see if either of these supports hit level 6 off this wave. It looks like Lions might. Zeyzal's still pretty far away from level 6, so I'm not imagining a Hextech Ultimatum by this next Dragon fight. Lions does get Stand United now. And Camille without Hextech Ultimatum means that you don't have that lockdown for the Galio ult. You're kind of relying on the Vi at that point, which is only going to be like 1 guaranteed target as opposed to potentially multiple if both ults go at the same time.
And I'll give you one guess who that guaranteed target's going to be.
Ooh, one guess. Okay, well, I would say Call Me's like the threat with the goal, but with Rod of Ages, a little tankier.
I would say stick with your gut. I would say stick with your gut.
All right, we'll stick with the gut.
The Dead still has his flash. Some weird stuff can happen with his explosive charge. I'd say your first instinct is good. The no flash Cassiopeia seems like a good target for a Vi Galio combo. So I think that's what Shopify can use, that threat, to get into this dragon setup. And kind of split dragons for the next one. It is Hextech Dragon, so Contracts just go for a recall, make your purchase, and then should have Sundered Sky done. Yes, he does. There you go. And that should be enough for them to try and get mid-prio first and then look for the dragon. Meanwhile, Lions, with his Shen ult, he knows he could try and make a topside play and then still have possibilities of contesting dragon afterwards.
I like it, especially when Fudge is in Mega now. He's going to be running low on that bar here. If he walks too far forward, Lions could look for a potential kill, but that wave should get under. I think Fudge is playing very safe right now.
Yeah, good job from him. And even if he doesn't 100% suspect that Shen is in the brush, he also just knows that Shen has ulti. So now he sees him, and now he's mini, and he's going to have to respect that.
Yeah, I mean, if you just throw out a public execution, teleport will come in defensively. The taunt lands onto Fudge. Surdy's trying to get back in range, get some more damage. Looks for the public execution, but just completely mispositions it. Lions punished for it. And that's a kill over to Fudge.
Oh, man.
Ooh, and now mid lane, even more action as Vi will go in, and that Cassiopeia goes down. You mentioned no flash. Shopify Rebellion pounds.
Kangas, the Rebellion is getting stronger. The Rebellion in summer here. Looks like they're taking over in the mid game. Kryber still wants this dragon, though. Should be a little bit dangerous for him to go for.
Yeah, with multiple members of Shopify nearby. Can't imagine Kryber will actually have a chance at getting this unless he has more backup.
Especially because they only use the Vi ultimate, so they still have Camille ultimate combo with Galio ultimate ready. Very, very dangerous. So if anybody's in the river there.
And because of that play from Lion's top side, it bought time for Zeyzal to get that Hextech ultimatum. So he has that for the dragon fight. It started by Shopify.
Kryber's still thinking he wants to get in there.
Surdy's back is stopped. He didn't have teleport anyway, so he's not going to be here. It's just maybe a steal. Kryber can't get in range. Shopify gets the dragon and get out.
Yeah, I don't even see a world where they ever contest there. I feel like you should just go farm your camps.
Yeah.
Not waste time kind of looking around and walking into the dragon, because there's plenty of camps available on this top side of the map for them to go for. But they walk up and they see that the Shopify have already taken it. So Lion's flashes, by the way. This I thought was cool, to try and flash to make sure Fudge can't hop away from the taunt. So he still lands it, but they don't have the damage afterwards. And Surdy pops the ultimate and then dashes out, and Fudge was walking forward anyway. So he's like, I'm not getting hit by that.
Fudge was like, I'm getting a kill here. I'm not running.
Yeah, Fudge styling on him. You know, I think this has been quite a good game from him so far, not showing any fear in a lot of these situations, except also showing the appropriate amount of caution, right? So he's not fearful, but then when the Shen could be in the bush or the Shen could be making a play, you know, he was CSing very safely and played that one quite nicely. So
calculated. Yeah, that's a mental fighter right there. It's like the boxer that, you know, dodges and punches. Yeah.
Hasn't been hit in the head too many times yet.
Yeah,
right?
no concussions yet for Fudge.
Meanwhile, the rest of the team here, being able to go get Hex Dragon is very, very beneficial. So I want to see if they can build off of that. Later stages of the game is where this comp is really scary. You know, once the outer towers are gone, and it makes it harder for these disguised carries to rotate around the map. If you don't have outer towers, sometimes people are going to get caught as they are a little bit.
Wall breaker in, just chunks down Lions a little bit. Working towards that first item as Shen. As Call Me with this top lane rotation. Ooh, not able to get the Miasma down in time for Zinni's Justice Punch.
And off of that for Fudge, that kill, having the Steel Caps and your Trinity Force is such a good power spike for Gnar. You know, you rush the Steel Caps early for defense purposes, but then once your Trinity Force is done, you've got your offensive purposes ready to go. So the Gnar in the side lane is going to be very dangerous too, and Shopify are going to keep him in the side lane while they start up the Herald. I think that should just be their Herald, but DSG are going to try and trap them in it now.
Surdy has teleport. He could look for it. So does Fudge, but Fudge already hit Mega Gnar, so he would not have Mega Gnar teleporting in. Call Me's getting engaged on right now. They're using the Camille plus the Galio combo, locking down the Cassiopeia, and they are out of there. Herald's still up. Kryber's looking to go over the wall onto B-Boy. Cataclysm does not have enough damage. He flashes out. Blasco to safety. Surdy taking over the fight in the river, picks up one. Zeyzal now trying to bounce back in. It's Fudge holding the line as it's a 1-for-1 trade. Not too shabby from Surdy to make it an equal one.
Yeah, that was a lot closer. We're Surdy coming in and blending them up in the river fight. So close there, too. Kryber did not hesitate in following the Arcane Shift and then the flash from Ezreal over the wall. We had the mind games there, and it came down to one last auto. Barely not enough, but back to our delete the Cassio strat, all right? We full dive. We send all the ultimates on the Cassio. Cassio is dead. That opens up for DSG. You see over here, Surdy arrives now, stunned against the wall, but then he's going to get in there and be able to pump the extra damage along with Sajed to be able to get the other kill. This was the one auto left on B-Boy that we were talking about, with Kryber trying to follow and instantly being responded to. But they did get the 1-for-1 and took out Contract, so they didn't have a smite left on the side of Shopify, and the Herald still lives because of it.
Herald not down, so could see a round 2 here. But also it's crucial that Fudge just barely had his Mega form while he TP'd in. I was keeping track of that before. If that fight had been like 2 seconds later, probably wouldn't have had it, as now it's about fighting for Vision. And you know what I mentioned earlier? I like to keep track of this in games that Camille support is around. We called her a toddler earlier, just running around the map. Now a teenager, has that first item built. All grown up here, as that is where Camille really starts to be a problem. Once you have one item on the Camille, you already can look to just one-shot things like
they're going to fight this again, too. Look, Contracts can come down from the top side. They've got Vi ultimate ready again. Look, Galio ult not quite ready for the follow-up, though. They could delay.
Galio's also all the way on the bottom lane here. Cassiopeia will TP in. DSG will get the Herald. And that means Galio will be able to shove in the full wave, so Zinni will at least get some turret plate gold for himself.
Nice little kind of fake there from Shopify, yeah, because since they don't have, teleport for Galio, you have to walk a fairly long way up the river, but they still got the teleport out of Call Me, the safety teleport from DSG, because they threatened it. And because you get that teleport away, you get gold on the bottom side for, the Galio with the turret plate money. You got to just push in.
Got a wave too.
And it was kind of like, I wasn't going to come anyway. We were a few seconds off some of our big cooldowns. And so they still get their cross-map play. Plus the reward, it's just the Herald. It's not that big. It's worth basically a few
Herald
plates
could be
there
anything.
on top
It could
of
even
too.
be a couple plates, Yeah. It depends on what you do with the Herald. So let's see what Kryra is able to do with this Herald. Currently on the top half of the map, but it doesn't look like he's just going to drop it down right away. Dragon has spawned as well.
Okay, and Lions is getting some early vision behind the Dragon Pit, but looks like Contract's already going to be able to sweep that out and find it. So good setup for them. Honestly, Cassio's recalling too, so this is guaranteed Dragon. So you can count this as kind of like a side benefit as well of the earlier play, and another little bit of cost for DSG getting that Herald, and Shopify should be able to easily get this, but the problem is, can they get on afterwards? Cassio's back, so they got the objective.
Kryra drops the Herald mid, so they're going to make a play there while preventing Shopify from getting back to the mid lane. Herald will charge, and that turret shouldn't be long for this world. If Herald's able to get 2 more autos off, no. One more away, but the satchel should be enough. There we go. So Jed rotates mid, and that is first structure for DSG.
Okay. Very close game we have on our hands here. Going to come down to these team fights. And some more opportunities for side lane plays still available. Fudge's teleport also coming back up very quickly. So Shopify have a lot of mobility across the map. Of course, Shen ult as well as the Ziggs teleport are also ready. So DSG can try and set up their thing on top side, but already trailing lane gank from Zeyzal and Contracts headed top. Contracts makes a call though, hey, this is not going to be a play from DSG, so there's nothing to counter there. I'll get back into my camps and keep on farming.
I'm surprised, though, that we didn't see Zinni actually go for the rotation. He backed. I thought they wanted to match Galio into Cassiopeia. Surdy gets a lot of alone time here on the turret now. Not enough to take the whole thing down, but that's a lot of gold into Surdy's pocket, who's now 20 CS up over Fudge, who built some armor and is currently laning against the cast.
Yeah, and they don't want Zinni here with all this magic resist to be laning against Surdy.
Yeah.
So that's why they're sending Fudge down the lane now to try and get there. But you're rightly pointing out, a lot of priority there for Surdy, and he was able to get some extra damage on the tower. But now they've got both of them bottom.
It felt like Zinni was ready for the rotation at that reset, but Fudge wasn't because he was trying to get the wave in. I'm not exactly sure, but either way, DSG will get some plays for Surdy bot side. They'll get a full turret top side. This is a fantastic rotation for DSG. As long as Surdy can live here, we see Contracts nearby.
4 people.
Zinni
5
and Fudge.
people.
They're going for the Mega Gnar. Surdy, can you survive another dive? Ziggs ult will come in. Stand United early from Lions. As Shop player just diving past the turret. Zeyzal goes over the wall, and he's the focus now. Hextech ultimatum onto Surdy, but the Galio ult goes a little wide. Surdy's still alive for now. Everybody's focused on him. It's a 1-for-1 trade as Cataclysm from Kryra. Fudge gets a kill onto Surdy, but Kryra takes down Contracts. Shopify Rebellion looking to escape with 3 as DSG hoping to rout them off. Call me over the wall. Can prevent B-Boy's escape path as he looks onto Sajed. Flash out from the Ziggs. Lions looking for the damage for the kill here. Can they give it to Call Me? They can. The mid laner getting some more gold, and DSG answered the dive.
I think they can get Baron too. They have Cassio. Cassio damage can just burn through Baron. DSG, they've got priority. They have teleport from Ziggs too. They're heading over to that area. Looks like they make the call with the teleport that they see coming from Fudge. Maybe it's too dangerous with Fudge.
Yeah.
Or are they just setting the vision first?
Surdy's about to come up and he has teleport.
Okay.
They're not going to go for it. I thought with that TP they could. B-Boy still at 15 seconds, but nope. DSG decide, let's go spend that gold that we just got instead. That's a Seekers now completed for Call Me.
Yeah, that play goes completely sideways for Shopify because they don't instantly Camille ult. Because the Camille ult is not used instantly, you actually got Surdy over the wall. He was able to go over the wall instead of immediately going for it on this right
We're
side.
diving bot this wave.
They have Shen ult, so they can play around it.
Cassio has TP.
I just want to hit the
Guys,
tower.
I don't think I can be involved in
That's
this.
okay. You can't be involved. It's fine.
You can push. That's it. Okay.
I'm still looking.
Mbessa.
Yeah,
Mbessa.
Mbessa, no flash. We can finish. He should die.
Cassio,
looks
Cassio.
bad, looks
It's
bad.
bad. Dip. I will maybe die here too.
Can you look?
Fantastic petrifying gaze coming in from Call Me there. The Cataclysm on top of it. So much damage up front there from DSG, and they're even getting more. Reminder that DSG are the guest spot in the LCS. They have a promo tournament coming up here, Kobe, at the end of summer. No matter how well they do, they will have to play in that to defend the spot, but already things are looking pretty good for them in summer.
Yeah, got to keep yourselves sharp and keep that in the back of your minds at the end of summer. Currently, though, at the beginning of summer, they got some plans for Baron. It's been a little bit delayed from the earlier opening, but they still have full vision coverage all over everywhere leading up to Baron, so they can try and put the pressure on Shopify, continually controlling this jungle area and everything leading up to Baron. You start to get through all these blue trinket cooldowns. There goes B-Boy's blue trinket, and so Fudge is the last one with an extra blue trinket cooldown, and he's side laner, so it gets a little dicey. You have to keep on using more cooldowns and more cooldowns to check, even when DSG are actually in the fog of war recalling and resetting and making sure that they are ready to fight.
10 seconds until that dragon. Shopify Rebellion currently control the access point, but with that one controller from DSG, they feel confident to walk forward. They're looking at Fudge. Cryer taking a lot of damage to start things off here and didn't get any back on a Fudge. Great kiting from Shopify's top laner on the Gnar. Making full use of the hyper stacks. Crier's going to go back and try and heal up off of Wolves, but that means that Shopify have free access to the Dragon, and Cryer will just come right back to the team. They realize they do not have time for that. Fudge is just trying to stop Surdy on the top side here. They chain CC'ing him, but he is alive. Public Execution goes in. Cataclysm. It's a wombo combo from DSG, and they'll get 2 kills. Crier's back onto the Dragon, not able to steal it away. Contract secures that one and gets out. But 2 kills to DSG.
Okay, and now it's got to be Baron for DSG. They didn't lose anyone, and they killed off 2 members of Shopify. I mean, Surdy, they literally sent everything on Surdy on the side to try and burst this Ambessa, and they could not take him down.
Incredible how long he survived for. Doesn't even have Asterix yet. It's just the base stats of the Ambessa plus some of the shielding coming in from the Eclipse, as well as the abilities themselves. But DSG's top laner survives, and now they reward themselves with the Baron. Crier's low. Okay, he gets it. Ooh, I wasn't nervous. He was fine.
Yeah, it's all for a theatrical sake.
Yes.
I like it.
Yeah, I knew the whole time.
All right, Contract's trying to do at least something on the other side as well. But so, I mean, it gets crazy. Everybody goes to full send over here onto the Ambessa. Galio ultimate, plus the Gnar, plus the Camille, all damage being pumped into him. But since B-Boy wasn't there and Contracts was still on the Dragon, they didn't have enough to fully finish him off. Thank goodness for Shopify, though, that he hits the smite, because that is Dragon's soul point. That is the 3rd Dragon for Shopify. So Contracts trying to hold on and save that little bit of skirmish.
And you can see Surdy's stats here. We talked about it earlier. He had a fantastic end to spring split. He only was in for 4 games for DSG when Castle got traded, but he looked good in those, and he's looking good right now. I got a question, though, from Shopify's side, as they're going to try and catch his way bot lane, is they're full sending onto the Ambessa. You talked about the importance of the wombo combo, the Hero's Ultimatum. How do you use that? Call Me or Sajed are probably the ideal targets, but no, they're sending it onto the top laner instead. So I think if Shopify, if they tweak their targeting, go for the carries, they're going to have much more success.
Or if they had like a little bit more damage there, or someone maybe if they still had Ezreal ult even, if they hadn't had to use it to like vision check or something, then maybe if they had enough damage to squeeze out the kill, it could be a very different story. But now, since they did lose out on the Baron, they're under siege, getting pressured under their own towers, and they're just thinking, let's lose.
They're going to full send right now. Hextech Ultimatum. This time the Hero's entrance is true, and they took down the carry. Ziggs is out of there. They got 3. DSG are routed. Shopify Rebellion find their engage, and they want more. Trying to stop Surdy on the retreat. Call Me's using the space bought by the Ambessa. Can't get the damage out right now. The taunt will not land from Galio. Shopify still have 5 members strong. The flash, petrifying gaze from Call Me. Is that going to be enough damage to take down B-Boy? It is not, as Call Me will fall back into the stasis to survive a little longer. But it's just that a shutdown comes in for Zenny. Shopify Rebellion get the ace.
Oh my, I was about to say, oh, Shopify probably thinking, let's lose as little as possible until Dragon comes up. No! Contracts is thinking, let's win the game right now! Q flash into ulti, into Camille and Galio ults. This time, Kangas, all 5 members pull off the combo, and they do have enough damage. Then even with both solo lanes left up here, yeah, they're fairly dangerous, solo lane carries, but it's 2v5. Call Me goes with the ult flash out of the brush, out of vision, but they don't have enough to be able to finish off anybody besides Zeyzal, and so it's gonna be Shopify taking over.
Flash. And Bessa no flash. Nice job.
Well played from Shopify Rebellion's jungler to find that initial engage. Contract saw the angle and he goes for it. Zeyzal follows up. Zenny follows up. Right when I was saying it, Kobe, they did it. The Hero's ultimatum landed onto the right target that time, and with Sajed out of the fight before it even began, it meant that DSG were not able to continue the siege. Now, still a gold lead for DSG. Now there's Seeker's Arm Guard on Sajed, so let's see if Shopify can find another angle like that, but at least it signs of life for the Rebellion.
Yeah. I mean, that is just huge. Last time at the Dragon fight, Contract secures the smite onto the Dragon, give them the win condition for later. This time at the defense, he uses Q flash to get the initiation, the critical initiation. Then they don't hesitate, and they got a lot of summoner spells, including flashes and teleports out of DSG as DSG tried to salvage the situation. But now, the table has turned, and Shopify, they get to push back out. 25 seconds left on this Dragon Soul arrival, though. And they are so far on the other side of the map, I guess they're just giving it up.
Seems like DSG currently.
They're going to walk there, though. I mean,
yeah.
you still have to check into Fog of War, which makes it dangerous. I guess they feel like, you know what, it's fine. They aren't going to burst it down, and we feel okay checking into Fog of War, but vision advantage being given up is interesting.
Checking Fog of War into Cassiopeia is a terrifying prospect. Zenny's all alone right now in the mid lane. DSG look to pounce on the Galio. Cataclysm used. He's trying to Hero's entrance out.
Dragon
will buy
down.
some time with the Seeker's Arm Guard, and he's just delaying for the Dragon Soul for the team. Call Me's going to go in. Zenny's buying so much time. That's Petrifying Gaze down, as Call Me will eventually chase down Zenny. Should have enough for the kill. The poison takedown, one last Twin Fangs does get it. As Dragon was peeled off by Shopify Rebellion. Contracts is going to go in for the steal. Surdy misses the ultimate, and there it is! Dragon Soul to Shopify Rebellion. Can they win the fight afterwards? Fudge is onto the backline. Sajed is out of there. It's all down to Call Me. Can he make it happen? Surdy gets one out of Contracts. That's 2 down on each side as B-Boy goes forward. But Call Me without the Petrifying Gaze can't do as much right now. DSG back off. Contracts gets it done.
It always feels like with the Shopify games, they never have 100% control of their plays. It's always like, oh, it's a little bumpy this road. Uh-oh, we got...
They're off-roading right now.
Yeah, our mid laner is dead. But they get in here, Archangel for it. Contract's able to dodge away from Surdy's ulti and then steal the Dragon again. Contracts is able to hit it, grab the Dragon Soul for the team. And DSG, they had just killed the Galio. They did not need to put literally any damage into this Dragon.
Yeah.
They just put 0 damage so that the Cassio has time to get back over to them. But then...
get a little antsy.
Yeah, Shopify, they slip back in. They're like, all right, you're leashing it now.
Yep.
Okay, and then we'll come back, and they steal it. Now they have the Dragon Soul. They got extra kills afterwards, Kangas. I think we were correct with the amount of action we were going to get in this game.
It's been a fun one. Took a little bit to ramp up, 21 kills in 31 minutes, but now that we've arrived, these fights are explosive. And a little crazy as well, as the next one should happen around the Baron. Contracts wrapping around for a flank on the Vi. Sajed does not have the Seeker's Arm Guard anymore. They're going to engage instead on the Surdy, but it's just a little poke. Surdy walks out. Zenny's pushing in the top wave, and currently Shopify are controlling the access point for DSG to that top tier 2.
Yeah, Surdy's had a hard time hitting a lot of these Ambessa ults too.
Yeah.
So maybe they need to have like Kryra and Lions try and set him up for it maybe. With like a Jarvan engage with Shen and have a taunt.
Landed that one.
Okay,
Public Execution onto Zenny. Has a lot of magic resist, not a lot of armor. into the stasis as Zinni's trying to stay alive. Now the Cataclysm comes in. Zazel with the Hextech ultimatum cannot save his mid laner. TP for good measure. DSG just picked 2 at the Baron.
Is it a Baron now? Because they used teleport to get over there. We're still going to look for another possible reverse here as DSG have retaken the gold lead.
Contracts is ready. Contracts has an angle. He was not spotted. Blast Cone over, still not spotted. No vision in that top tri-brush. Now they drop down the flag. They see Contracts there. He could look to Vault Breaker over the wall, has the flash as well. If Contracts gets this, Petrifying Gaze is true, it lands. But now Contracts will just peel off instead. Shopify are engaging onto DSG. They take down Sajed, they take down Lions, as well as the tier 2 turret. So just going for the fight instead means that that's 2 less members wearing purple.
I love it. Wow. Keeping them interested here. They get the kill while Contracts is just threatening, hey, you know that I steal a lot of objectives, right?
He was ready for that wreck.
My smite is very, very good.
Especially after that dragon, you know, you got to imagine Cryer was sweating.
Yeah, and so him threatening around the backside, but it was a good Petrifying Gaze over the top there from Call Me to keep Contracts out and threaten him, but he's back.
Speaking of, Contracts is looking for the engage. Flash up from Call Me as the hero's entrance comes in. Now, teleport from Fudge. He's close to Mega. Call Me's in trouble. Not stunned into the wall, but stunned from the wall up, and that is a pick. Fudge on a rampage. Shopify catch Call Me.
Dude, Contracts makes another big play. I mean, the scoreline is not the thing that's going to catch your eye.
Yeah.
But think of all these critical moments in this game from Contracts, and he's the one who starts out this pick onto Call Me and gets Call Me's flash, allowing Fudge to teleport and follow up on the play and get a critical pick. And it's really kept Shopify on course for their win conditions to win this game, even though it's been very exciting. We've had the back and forth, and we've had the objectives going both ways. Once again, Shopify now correct their course back to taking the lead. They also have a lot of map control with a lot of these really deep wards back here too, so they can threaten these engages again with Camille ult being ready. You have to be very cognizant here.
Zinni could look for a TP flank. It would only be the Zinni, only the Galio, the Zinni. The Zinni coming in, but still is a possibility. We got a minute and a half till that Elder Dragon fight. It's now a gold lead for Shopify Rebellion. It is Dragon Soul for Shopify Rebellion, and you got to imagine Shopify
Are we going to try to dive in with Galio Viot, like some crazy play?
If I
it's not bad to fight right away.
It's not
Cassio
bad.
Noir here.
Okay, let's just...
I'm TPing above her.
Yep, we're full committed here.
Yeah, looks good, looks good.
Has flash.
Yeah, I can kill her after. I can kill her after. Play with me, play with me.
I'm on Jarvan here.
Jarvan no flash. Cassio no flash.
Cassio will die, Cassio will die.
Nice job.
Can we siege? They have...
I love that.
Yeah, they're all looking for a play. They're talking. Zazel's talking about. Fudge is talking about it. And Contracts being there taking Raptors was kind of great position for it turned out as a Cassio was coming around the corner.
I love just the line of communication. Starts with Zazel saying, we're full committed here. And then TP comes in. Fudge says, I'm on Cassiopeia. Funny the Contract says I'm on J4 right afterwards. But still, it worked out.
The Cassio flashed away.
Yeah. You know, what's he going to do? All right, now it's 40 seconds until that Elder Dragon. Still heavy favor for Shopify Rebellion in this current position. Not only do they have the gold lead and the Dragon Soul, they also have control to the access point. So DSG are going to have to find a creative way to enter that bottom river.
Yeah, they definitely are going to have to get a little creative. They still have a lot of firepower, so I want to see if they can pull it off. You know, if they can get, I mean, Cryer right here positioning with his Guardian Angel.
He's very far forward. Wow. He's just leading the charge. Cryer now looking to engage on a Fudge yet again. He's kiting back, building up that rage bar. As San United came in from Lions, but it was not close enough. Fudge will have Meganar pop now, which could be good for DSG. If they delay the fight from this position, they can fight a Mini-Gnar instead of a Meganar.
They have lost mid-prio as well, though. They're losing health on J4 and losing mid-prio because Zinni's all the way up.
Yeah. This is the mark of a young team, in my opinion, an inexperienced team. They can't quite decide where they're going to go. You can see it. They're kind of hovering between the river and the mid. Now, Surdy's catching that mid wave. Blue buff is secured. Calmy picks that one up. But the Dragon has not been started yet, and that just means that Fudge can start building up another rage bar, as that's B-Boy flashing out from the banana brush. Now in goes Fudge, looking for the big engage. Not going to find it there. Calmy's into stasis. Zazel's looking for him right out of it. Petrifying Gaze lands, but the chain CC's there. Calmy's out of it. Surdy's trying his best to turn the play, but the hero's entrance will land onto 2. and the GAs are now popped. 30 on a killing spree, still alive, still pumping damage to Jed as well. DSG are doing their best to hold this. It's all down to 30, but Shopify Rebellion's AD carry is untouched, and he gets a double kill. Shopify Rebellion stand tall. As DSG get knocked down, you got to imagine that's enough for the Elder Dragon.
I haven't seen Revan smile yet. We've shown him a couple times after they won some fights, and this
they
one
could have done
Elder
that one
Dragon.
better. They could have aced him.
Yeah, I mean, this one does mean Elder Dragon for them too. So, at the very least, this is going to secure Shopify, control of the entire map. With Baron coming up in 1 minute, it theoretically should also guarantee you Baron. And so, Elder Dragon, they honestly could delay it too. Wait for Camille, 1 second. Nice.
Solid. Get it onto all 5 members, and there they have it. Dragon Soul plus the Elder Dragon plus now a 5,000 gold lead. So DSG showed signs of life, but as we look at the replay here, Shopify Rebellion are able to take out the key carry. It's all about Call Me.
Yeah, I mean, it's crazy. They have double engage, super blast cone, and then Contracts is, even though his ulti does get immune by the Zhonyas, they still get the Camille and the Galio in there, and they delete that Cassiopeia. So the dive does go off successfully. However, the counter, they were making you think here. With Surdy and Sajed's damage, the Ziggs damage over here is making it second guess a little bit as the GAs are coming back up. But B-Boy, fully stacked lethal tempo, Ezreal on the side, is able to pull it out. And Contracts gives him an angle to go back in. On the side, nice cue from him to re-enter and allow the Ezreal to finish that fight up. And that all started when B-Boy Arcane shifted forward and then flashed backwards at the beginning of the fight. So they were trying to play off it and kind of bait him in with no flash left on the Ezreal.
As Baron started, we want to remind you, B-Boy on Ezreal, most played champion. B-Boy on Ezreal, least favorite champion.
He did say that he doesn't like it, but he has had a lot of success on it.
Just so good on it, you know?
Yeah.
Sorry, B-Boy, you're going to be playing it for a little longer here. Or at least maybe a few more minutes as the Baron is secured. That's a tier 2 turret down top side. Shopify Rebellion can begin the siege now, and it's up to DSG to find some way to halt the momentum of Shopify Rebellion, but at this point you can't, at least I can't really think of clear avenues out of it. Especially with that Elder Dragon up. You just try and hold on as long as you can, wait for that Elder to go down, but see what Shopify can get done before that.
Yeah, they've got a little while here as far as the pain continuing. Might cost them both inhibitors, honestly, because as you say, the Elder and the Baron were pretty closely synced, so they still have about a quarter left on the Elder here. They can poke you down. Elder on Ezreal is extremely annoying because he's constantly firing out these mystic shots late game, and the burn really does stack up. So DSG, here's the defense, trying to defend the Nexus turrets.
Baron minions are helping out a lot right now as the Elder Dragon is still up. DSG need to wait a few more moments for that to go down before they can try and full send, but they're going to lose all their turrets for it. A masterclass from Shopify Rebellion as now the engage comes through. The Hero's Ultimatum will land onto 2. Zinni gets the first kill. The Nexus goes down. Shopify Rebellion take game 1.
Shopify are back, starting out summer with a win. Contracts with some good smites on these dragons to be able to get them Dragon Soul. And Fudge had a very big Gnar game.
Yes. So who gets your player of the game, Kobe? I feel like that's a contentious one. We're asking chat now.
To me, it's 3 people: Contracts, Fudge, or B-Boy.
Oh, okay.
Are my 3 choices at the moment.
Well, let's hear from the analysts. What do you have to say? Who do you think gets player of the game?
We have one choice.
Yeah.
As a collective, there's 3 people that say Fudge.
Yeah.
Fudge,
we don't appreciate your
Fudge,
indecisiveness there, Kobe.
Yeah. But I do think a lot of players did contribute to the comeback. To me, Fudge was solid in so much of the game, and then was incredibly clutch in the deciding team fights.
It was insane to see. There was like one moment where like Herald was doing done on one side, and then you just saw him getting like a 2-man Mega Gnar ulti into the wall and comboed with the Ezreal ulti. He was so impactful in that game. It was just about finding the right team fights. That was probably the biggest story for them.
Yeah, absolutely. I'd be curious to see like what his stats were from this game completely, because we just voting blocked him into player of the series, and I think we opened this entire segment.
He played better.
Play better.
Just play better.
Play better. He's correct.
We talked about how, like, we showed the clips, right? And we showed kind of his frustration in some of these reviews, and we're like, okay, what is going to happen with Zeyzal on the team? Are they going to be able to coordinate better? I think Fudge played great. I think the coordination, as we're going to see in some team fights that we're going to look at, was still a little sketchy at times.
It was, but you could hear them. I think the production team did a great job at getting us some tidbits of Zeyzal and Fudge and Contracts all coordinating to try and make these plays happen that I think did secure them the game after they were able to get back into it.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think I'm curious.
I'm just looking at the damage.
Yeah, there we go.
I mean, it's always B-Boy.
The B-Boy Ezreal damage.
Always delivers.
Favorite champion.
The crazy thing here, like I did think Sturdy was doing a ton of work, and this just confirms it. 31,000 damage on the Ambessa, but I believe a lot of it would have been in vain, right? Like only 12,000 of that damage actually led to total kills for his damage on kills. Overall, a very close competitive game. I mean, you can see the gold. It was looking super dire by 27 minutes before they got the soul and were able to secure the win.
Yeah, and I think a lot of that had to do with that bot lane team fight where they were finally able to actually coordinate this composition.
Well,
as we see, okay,
the fans don't necessarily agree with us. Zeyzal did the shot. They're voting for the beard.
Yeah.
Hold on, I realize they're voting for the beard. They're voting for Contract Smites because they were super crucial.
They were great.
They were.
And the Zeyzal beard.
Yeah, I also think Contracts generally, again, in the turnaround team fight, it was his engage that led to. But I'd like to take a look at some earlier team fights where once they got split up, because they couldn't coordinate this composition, DSG really kind of ran over them when it looked like they had the initial setup.
They absolutely did. Chenault was also really crucial in a lot of these fights at delaying the initial engage and buying enough time for the Cassio to really, Cassio and Ambessa really take over in late game fights.
And we've seen this comp a lot. This one was a tough one. I mean, it was just basically if you wanted to take this fight, then Vi had to be there, but she had just showed up on towards Dragon, so like they just didn't have the DPS. In the prior fight, Camille didn't ult early, so they got the escape before the Galio ult got to be there, so you just didn't really get a knock-up. But then you got to see fights like these.
Yeah. This was the pretty one. The one shot onto Ziggs into being able to continue the engage with the 5-man unit. That's the team fight they envisioned when they drafted these picks.
Yes.
Yeah, and that was the big fight that even though Calmy gets a really nice ult off the back of this is the fight that turned the game around for Shopify. This is what ended up putting it in their control when they finally were able to really coordinate this composition, especially with the Camille Galio, where you want them really coordinating to be able to set up these fights.
And we needed to see this because the last time we saw this team, it was in playoffs where we got to see the worst version of themselves, like where they were just not on the same page at all. And so the biggest question was like, how much is Zeyzal going to be able to contribute to this team being on the same page? It seems like just based off the comms, like quite a bit. And also this composition really lends itself into you must be on the same page. If I'm in, you're in. Everyone is ulting in. And even outside of that specific bubble, I thought that in the early game they were doing a good job of like being able to recognize, hey, we have a timer, let's look for a dive top, even though it didn't necessarily work out. I think they were recognizing what the play was, and I do appreciate that for their first series of the split.
But one thing that was really different about this team.
What?
Revan did not look happy.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah, he normally when they're winning fights, we see. I feel like they're really stressed.
A little bit.
I feel like the pressure coming in from the new GM, telling everyone they need to earn their spots here, and this game one, they feel like they got what they wanted in the draft. It wasn't working. I think there's a little out of tension. It could be good.
Did they shake the nerves off though now?
Exactly.
Like
Maybe
after game one, we're just like, we figured it out. We got our team fights. Maybe they play a little bit more loosely in the second game. We will find out. For you, don't miss any LCS action when you get your favorite foods delivered on Uber Eats for less gold. Game 2 is coming up after the break.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Rich in the ground before Dub can even get there. In time to try to knock out as Impact gets bursted.
Don't feed. Get fed. Scan the QR code for deals only on Uber Eats.
here.
I'm looking Cash. Casio.
Go to Casio.
He knows on is here.
I'm ulting after, ulting after. I have Ian too. Casio's dead. Look at Bessa, look at Bessa.
The others all on the right. Just tied in mid lane. It's good.
Hit Jarvan. Jarvan will die.
Careful, Ziggs. Careful,
Yeah,
Ziggs.
it's still full fight, guys.
I'm not in great condition, okay?
Yeah,
I'm not in great condition.
base TP, Fudge, I think. 15 on your
Yo,
TP.
wait. Wait for me.
Just
We win. We win. Okay, you guys can maybe win.
Shopify Rebellion take game 1.
Hey guys, I'm Serdi and I am the top laner for Disguised.
Do you have a sister?
Yes.
So, who on the team would you not let take her? Like, absolutely horrible.
Christian. Definitely Christian.
Who would you beat in a fight?
All of them.
If you're on the deserted island, who would you want with you?
Pepe.
Who do you think is the funniest teammate? Kind of funny.
Funniest teammate. Sajed, for sure.
Who's the most nonchalant?
Nonchalant. Call me.
Are you ready to showcase your art?
I am.
Okay. Ready for reveal? 3, 2, 1.
So, it is a guy planking on the ground under the hot sun with a indigo marshmallow on his back.
Nice.
Beautiful. Thank you, I know.
Okay, now we're gonna speed run.
All right, thank you, DSG, for providing that fantastic content. You know, hopefully Serdi keeps playing, because I don't know if he's got a career in art.
Yeah, it looked more like a table than he was like playing.
Table with a face.
Yeah.
Yeah, you're not supposed to have bent knees or like hinge at the hip, right?
Yeah,
you know, you're
yeah.
supposed to be straight out. Yeah, it's okay. We'll work on it. He's a fit guy. I'm
That
sure
was
he knows.
also a large marshmallow.
That was a big marshmallow, not
back.
drawn to size, or if it was drawn to scale. Wow, yeah, that's good luck eating through that one. Shopify Rebellion currently leading the series, though, right now, getting a Game 1 victory in this best of 3 over Disguise. We see all the players on stage right now. Vibes seem pretty good so far, Kobe.
Yeah, I mean, Shopify coming in with some changes and a lot of pressure here on the team. Seems like under pressure, though, being able to focus in some critical moments and secure the main objectives leading to victory here. So we'll see if they can end it with another 2-0 on the day, or if DSG in this one can fight back a little harder, because they were quite close and competitive.
Yes, I think that DSG were holding on until some of the kind of redirecting of the Galio plus the Camille combo. Like once they started using that on the Cassiopeia, once they started using it on the Ziggs, that's when Shopify started winning those fights. DSG were not able to hold off from that point, but they don't have to deal with that anymore as it is Fearless Draft. Let's see the first pick here for Shopify Rebellion as it is Jace locked in, Orianna, Syndra, the Fury Band, Nocturne, Lee Sin, and the Lock Band from DSG side.
And we did see a Jace bottom yesterday, so
true.
We, keep your mind open as far as the flexibility of this pick. We'll see if they give it a B-Boy. I would definitely doubt it, but we'll see as we get further into the draft. Orianna and Ryze, or the Orianna is banned, and so Ryze just snatched up here then instead, and immediately down the tier list into the Lucian Melio.
Yep, Ryze plus Lucian. We assume Melio will go with that, as that has been the most popular support pairing, but that means it will not be a mage for Sajed this time around. Played the Ziggs, will not play a mage for the second game in a row.
Yeah, had enough of that. All right, get into some real AD carry gameplay.
Also a denial from B-Boy, one of his most played AD carries from this past year.
Yeah, he usually does look quite good on it. They're going to go point and click here with the Nautilus, though. Is it another Nautilus Kai'Sa? I think that they've got a lot of time, so they don't have to narrow themselves into a dive comp with it. And since they're already showing some poke here with Jace, they're going to go with the Anivia as well into the Ryze. This is a very good matchup still. And so Zinni here. Honestly, I think Zinni, some of his best mechanics that he showed were on the Anivia, where he was Anivia wall interrupting Pantheon Ws. Honestly, see if they can pull it off again. I know Contracts definitely was very complimentary when we had him on the Analyst Desk afterwards after that game. So they have a lot of faith in the Zinni Anivia.
They're really good at positioning, locking people down between the Anivia wall and an actual terrain wall. I remember that happening in the last split. Let's see, into the Ryze. That's the expected lane, but also I just want to remind people you can play Mage's bot lane. I don't expect it to go to B-Boy, but there's always the potential, as Senna's now taken off the table, same with Vayne. So some bot laners that could pair with the Nautilus, and from the Shopify side, they don't want Surdy to get that range top laner that you highlighted earlier.
Yeah, some Jace protection here just for them for Fudge. And Fudge had a very big first game, so definitely think this is well-deserved. When he calls for the Jace after that Gnar game, you give it to him. He's going to have that side lane pressure and should be able to have some good poke damage before team fights as well. The champion definitely in a very good spot right now. And meanwhile, they're looking at banning out some of the bot lane Lucian answers. The two kind of different directions here they're both covering, with the Misfortune being the big burst damage for lane phase and gives you that ability to counter in lane phase, whereas the Senna gives you the scaling option.
And then Olaf Vayne bans, giving respect to Surdy's carry picks there from Shopify Rebellion. What do they want to pair now with jungle pick for Kryra?
Well, also they could even send. Well, they don't necessarily know the Jace is top, but if they wait and they save their top lane pick all the way till Shopify fully reveal everything, then you can always go with the Yorick into Jace. We were talking about banning out the Jace, counters and answers for lane. The Vayne and Olaf are two of them, but it looks like they want to play for Rumble anyway. Now, I will say they need more CC for this Rumble to keep people on the Rumble ulti.
Yep.
And so you're thinking about jungle picks for the side of DSG that have good CC, or AD threats with good CC to keep people on Rumble ulti.
They were hovering the Maokai earlier, but that's not that AD side. It would be a tankier front line.
I feel like it would give so much value to Merc Treads if you just way too magic damage heavy. So but I'm more thinking okay, Rek'Sai is AoE, so that would work. I think the nerfs to Rek'Sai were fairly substantial and kind of annoying, and so I was more thinking the Pantheon, even though it's single target on the stun just to keep one person, but it is AD and does have some CC to help with Rumble.
That's why I go back to the Clutch Gaming, the old Kiana plus Rumble combo. You knock him into the
wall,
wall,
love that
drop
one.
the
and they're playing
down.
versus Tanner DeMonte.
That would be crazy.
Who was one of the pieces of Clutch Gaming's Rumble Kiana. Kangas, I think they missed
that. Was my LOL Classic. I didn't play back in 2013, but my Classic style was that 2017, was that it? I believe that was the Clutch Game, 2018, somewhere around there. But either way, Shopify Rebellion, see the jungle pick. It is Pantheon. And they do pick a mage for B-Boy. It's Anivia match into the Ryze, but it's Victor for the bot lane plus the Nautilus.
Okay, so they're each taking their turns, for the mage play, but his idea is very simple here. He's like, you know what? We are not going to play to bottom lane. Since you have Lucian Melio, and Misfortune's already banned, we're not going to try and win the lane down there. I'm just going to scale down here.
Yep.
And so there, you know what? Best thing to do that, we'll just go some mages here. Victor, very good scaling, and just try and CS safely down there. Let Nautilus roam and let your jungler play up to Fudge.
Yeah, great.
This is the whole idea here. Get jungle to the Jace lane, get priority, push in, try and keep that rumble down and get some turf late money.
And when you just come off of that last game performance from Fudge, I like that game plan from Shopify Rebellion. Up 1-0 in the series, disguised with their back against the wall. Need to win 2 to end their week 1 with a W. Shopify Rebellion made quick work of them in spring in the final week, going 2-0 to qualify for playoffs. Let's see if they can do it again here. Riot Games Arena, make some noise. We're getting in to game 2. Shopify Rebellion versus Disguise.
Man, the vibes have been so good this weekend.
They've been awesome. The crowd's been fantastic opening weekend.
Being back in the LCS studio here with the crowd, with all the energy, has been really, really good vibes. Meanwhile, we are going to get the first ward cleared out on our invade here.
Did I can't tell. I think
I was
heard
talking
shout
as we heard the
CLG
shout
in the audience. I don't know if that's actually what they say. It's probably DSG now that I think about it. All right, there's something I want to talk about here though, because Zazel,
make more sense.
Shopify Rebellion have a fantastic podcast. You go check it out. He had a banger quote here. He's saying, "I'm telling you guys, I look like Carrier on the Rift in these scrims. So if he can play at 43% of that, he can take them from 8th place to 5th. That's the confidence of Zazel right there." Kobe, do you think that they can be a 5th place team?
You know what? I do. I definitely do, because they've done it before, and I believe they can do it. Can Zazel be a 43% carrier though?
43% carrier. That's all you need, apparently. Also, the best part is the end of that quote as the dredge line comes in onto Sajed, gets the barrier out early. The best part is that Contracts in the podcast corrected him and said, "Wait, we were 6th place last split." And he goes, "Okay, you're right. I can take us from 6th to 5th.
Yeah,
Didn't change the end
Like,
result.
whoa. Come on, buddy. We made playoffs.
Yeah.
We beat DSG to make it into playoffs.
We got in there.
We might have been, 6th place the last team in playoffs, but
Yeah.
Hey,
all you got to do is beat the teams below you to make it in, and that's exactly what Shopify Rebellion was able to do in spring, taking down Dignitas and DSG. And already up in this series here, Zinni's taking some rough trades versus Call Me early on in the laning phase, as early lane prio seems to be going the way of DSG on the bot side. Top lane, though, Fudge is getting the push.
Yeah, with the Jason, your jungler is pathing away from you. Both junglers are kind of matching, down towards the bottom side, but we'll see if they actually end up fighting or you just cross for the top crab anyway. I would assume Contracts is just going to cross for top crab anyway, as Zinni moves up for another Q trade and gets his whole electrocute combo.
Yeah, when you get hit by that electrocute from Anivia, it does not feel good. Let me tell you, I've been playing a lot of mid lane lately, and that hurts when the bird hits you with it. Oh, might even get more. Lands one, couple more autos. He's got the E cooldown flash early from Call Me, respecting the potential. Big for Zinni.
Yeah, you really have to respect that one. Good summoner spell earned solo by Zinni. Again, as I was saying from Champion Select, they have a lot of confidence in him on Anivia, and Contracts was very complimentary last time he played it, and we had him on the analyst desk. And Zinni, I feel like the first Anivia Q that they showed on, lane phase when it was moving up there, and he positioned it very far in front of Call Me, it's one of those ones.
Whoa.
Ooh, it hit.
Magnetic
Lollipop.
dredge line as the stun comes through from the Victor. Anytime that happens, though, I need to remind myself it's a Victor early game, so probably not going to be a lot of damage following up.
Yeah, it definitely is a scaling, champion for sure. It's always nice, though, if there are skirmishes around you, and you can start to, stack up and get extra, points towards your augments. That's always nice. If, junglers come down and there happens to be a little scrap, you're like, okay, I'll take it. It'll help me for my upgrades. But as of right now, going for just a little bit of a trade, no extra damage after, even if your gravity, well is going to still follow up and they layer the CC well. But anyways, back to the mid lane training. I feel like the first Q from Zinni was like this calibrating one. You're kind of getting in mind of your opponent. Like, are you dodging forward right now? Are you dodging backwards? And since that moment, he has had a pretty good lock on Call Me here. Now, it always puts a lot of threat on mid lane, and you want to really keep track of that vision because you are prone to ganks.
Well, a reminder, Kobe, you've been around for a while.
I have. Go for low was actually my origins as well.
It was, and Zazel and Contracts, fun fact, first took to the Rift together in Go for LOL in 2014. Also, Go for LOLs are back for League Classic. Scan the QR code or go to the link on your screen to sign up now. Make sure to get involved with the LOL Classic. It's a fun thing. I never got to play on the old map, so I'm excited to try it out myself. I don't know if I'm going to be doing much damage in the Go for Lulz, though.
Ooh, this Victor, by the way, he's getting some good poke with his Deathfire touch onto Sajed. Sajed's got to wait around for his Emilio to come back and give him some cozy campfire warm hugs to get him right back. But now they're looking for ganks because he's still low, hasn't reset. The minion wave still pushing in a pretty rough spot for DSG.
He's just going to get this minion. I imagine he walks back here. But actually, no. Lions throws out the Ultra Mega Fire Kick. Had Kryra in the back pocket. So I think it's wise for Contracts to not actually look for anything there. So Jed will just get the reset.
Yeah, I mean, they know also Pantheon is like mirrored jungle pathing, is pathing down towards bottom too. So they're like, he's probably here also. We don't want to like overextend into the wave or anything. We're kind of chilling. You know, B-Boy is doing a good job CSing and just scaling up here on the Victor. And this little punish here for Zeyzal. His line was trying to keep the wave there and delay it for Sajed to get back.
Sajed will catch a lot of this as it's basically even throughout the lane. Surdy only a 1 wave up over Fudge currently. His Contracts and Kryra both hovering nearby. Contracts will spot with the sweeper and be able to clear out the ward. Actually doesn't fully clear it. Okay. Backs off instead. Not worth the risk if Kryra decided to engage. It's all about the Scuttle Crab now. Kryra will drop down the control ward and pushing Contracts off from the top Scuttle. Lions rotating up as well. So is Zeyzal. So Kryra goes in initially. Zinni throws down the wall. Flash forward from Contracts with a Q3. Flash follow from Zeyzal with the dredge line. Call me in trouble. Trying to lock him down. Does not have the flash available, but he will just walk out of there. Now Kryra gets the first blood. Equalizer comes down from Surdy. Fudge has to flash past that one, but now he's slowed. Surdy with the flash follow. Hit by the dredge line, but Shopify do not have the damage to follow up, so it's 1 kill to DSG.
Wow, good scrap there. DSG are able to focus down the Xin. Kryra getting in, blocking a lot of damage with his Pantheon and getting the single target here as well to focus down for the first blood. I mean, in the early stages, Shopify, it looked good with Zeyzal coming up. As you see, he is ready to follow on this play on Call Me. Contracts goes for the flash charge play to get the knockup, but they don't have the damage. They can't get through the Melio healing. The appeal there for him is enough to keep Call Me alive, and then they can't get Contracts out afterwards because Contracts used his flash to go for the initiation play in the first place, to go for the knockup and go for the full setup. But
okay, I have no flash now, so I'm going to be pretty safe and probably have to give push on grab timing. Really.
Yeah, for real. After that one where they just invested a lot. It was Contracts flash, Zinni flash, and Fudge flash. The whole top side of the map here used a lot in that engage, and then they give up the first blood, so.
Good trade for Fudge so far onto Surdy right now, trying to chase him down as Zeyzal actually rotated up. This is not the game plan from what Fudge had just told us in the comms replay. Zeyzal hex flash over the wall. Fudge gets the kill. Shopify Rebellion to find a play in the top lane.
That is how you support. Look at this line, vision line, and then all the way over the wall. Nicely done from Zeyzal. Shopify, they brought him back. He was just streaming. He said himself, he didn't even have plans of returning to Tier 1, but they convinced him. They said, hey, we really need someone to step in, and they were able to get him in. Zeyzal over the wall, and that is huge, Kangas. So many minions lost, plus the money into Fudge's pocket. And he was just saying, hey, I'm going to have to give a lot of pressure. I don't have flash. Like, the crab's not going to be ours. But they turn it right back around, and Fudge gets paid.
And then we get the 3 grubs for Contracts. So Kryra will try and go for the Dragon, but Shopify are here to push them back. I don't imagine Kryra can actually force this. So Jed has to relentless pursuit away from the dredge line. Kryra now trying to reposition. They have Call Me on the flank here, so if they want to go in, they can. Kryra gets Aegis to hold down, but his health is so low, and he's out of there. Contracts with a kill credit. Lions has to retreat. Fudge chasing down Sajed. Big damage to push him back, and that should be Dragon. Shopify Rebellion get a kill and the objective.
It's so good here. I mean, you cannot mess around with either the Ocean Dragon or the Hex Dragon. The slows on the auto attacks will get you into a compromising position. I swear it's 100% of the time. Like they delay around that dragon, and Fudge made a really smart call. You see there the teleport that we were just highlighting that he used to get back. You walk out bottom lane when you have your extra teleport. After the successful play on the top side, you transfer that pressure down to the team play. So really nicely done from Shopify. They take advantage and they use the teleport to get back after the play. Now he's under attack.
Nice equalizer comes down. Kryra was ready with the Grand Starfall. Gets the movement speed from the Aegis Assault. Fudge might still be out of here if Kryra lands this Q. Oh! Dredge line interrupts it.
And now the TP from B-Boy means that the play is completely turned sideways. Shopify Rebellion get another kill.
They were expecting it. Shopify very quick with their reactions there. Fudge dances to the side, away from where Pantheon is going to land, barely lives as the reinforcements arrive from the bottom lane. Kangas, Shopify, they're pushing the pace of this game.
Yeah.
And they're pushing the pace of the series. They're already up 1-0. Could be match point here. I mean, could be a quick
They're looking
match.
for even more. Sajed was all alone bot side, thinking he could get some turret plates. The Bane of 80 carries. The greed for the gold, and it's Fudge that gets the punish kill.
Play after play after play from Shopify. They are moving around the map so quickly. Kangas, DSG are dizzy. They cannot keep up.
Yeah, falling like dominoes here. I mean, you just can't be in that position as Sajed. I mean, I understand the idea that you think you can go for it, but Contracts wasn't even in that top lane play. That was just the support and the mid laner TPing up, so Contracts found another window to make more action happen.
Yeah, and they created that window with all of this vision that was
Now there's
set down
devil,
there.
not now, okay? He can be after.
That's
We
Victor.
have result, we have result.
That's Victor. That's Victor. That's Victor.
We result.
I'm alive.
No flash
Light
ball.
the top. Light the top.
Oh, they
Super
failed.
fight.
He's gonna be under tower. We can one shot. I have heal. I have heal.
Kite out,
We're
kite
fine.
out,
has
kite
flash,
out, kite out.
Ryze
That's
has
good.
flash.
You go ball, you go ball, you go ball, you go.
So I thought that it was Zazel hitting the dredge line before
Yeah, it
the
was a
Q went
short-
out.
it
It
was
was just
short
short
Q.
Q.
Yeah,
He
it was
just
a
didn't
short
fully
Q.
charge it. Ooh. Because I imagine that would have been enough with the Conqueror fully stacked up to actually get the kill. But either way, Shopify Rebellion back to live, making big damage on this top turret. Another wave will come in. This should be theirs.
Shopify Rebellion. They made a good play, and then off of that first good play, are able to just keep the tempo so high that the DSG constantly not ready for the next play. And after several consecutive moves, they get first tower bonus on top of all of it. And DSG, like, this comp is not great for stabilizing in this situation to get yourself back in the game. You basically have to make your next Pantheon ultimate result in a kill, or else the game is going to spiral just completely out of your hands. You do not have much CC at all to be able to make comebacks for yourself. You really needed the early wins, the early pressure, and the fact that Shopify have been able to get this lead so early in the game and this map control is very, very bad news for DSG.
And I'll tell you, somebody who plays a lot of Pantheon support, very different from the jungle, of course, but when you Grand Starfall, kind of tough to time it for those plays. Flash will help you out. Contract spotted out right now, but he still gets onto Sajed, who gets knocked up by the Q3. Lions is there to help him out. Hit by one Empowered Shock Blast, but Sajed is safe for now.
Yeah, I mean, then next on the list, you take bottom tower for Shopify, then you get mid cryo, then you take the dragon in 1 minute that's about to come up, and it's just, you kind of just move down the list now of objectives that are on the map, and you force DSG into a even worse spot, and as long as you can cover the big answer on the other side, you just continue to increase your gold lead. They are going to, lose some turrets on the top side of the map, but once again, they're going to be able to have Fudge's teleport very shortly. Oh, actually, never mind. The thing is covered at the moment. Looks like they're just going to sacrifice the top side and walk them well.
It's not even going to be the full thing. There's one plate left. I mean, it's still not even 14 minutes into the game, so that last plate takes a lot to take down. So it's the bot turret traded for some plates top lane for Surdy. He's up 30 or 25 CS. That looks good. But he's down 2 kills and an assist, and Fudge has been there for a lot of turret plates plus full turrets. Zinni now invading onto Kryra in the jungle. Contracts around the wall. Red buff will be secured by Kryra, but in comes Contracts, and the Pantheon's in some trouble. Aegis Assault goes out. Lion trying to keep him alive and does get his jungler out of there. That's a summoner spell heal, summoner spell heal used, and Kryra's going to go for a reset.
Yeah, I mean, Contracts did have to use his Zen ult, but honestly, even with the Zen ult down, I don't really want to fight this team fight for DSG. This dragon is too scary. I mean, Jace is already walking over. If he lands any poke, it'll be rough. Okay, they're moving, though.
Kryra's got Grand Starfall. So, like, Contracts with no Crescent Guard available actually could be impactful. Big Shock Blast onto Sajed. If Fudge can hit some of these before the fight starts, that's huge.
Yeah, I mean, they could just keep on poking, too. DSG are the ones that are pressed for time right now, so I don't think there's any reason Shopify would want to trap themselves inside the dragon. It's the ocean dragon that will slow you there, so force DSG to be the ones taking it, to be the ones that are going to be under pressure, under attack from the flank.
DSG are separated right now. Sajed's got his support there. Equalizer onto 3. Nice start, but they didn't have the lockdown. This composition can't keep the enemy champions on that equalizer, so now Shopify just walk forward. It's maybe just a Smite fight here. Kryra has the Q plus Smite. Lions has to flash away. B-Boy's looking for the damage. Kryra looks for the engage. Aegis' Soul takes a lot of damage back, but Fudge goes in, and Kryra goes down. It's going to be traded for the support as Zeyzal will fall. Dragon is secured there by Shopify Rebellion as they look to get full out of there. Calmy's chasing down Fudge, but can't get in range. So
Zinni's so split from the rest of the team. Zinni was so split from the rest of the team on that. The Anivia being up behind, not being able to provide the peel for the rest of the squad, allowed DSG to attack the left side of the fight. And honestly, not bad for DSG. Could have been worse. Shopify, they still got the Dragon though. So let's take a look at it. So Zinni over here is going to run this way after. Meanwhile, the rest of the squad does take a lot of damage from Sajed and Surdy as they're pushing them out. Thankfully for Shopify, Contracts again, he gets the Dragon before escaping.
Yep.
You know, he's focusing on those objectives, and they're like,
good for that.
Again, I feel like Shopify plays.
It looks kind of hard. Look, Lucian. Oh, I trolled. Yep, I'm just dead. I'm just dead. I'm just dead. I trolled.
It's kind of why I still like watching them, because even when Shopify, you know, you're like, all right, their game plan seems pretty clear here. It's like a bumpy road. You're like, oh, a little shaky.
They're like driving a coupe off-road right now.
But they still got the Dragon, and they didn't give up a lot of gold in doing it. They gave up some.
A little, a tasteful amount of gold, you know?
Okay.
DSG gets some more gold, though, there, as they take the bottom turret now. So Contracts has some time to take the Herald topside. Zinni's pushing this in, and they still have the overall gold lead for Shopify Rebellion's side currently. Sign of life, though, for DSG. I am happy to see that they're willing to scrap for stuff like that. I just want to see them a little more connected, because, again, like, you see that Surdy's throwing down the equalizer, but they just don't have the follow-up to lock down anybody on that. And then, you know, that ability is down during the fight as well. So it's a tough comp to pull off for DSG right now. Maybe next Dragon, 3 minutes time.
We'll keep our eye on that timer for sure, as will Shopify. But Shopify, until then, honestly, they have a lot to work with. Rift Herald here was going to open up mid lane, so that's going to be all of the outer towers down. And that means you get to start taking jungle resources in the next 3 minutes that are leading up to the Dragon 2, so they can continue to improve this lead a little bit. And through jungle, Anivia has so much value with the walls being able to determine the way a lot of these team fights go. Contracts has the inside route.
Ooh, sees Calmy with the sweeper. Calmy walks into the tri-brush and now is trying to get out of there. Flashes over the wall. Contracts falls up with the wind, becomes lightning. Audacious charge. Calmy just can't quite get out yet. Now will get away, but in goes Contracts again. Crescent guard this time around, and it's Kryra that might be caught. Has to flash himself, but the Anivia wall will deny him the escape path. Fudge on a killing spree.
Meanwhile, B-Boy under attack, but he's clearing the wave. He should be fine. Victor's able to deal with mid lane, while the rest of the team makes a power play on the bottom side of the map.
They had a full wave coming in, and they're going to translate that into a full turret. All plates, plus the structure itself. Shopify Rebellion get a big injection of gold.
Nice play from them. And honestly, the route they took, you saw, was around all the vision. There was some vision for DSG, but it did not see this particular route that Shopify took, as Contract kind of leads the charge, and his sweeper was on, tracking the rise and going point blank there. He did a very good job timing his auto attacks for his Q to get the knock up at the right time, and then landing W after W as well in the long extended fight. And that bought enough time for Zinni to come over, and the wall from Anivia secures the kill, secures another objective.
But it's still always scary. I love your analogy of the shaky wheels. It's like a shopping cart when it's like shaking in the aisles. Like, yeah, you're still going to be able to check out, but man, it's a tough process to get there. Contracts almost went down.
When they're in the lead, you're still like, oh, yeah, it's a little loose. Something crazy's going to happen.
Yeah, I don't know which direction we're going here, but they've pulled it off, and it wasn't actually Calmy they got. It was Kryra. So end of the day, it is Shopify Rebellion extending their gold lead a little bit off of that one, but DSG actually got some back in their pocket now. It's only 1.5K for Shopify Rebellion, as it's 4 turrets to 2, 2 dragons to 0, 40 seconds until that next dragon. Name of the game is Vision Setup. Currently, there are no wards for DSG around this bottom side, save for that one control ward in the Pixel Brush, which I imagine is about to be scouted out by Contracts. Yeah, there we go.
I mean, they're giving up a lot of topside here. Look at this topside push. Top jungle, and Rumble's going to get up to the tower.
Okay.
So DSG, not a bad response from DSG. Mid lane's going to have to rotate over. You have to respect the move from Shopify for sure.
Shopify are just controlling the mid push. Classic macro play here. When you want to go for the dragon, make sure you push mid first. They're going to even escort the wave up to the turret. The full cannon will land, not letting Call Me catch it low. Shock Blast will not land from Fudge onto Sajed right there. That's pretty crucial for Sajed to keep his health bar up. He doesn't have that lifesteal yet, kind of relying on Melio. Dragon's now started by Contracts. I don't know if he'll fully commit to this. Maybe just solo, as the rest of the team is still showing mid. It looks like that's what they're doing.
Yeah, and Anivia has such good wave clear. Very, very safe there at towers. Can just defend topside, no problem for Shopify. So this one, a calm play. Kangas,
calm play.
The wheels are tightly locked on.
They have lubricated the wheels.
And
no squeaky.
No bumps in the road this time. Dragon number 3 is just going to set us up for our Dragon Soul fight later on in the game. Correct decision from DSG not to contest in this scenario, waiting until the critical fights where they can try and risk a little bit more. Or maybe until that time, you look for, you know, a long play where you've got Pantheon ult.
Looks like a play right now. Sajid just walks forward and face tanked a lot of damage. Has to flash from the dredge line of Zazel, who flash forward. Now depth charge in onto Kryra. Aegis' ult is up, so that means no further engage from Shopify Rebellion. But man, Sajid, you're playing with fire right there. Stepping up like that.
Yeah, flash for flash here. Definitely scary because Nautilus has Hex Flash. He doesn't care. He'll spend that every day looking for some summoner spells. And now, I mean, you're running pretty low on flashes for DSG. No Ryze, Pantheon, or Lucian flashes for them to work with. Definitely makes it hard to keep your vision up around Baron. It's the next thing that Shopify can try and use in the meantime to fish for some more cooldowns out of DSG. If you keep your vision around Baron for Shopify, then you can threaten turning off of it, threaten for some picks here.
And Fudge is getting to that point where one empowered Shock Blast is just going to giga chunk somebody like Sajed. Even Call Me.
Giga chunk.
Giga chunk.
That's a very worthwhile chunk.
Is
it Giga
that's
Chunk
the preferred level of
Is Giga Chunk more or less than 20% HP? What's the threshold for Giga?
I would say Giga would be like 25%,
okay.
at least.
A quarter of your HP or more?
Or more, yep.
To be Giga, okay.
Yeah, 25% is the minimum.
That feels good, I like that.
Everyone wants the Giga Chunk on their team.
Giga Chunk.
Honestly, you either get the Giga Chunk or you Giga Chunked.
Yeah.
That's when you're, I don't know. I'm trying to think of a wordplay
he
there.
lost the plot. All right, let's get back in
Contracts is on Kryra right now. He's got B-Boy behind him. That splash out from Kryra again, just on cooldown. He cannot keep it up. He's got Lions behind him, but Contracts just pushes back the Pantheon on his own.
Where that Rumble going,
was pretty far up in that lane, trying to catch the wave. Contracts going to crescent guard him back towards the rest of Shopify Rebellion, and that is a rampage now for Fudge.
The Zinsec. Not like a super, not a super impressive one, but
nah.
Bumped him a little bit back too.
That was a Giga Death 30 right there. That was 4 members on him.
I wasn't keeping track of the 25% hits to see if we got a good Giga Chunk, but they're still going to be able to defend topside too. I mean, they get his recall right now. 2 minutes on the clock means you've got plenty of time for more side lane plays.
Yeah.
Another kill here acquired, another flash burn. So Rumble will not have flash for the Dragon Soul. Not only did he die, but also now Surdy no flash. And for Rumble, that can be big because if you Flame Spitter and overheat.
Ooh. Contracts had no crescent guard, so he had the flash there.
Okay.
Talking about cooldowns, yeah, you don't have the equalizer, or the flash rather from Rumble, but Contracts now not going to have the flash either, so that could be impactful as well.
Yeah, true. And can be big for both of them, yeah. I mean, if you have to be a little bit more careful in the setup now. 1 minute and 40 seconds means the rewards already are going to be very big for some of these fights. So everybody needs to approach with caution. 2 blue trinkets on the side of DSG with Sajed and Surdy, and Surdy's just was used. So in order to keep vision around it and make their way, they're going to have to be very careful here because they don't have really good face checking tools at all. I mean, I guess you could say Pantheon's okay because you can go damage immune from a direction, but you don't want to use it at the beginning because then you are very vulnerable. So it's really hard to get vision with this team as well.
So far they do have it though. Currently, okay, now they're about to give it up though. Actually would have liked to
Ooh, that's a good one.
Now caught in the Anivia wall, and all the damage is there. B-Boy with the kill credit. Kryra has to try his best to get away now. Can Zazel land it? Curve the bullet. No, just goes for the wall instead. Gonna look for the long chase down onto Kryra. If you land the dredge line into a wall, that one got him! What? Kryra now throws up the Aegis Assault, but the damage is just delayed. Now Fudge with the Giga Chunk goes unstoppable.
Are they going to chase down Ryze or just go for the Baron here? I think they just start Baron. Ryze and Lucian are scrambling for mid push, I guess. The Dragon's in 20 seconds.
It's looking like just Baron, and it's traded. DSG is going to try and get some position on the map.
Can they burn Dragon? I think Shopify, with Baron and power to recalls, it's close. DSG are deciding right now. It's too close, and Shopify is going to be able to defend it, so we don't go for the Dragon Soul denial.
Yeah. So take another
look at this wall, Kangas. Boom.
Crazy.
Big old wall right there. Surdy, nowhere to go. He's toast. Double wards as well, right on, marking his death spot. The grave.
Ward marks the spot.
And here we are, the Dragon Soul.
Big fight now for Shopify Rebellion. If they get this, that should just be the nail in the coffin for DSG. DSG need to find a way to get the approach. I like this position from Zeyzal. He's got the blast cone. He's got the depth charge coming up in 8 seconds. If Shopify just delay it a little bit.
They can just poke too. They've got Jace and Victor here.
Will we see the Giga Chunk Shock Blast? Fudge looking for it onto Sajed. Does land one there. Kami's on the flank right now. Gonna actually fake the Realm Warp as Zeyzal takes a blast cone over. Now the Grand Starfall in. Contracts with the Present Guard buying space. As now they turn on to Kryra. The Pantheon goes down to start things off. Shopify Rebellion almost lose their mid laner into the egg form. Kami has to flash away as he's completely on the flank. But the jungler's down, and that is a Dragon Soul for Contracts and Shopify Rebellion. They'll take Surdy as well. Depth charge follows Sajed all the way down. A double kill, make it a triple kill for Zinni. Shopify Rebellion win the team fight.
Tanner was trying to get Revan to smile. Tanner was like tickling him. He's like, come
on, be happy, man.
He's like, we're going to win the series.
Let's go.
And Revan's like,
we could have done that better.
I think that was a slight upturn of the corners of his mouth.
Okay.
So I think I'm going to count it as a smile.
Revan's a serious man.
It was not a giga smile, but it was a smirk.
It was a smirk. Exactly. Also a reminder, new GM for Shopify Rebellion. Kobe, you were highlighting this earlier yourself, that he came in and he made some bold claims early on.
Yeah, I mean, he came in and he was like, yeah, hey, you know, Shopify has not been getting done what they want to get done, so everyone's got to show that they deserve to be here. And Shopify in this series showing that they deserve to be here at the gates of the DSG base, because it's already looking like we are moments away from them claiming their 2-0 victory here with Dragon Soul, with the Baron, with the gold lead, Kangas. They're coming to finish the job.
The wheels might have been a little shaky, but they got their WD-40. Everything's nice and crisp now. Are you a WD-40 or a duct tape to fix everything, guys? One or the other.
I would go, if I'm trying to fix stuff, duct tape.
Duct tape? Ooh, okay. That is a Giga Chunk. I think that one
whenever
applies.
The crowd goes, ooh,
oh, yeah.
That's a, yeah, that
also,
counts.
the producers wanted to let us know, they threw something on the prompter that, actually the analyst says.
60%?
This is from the analyst says, they believe that a Giga Chunk must be 60% of somebody's health. Any less is simply a chunk.
Okay.
Honestly, now that I hear
they
chunk
have
without the Giga before it.
The analysts that have
Okay! I think that one counts. As now the Realm Warp comes in from Calmy, and immediately he's dredge line. They are able to try and turn it, but no, it's just not meant to be. Contracts buys all the space in the world for the team. Shopify Rebellion will lose their mid laner, but that is it. A 2-0 sweep to start off the summer split. The Rebellion starts off strong with an ace in the base of DSG. SR take the series 2-0 and will continue their win streak from Spring Split.
Shopify with Zeyzal in there. Gonna be able to pick up the win. I'd say undefeated. 2-0 in summer.
2-0 in summer. They 2-0 DSG in spring. That's a 2-0 win streak against this org. early seeds of a rivalry between Shopify Rebellion and DSG now.
Fudge once again had a really good game on the Jace. Didn't die the entire time, nor did B-Boy in the bottom lane. Shopify, clearly the better team today. Nice performances all around.
Well-earned bow here from the Rebels. A solid performance against DSG. And you can see, I mean, in-game Fudge looked fantastic in Game 1 on the Gnar. Giga carry from him. Giga chunking in Game 2 on the Jace. Contracts with the setups. And you can feel that the communication, every time we got to listen in on them, even if it was Zeyzal saying, oh, I trolled, my bad, I'm dead. It's like you can hear them talking, you can hear them planning, and this is the Shopify that I want to see. Still good. Hey, you know what? You got to need to have a vibes guy. Yeah. if the play's not going right, it's good to have somebody be like, it's on me,
All right, Kangas, was he able to hit his 43% of carry mark?
43% of carrya. That was the goal.
That was Zeyzal's mark.
That was Zeyzal's mark that he said from the podcast. But you know what? Let's just hear from him, because we got Jat standing by with an interview of the man with the beard.
Thank you very much. Here was Zeyzal. They were just talking about your carry quote. If you 43% of carry, you guys can get 5th place. What percent of carry do you feel like you were today?
Honestly, I mean, feeling-wise, I think it was a little worse, but that's because I'm not used to going up there and feeding, but that's just the job these days, like game 1. But I'd say, 47.
That's good. I mean, it's a 2-0 as well for your return to the LCS. Is this at expectations? I mean, I was very impressed with your Nautilus game, especially.
Well, I tell my teammates I'm still retired, essentially, so they just got me out of the retirement home. I mean, they're lucky if I make it to the facility each morning.
Is that the mindset you have going into this split? Is it kind of like one final hurrah, or are you hoping to restart something bigger?
Not planning to restart anything. I'm doing my best. I put in the same hours as everyone else. I mean, more hours, honestly. These guys are a little bit, especially my jungler. But yeah, I mean, I'm definitely giving it my all, but I'm not really looking to continue much beyond this.
Wow. What do you feel like you're bringing to this specific Shopify team that is making them better? Because at least we got to hear some listenings. It sounded like you were making a lot of plans and communicating well as a unit.
I would say that my main job within this team is like just when there's silence, I just say something and start a conversation. Because there's actually quite a bit of decision makers, like between Fudge and Contracts. They both are willing to make plans, and Zinni honestly is willing to too when he's feeling himself. So I just got to like start the conversation and like somewhat guide us, but I don't have to make many plans fully, honestly.
All right, last question. Has anything surprised you coming back into the LCS? I know you've been playing League of Legends. It's not a massive difference between leagues, but has anything surprised you joining this new team?
Yeah, it's the main surprise is supports just don't care about EXP or anything anymore. They just run around. I swear they don't even know where they're clicking half the time. They just like, the minimap's like a dice. They just click, it rolls, and they're in that lane now. And you're just laying there until you're ready to move on. It's kind of weird.
Do you like it?
Yeah, it's fun, but you have so much, we'll say, creative freedom, and you can end up doing some really, really dumb things, and I fall victim to that on occasion.
All right, nice seeing you back. Looking forward to watching for the rest of the split. Thanks very much, Zeyzal. We're going to send it back to the lounge.
Good job. Just roll the dice, Raz. Just roll them. Yeah, blow on the...
Yeah.
That's so funny, though. It's always great to hear from Zeyzal. And I like that Jat asked about his role on the team, right?
Yes.
He's like, look, we actually have a lot of decision makers. It's more about we need someone to almost facilitate things. And so I just start talking. And I think that's really great. Like, it bodes well for their future.
Yes, especially, and this happens to every team, but when you make a mistake and everyone is dead.
And everyone's just quiet.
This is the quietest, like, because no one knows what the decision is, because oftentimes the decision is just to defend a place, but so you don't really have anything present for you. So someone just kicking the ball and getting that started is actually really important. So it's nice to see that. And I mean, veteran presence is great there. It is a very unique experience for your new GM to come in and be like, you have to play to see if you are playing next year. And Zeyzal's like, I ain't gonna be here next year. It's the Magic Johnson quote. Like, that ain't gonna be me. So that's a crazy experience. But I mean, check out the Shopify podcast as well, because he talks about that pretty extensively.
Yeah, he had a really good episode. He is our player of this game.
There it is.
We actually don't have a graphic because we do not have an updated photo.
Zeyzal?
Of Zeyzal.
Oh my God, what photo do we have?
He did win the fan vote as well. I'm curious as to what the last, I mean, it would have been Shopify, right? When he was in.
Then just send it, guys.
Just use the old.
He literally looks the exact same person. It's like we've just cryogenically frozen him.
It's his luminosity photo.
Oh, I see.
The last one, production is telling me.
No, the Zeyzal vote's great.
Kobe's yelling at us.
Kobe's yelling. He doesn't understand the context. We're all Zeyzal appreciators.
The chat also wanted Zeyzal.
That's true.
Kobe is off camera screaming if Zeyzal did not win.
That's
Pogs.
what he
but
usually
he did.
does, to be fair. Yeah.
Let's take a look at Pogs from the rest of our matches today. We had almost a double Quid, but Quid and Core JJ Fudge winning it for game one,
Yeah.
I thought him returning, having such a great game, especially after they were so open and honest about the communications breakdowns. And then Zeyzal winning it. There we go. We could have used that photo.
That one's a nice one. He's looking pretty slick.
Yeah.
So I like that quite a bit. But yeah, if you guys haven't caught it, that first game from Quid, well, that was the lock game.
Yeah, that was insane.
That was a decimation. So if you want to learn some tips and tricks, you better watch that game. So it was a lot going on over there.
Yeah. And now we're going to take a look at our Samsung OLED power players for this week. What stands out to you, Rez?
As a real hell enjoyer, I must talk about him getting a kill at 2-12. Honestly, the moment he spawns into a game, you must give him a kill. But seriously, for me, I just look at Saint up there, and it reminds me immediately, like, yeah, there's a lot of Lion players up there. It does not matter that Inspired's not here. Like Dokla, Berserker, Saint, all represented on this list.
Well, I feel like it does matter Inspired's not here, because Berserker is on the list for fastest kill at 2 minutes and 47 seconds.
Oh, that's true. That's a little bit fast.
And I'm pretty sure that was the trade where he then tried to dive onto Masu afterwards and got executed by the turret on Casio.
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure that was the kill. And it was super, super fun to watch them go a little ham. They went a little ham this week.
I liked it. Hopefully we keep seeing that. And it's going to be a tough transition for Inspired, seeing his team be as chaotic as possible day one of scrims.
Oh, he's already, did you see his tweet? He was just like, yeah, like,
Oh,
count your days.
For the Jace game in particular.
Yeah. So,
we have
our
voting.
player of the week, it's in. It is Quid.
Boom!
Lock specialist, melee specialist, had an insane performance, I think, in what we were expecting to be a really close match. And I think the games themselves had a lot of closeness and a lot of back and forth, but he played so well on both the lock and the Syndra.
Yeah, that Syndra game, I mean, once again, the lock game was ridiculous to the point where he was so snowballed that he one-tapped a Leona. Not this moment. Leona was quite weak here. But, and then you go into the Syndra game, and you saw the most insane outplay on the top side of the map. It was him versus 4 people. He like rocket belts out of the Mbessa ulti, then Zonya's the Lee Sin kick. And as Mbessa is trying to kill him through multiple Qs, is just dipping and dodging through them.
I love this one too, where he extends the Syndra scatter through the turret. That was super nice. I hope they show the dodges in topside because that was insane. This is him just murdering Vulcan before rotating. Yep, there we go. Do we have that emote yet? I feel like we have so many Quid emotes because he's so expressive when he's enjoying the game, and I feel like he's really enjoying the game.
That's why we got to calm down. He's been emoting too many times. We can't have an entire. We have what? We would have 10 emotes from him alone.
The Quid pack.
Yes.
We just sell the Quid pack.
I like that.
Get on that, LCS. Now that we've had a full week, production just said they will. So
they will. Confirmed.
Let's take a look at our standings after week 1. We've got Lion, Sentinel, Shopify, and Team Liquid Alienware all at the top of the table, and Cloud9, Kia, Dignitas, and Disguised, and FlyQuest. I think FlyQuest, I mean, obviously they're not, it's been 1 week, and they lost to Lion, but that was the biggest surprise to me, and we'll see if they can bounce back against DSG next week. What are you looking forward to, Raz?
First place, first place Shopify Rebellion up against first place Lion. I think that means a lot to me. Yeah, I like that a lot.
Is that your match of the week? You get first pick this week.
Oh, okay. I'll pick the best one here that's available. That's a slot here. I will go. The DSG one.
Okay.
The DSG
all right.
one.
Cool.
Yeah. I'm trying to find the worst one possible, by the way. That's literally the entire game plan.
The Kobe's trying to make me look bad, saying like, oh, Emily just gets first pick. No.
Well, technically you do. But even if I got first pick, I will always go for the worst matchup.
Because you're my friend.
The worst matchup is going to be Raz's series of the week.
Looking forward to that. Look forward to my match of the week. That's it for us. We're so happy to be back, and we will be back again next Saturday at 4 p.m. Eastern, 1 p.m. Pacific for C9 versus Dig. We're rating Medios. Go say hi to Medios. He's great.
Hi, Medios.
Hi, Medios.
Of blue enter, my friend, but only one will still remain after the dust settles on this battle.
Ambassador coming.
Right.
Lost.
We see the flash.
I'm going right, Jose.
Help me. Bar no flash.
Go, coming.
Hot dog coming. No flash.
Saving you.
No flash.
I didn't need to die.
We know who the better blue boys are today, and it's Team Liquid with a clean sweep 2-0, taking down Cloud9.
Flanking.
Watch here, guys. Actually, no, nothing.
Fake.
Pantheon, just go Pantheon.
Nope, I have hook on him. Killing Anivia here.
I'm fine.
I'm gonna ult Rise if he steps up.
I can go Rise. I'm going Rise.
Play off.
I'm 1 HP, guys. I can't fight.
Okay, just base TP.
I have no TP.
Look here.
Lucian 1 HP.
We got it. Just fight. We win. I have Lucian. Hooks him too.
Rise TPing.
Hook. Nice job.
SR take the series 2-0 and will continue their win streak from Spring Split.
Sweet. What a debut from Mr. Zazel.
Rise.
Rise. What's the rest of the song? I actually don't know.
I don't know. That's all that matters.
They will remember you, bro.